Welcome, folks, to a chilly Killarney for this month's Power Series. My name is Ernest Page, and I'm joined by Dexter Bruce today.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it's going to be a good day out today. It's very, very cold right now, but I think it's going to warm up quite nicely, actually.
Yeah, well, the cars are definitely warming up. A couple of cars have been out so far today, and the qualifying has already kicked off. And we're going to be walking you guys through the qualifying, chatting to some of the drivers. Yeah. And later on, I'm going to run over you. I'm going to hand the mic over to Dexter over here, and he's going to be going to the pits to get all the action and the inside information from the drivers out there. But can you feel the energy, bro?
I can feel the energy, dude. This is totally new for everybody. So this is quite exciting for us to be able to be very interactive with you, to be like a pre-race show of what's happening, what it feels like to be at Killarney. And don't forget, the gates are open. Yeah. So make your way down here. If you're at home and you're in bed right now, get here. It's going to be exciting. The race field is actually looking full. Yeah. Compared to last month's entry list, a lot more cars involved this time.
Yeah, a lot more cars, and I think a lot of guys also with something to prove today. The weather's good. We just heard from some of the teams that it's chilly out there, so the cars are performing really well. But some of the winners from last time want to win again, and some of the losers from last time want to change the outcomes a little bit. Yeah. Now, we've already got a couple interviews lined up, Dexter, but just to give us the viewers out there a little bit of a background, you've driven four-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, everything in between. What do you think the drivers are going through today as they prepare for this specific type of condition? It's cold out there, the track is cold, it's flipping early in the morning, and they've got to go qualify.
Well, a lot of the time when you get out there early in the morning and it's a little bit of dew on the track, you don't want to go full balls out. You want to kind of take it easy. So I think the four-wheel drive guys, there's a couple of four-wheel drive guys out there, the likes of Alex Johnson in his A4 Turbo, the B7, the X-Production car. They know what to do when it gets to this point. The front-wheel drive cars, obviously, they've got a little bit of a different story. You know
the GTI Challenge guys are going to be having fun out there today. And then, of course, the bikes. I mean, can you imagine being on a motorbike? We see some of the bikers over there checking us out.
And I don't want to.
I don't want to be on a bike in this kind of weather because, you know, you got the Motorflex guys. I chatted to them earlier on. The conditions are, and everybody's waving at us here. We got the Clock of the Course team waving at us over here. So expect a lot of distractions, people out there, because it's the first time we're doing this, and we know a lot of these people. These are some of our friends and some of your friends out there today as well.
Absolutely. So again, guys, make your way down to the track, make your way down to the gate. The gates are open. You're most welcome. Bring the family. Bri, come chill with us. There's jumping castles. There's racing all day from this morning. The guys are busy doing qualifying right now as we speak. I think the Clubman guys are going to go out soon. Yeah, the Clubman guys are going on soon. But earlier on, the Louder Classic Cars guys went out, and we're lining up an interview with someone that drives something very, very special. He's got a little Modus Minor that he's driving, and it's such a fascinating conversation with him. I'd love to get him in. He's going to be in the next couple of minutes, and to find out from him exactly how to set up the car. I mean, we're talking tuning carburetors here, bro. You know what I mean?
I don't know how to work that screw.
It's a part of life that we kind of just live. You know,
we just missed it.
We came in on turbos and throttles.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Exactly.
But it's good to know that it's still there. When I got here this morning, my eyes were burning because you could just smell the F-gas and the 102. You know, and those are the boys that are giving us that. So the carburetor guys, and I know this particular Modus, it's a fantastic looking car, number one. It's a beautiful car, and I think it's a 1293cc, not quite a 1300. Under 100 kilowatts.
Because you can't call it the 1300. Don't do that.
You know what I mean?
We got Anton over here. Anton, if you wouldn't mind stepping over, Anton's going to walk into shot over here. So just grab a seat over here, Anton. And we're going to talk to Anton now about this very special car. And our qualifying went this morning, Anton, you told me now, there's a mic for you, sir. You told me now that you guys have a different car depending on the weather.
Yeah, it's a very small CC engine and very sensitive to air temperature and air density because of the carb, etc., and the cam we're running. So early qualifying like this is fantastic because the thick cold air loves it, you know, and we can set it up and we run a great qualifying time every meeting. You know, that's where we really set the bar. And then we find it falls off during the day because, you know, it gets hotter and we're sucking that hot air into that Weber. It's quite close to our exhaust, and we've got heat shields for that, but it does affect the car because it's such a small capacity. It's a 1293, 87
1293, Dexter.
87 kilowatts, 118 horsepower, and it's just very sensitive. You can't rely on brute power down the straight with that car, so you've got to extract every little bit out of it.
Especially on a circuit like this. I mean, Killarney is known to be a power circuit. How does that factor in with you guys?
You know, I raced my Can-Am here for 18 years, and you got 450 horsepower. So, you know, whether you lose a cylinder, so what? You know? And so going from that to the Morris, it's a seismic shift in the way you drive the car, where you find your time. I hardly use the brakes on the Morris. You know, it's just that kind of car. It handles like a dream, goes around on rails. So the straights are, you know, you read a book, you have a smoke, and wait for the next corner, and that's where we make up our time.
Yeah. So for those people out there that are on their way here, that are going to be coming to visit us later on, how do they find your car?
We're in the open pits here, just behind the tower. Car number 42, little green.
What does it look like exactly? Because I know what it looks like, but I want to hear you describe it.
It looks a bit like a little snail, actually. A little snail or tortoise, green, British racing green with yellow fenders. It's got some beautiful bronze, gold, copper motive rims on it. We run Avon crossbar, all with the historic tyres.
Yeah.
You can't miss it, put it that way. Yeah. It really stands out. Really cute little car. It looks cute, but it's got a nice little punch for it punches way above its weight. Let's put it that way.
And the car's bespoke. I mean, this thing is designed from the ground up. It's got all these custom fittings, and the designer of this car, I mean, could you tell us a bit more about him?
Well, Rob Tissington raced a Morris way back in the 60s. This is a 58 Morris. He raced a Morris 1000 in the 60s, and his dad also used to race down East London PE way. And a few years ago, Rob decided to build a car to bring back those days as such, and he built this Morris, and it really is a work of art.
Yeah.
The very, very sophisticated suspension, 4-link system in it. It really is beautiful, and everything is, as you say, bespoke. Billet pieces, all molded and machined. And he bought the car, and Andrea Bates actually campaigned the car for him for a while.
Yes, I remember that.
And Andrea's work commitments have taken her elsewhere. And Rob asked me if I'd like to give it a bash. And I'd semi-retired from racing after the Can-Am. I thought, well, why not? And this year, the first year I'm campaigning, I've never had more fun.
Awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. Dexter, I'm sure you have a question. I'm going to pass you. There we go.
Let me
pass you this mic over here. There we go. You guys can have a conversation.
Just geeking out on the car a little bit, looking at the front suspension and that sort of lower control arm setup that you got going there. Just walk us through that with the tyre package.
Dexter, I'm not going to give you all the secrets.
No, of course.
Yeah, there's trailing arms. There's you look. With classic rules, we have to retain the original mounting points. So it's still got the dampers in the back, but then you've got your shocks as well.
Yeah.
Because those mounting points, the shocks don't sit at the optimum angle. They're quite angled. So it's a bit of a compromise on the back end, but with the trailing arms, the panel rod, and etc., it's pretty sophisticated, and you need to really look at it.
Yeah.
And they said we run effectively road tires.
Okay.
The Avon Crossply, all weathers, historic tires from the UK.
Yeah.
They cost a fortune. Fortunately, it's not that heavy on tires.
Okay.
We'll use 2 front sets in the season and only 1 set of rears, which is great because they do cost a lot of money. But they're the most incredible tires because they feel like chewing gum. They treated cross plies, but they've got this pliability. When you really push in that little car, you can actually feel them doing this. It's like chewing wicks, you know. And because if it does slide, it's so progressive. It's almost doing this. It's not just going.
Yeah.
You know? So
that was kind of my next question, was because it's a short wheel drive, a short wheel base car, it's a little bit tricky to handle. Does it not feel like it's biting you, especially turn 5, going to turn 4 at high speed?
Theoretically, yes. You know, you think so. I prefer a tail epic car. I hate understeer. So, you know, if the back comes, the back will come. It's just so progressive and so manageable.
Wow.
And it doesn't have that power to get you into trouble, but again, it doesn't have power to pull you out of trouble.
Sure.
So it's a very different driving style, and as I said, the corners is the only place we make up.
And I presume the car is very light. I mean, you
not
under...
really, not really.
Okay.
We can lose a lot of weight in that car. So it's actually over-engineered.
Okay.
And we could lose some weight, which is on the horizon. If you look at the car, you'd think it was light, but it's not really. It's a very solid car.
And in terms of the British Leyland, how far are we off from the original Morris?
Not far. It's a 1275 with a 20 thou, so 1293. Standard crank, which is here. Fairly mild to hot cam. Bit of work on the heads through Dave Ingle. He's done a lot of work on the motor.
Sure.
Around a 45 side drop Weaver with a very long intake.
Great.
That's it, you know. Ignitions is what it is. Gearbox is what it is. LS in the back.
Thank you so much for having a chat to us.
Right.
We're about to go to Clubman's qualifying. They're going to go out right now, and we really hope all the best for the day.
Thank you,
And please, if you guys are out there, come say hi, come look for the green Morris. It looks fantastic. Please have a look at the engine bay. It's beautiful. It's a work of art.
Thank you, Dexter. Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you so much, Anton Rolino over there, and Dex.
We can swap mics.
Yeah, immediately like that one. There we go. And the Clubman's guys are going out there, and I've got a star-studded list of familiar names over here. Alex Johnson, right at the top of the A4 Turbo.
Yep.
You spoke about that earlier on. I mean,
my heart in that car. I've got a bit of a connection to that car because when I was younger, which was about last week, I remember that car. One of the Indy oil cars, Chop Sapuka, the engine extreme, and it had a B7 3.2 V6 motor in. That thing used to
sound,
bark. Oh man, that thing used to bark.
And you're a big Audi fan, eh?
I'm a big Audi. I'm a big car fan. So they've taken that engine out. There's now, I think it's a 2-liter turbo engine in there. Car's running absolutely fantastic. It's still got the original production gearbox in there.
Yeah.
At 4-wheel drive. So he's class A. He's very competitive. The likes of Jesse Agate.
Yeah. Jesse Agate in your Mansur Parker in that E30. I mean, what a fantastic looking car.
He started class C. Went to class B, was there for a couple of years. He's now a class A contender with the E30.
And he's with Armin Levy and the boys, so they know exactly what's going on. They know how to set up a car. They've done this before. They've been around the circuit once or twice. We've got Jesse Agate, as you mentioned, Idris Ahmed over there. That E36 of his, that one's got the DCT, if I'm not mistaken.
That's the green one.
That's the green one. So it's got the pedal shift on an E36. So quite incredible. We've got another interview coming up soon. I see the cars are parking over here in the paddock. There's action everywhere. And I mean, I've got to be honest, when we're talking, every time a car comes fast here, it's very distracting.
That's why you got to be here. That's why you got to be here. You know what I mean?
It's very distracting. So you recently, I know you've had some experience with the Porsche 924. Why the Porsche 9 Series, the 924, the 944 specifically? Because we're going to be talking to a gentleman shortly about his Porsche 944.
Yeah, so the 924 for me was a bit of a nostalgic thing because it's very close to a Golf. Very easy to sort of work on. And it's a Porsche. I mean, they call it the poor man's Porsche, but it actually is a very engineered, well-engineered Porsche. And the guys are putting all sorts of engines into it, which is quite nice. I mean, I've seen the likes of LS1, Chevy Luminas, 2Js in there.
In a 924.
In a 924, obviously VQ motors in a 924, but I think the one to go for generally that everybody's doing is exactly what Alex Johnson has in his Audi A4, which is a turbocharged, the 2-liter Audi motor. Works really well with the torque tube and the power. You can kind of buy the bolt-ons. And it was a kind of off-the-shelf race car that you can build, and it handles amazing because got the gearbox at the back. Got your torque tube running all the way. The motor sits quite far down.
And it's a Porsche.
And it's a Porsche.
Well, speaking of Porsche, we've got Jeff Beal over here. He's going to be joining us soon. Jeff, if you wouldn't mind just pulling in over here, you can grab a seat in the middle, hot seat. You'll be sharing a mic with Dexter over there. And
Jeff, welcome.
Hi there.
Jeff, you drive a Porsche 944. Is it 944 or 944?
We prefer to say 944.
Oh, is it? Okay, 944.
Like you say 911, 911.
911. So 944. And you've been racing this car for 15 years. You yourself have been racing for 15 years. And why did that start? Why a Porsche?
Well, I've had a passion for the brand since I was a child. Collected a lot of Porsches. I've still got a good mini collection of about 500. We've been to the factory.
Mini collection. Mini collection of a lot of Porsches.
But I mean, that was my passion. Also with the 944, I mean, it's a true race car. You know, it was we've got a 3-liter 16-valve motor in it, double overhead cam, race prepped, Wasner pistons, and we've kitted the whole thing out. And in fact, the most important thing is safety. So the car is incredibly safe. I mean, we're not Formula One, but we wear the same kit, and you know, we can still have an accident. But interestingly, just with the racing with the car, it's nice to have a solid car around you when you're doing this club racing. You know, open wheelers are difficult, and that's why I chose the 944. I wouldn't say it's the cheapest car to run on a racetrack, but that's what it is. And in fact, when you start racing, tradition is you get a steel bucket, they make holes in it, and then you've got to try and fill it with beer.
Because that's what motorsport is, isn't it? That's exactly what motorsport is now. The 3-liter engine in that car, it's a big engine. How's the balance of that car? Because Dexter and I were just chatting earlier on the balance of Porsches are known for their balance.
Sure. Well, especially, I mean, it's obviously front engine versus a 911, which is a rear engine. And the balance is good. Because it's a race car, we've been able to adjust the setup completely. You know, we've got adjustable racing springs, we've lowered the car a lot, and we've managed to improve the handling significantly. They are tended to be a bit front heavy, a little bit, but Yeah, not too bad. And so certainly going around the corner flat out, we're getting very little slippage. I mean, that's where we drive. It's just on the edge before you slip.
Yeah, of course, but that's where we've got to play. And how did qualifying go today?
Yeah, it's nice and greasy. It's when it's cold like this, the track gets a bit greasy because of all the oil. And then one of the cars dropped a bit of oil, and so there were some nice moments.
Oh,
but that's
it's
what's part of the fun. No, you know, it's all about the fun. You know, you're doing this for the pleasure and for the fun, and it's great fun. Yeah.
One of the things, Rob, that I found when I got into a 924 was the driving style, the way the steering wheel sat. It didn't feel very normal to me. Did you guys change it? Did you guys, is it kind of stock of the 924?
Yeah, so certainly with the 924 being slightly smaller, you might often find you're sitting more in front of the steering wheel here rather than down there.
Yeah.
So what they did was to help with the balance, they lowered the seat. So they lowered the seat slightly in the 924, 944, just so the weight of that person was in the middle of the car trying to keep front rear balance.
Fair. And obviously the other thing is the weight of that rear glass. Yeah. That was kind of part of the balance of the car. Did you guys remove it? Did you guys add it? What did you guys do?
That is a good point. Plus the fuel tanks at the back.
Yes.
So most race cars have got a 20-litre fuel tank, and most of us have taken out the back window, and it's plexiglass. So sure, that's what you want to light a car.
Absolutely.
And you know, the same as the bonnet, you try and lightweight. Our particular team, Team Classics, we're quite strict with what year it is. So we have a pre-90 and a pre-80. And the pre-80s have got a bit more carte blanche to change things in whatever car.
Yeah.
And also, because of that, they get fast. They go faster than us.
Faster. Tell me what kind of times you're doing and what do you want to do today?
So I do about a 1:28.
Okay.
And I want to try and beat that today and get in front of my nemesis.
I think there's no better time than today. You know? Today's going to be your day. Thank you so much for the interview.
Man, it's good.
Really appreciate it.
You guys are here. Nice to meet you.
All the best for today. Have a good one.
Cool, man. Any autographs? Anybody?
There you go. In case you're wondering, that's Jeff Beal. Get that autograph.
Jeff Beal is going to be amazing today.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing to see. Speaking of autographs, we got somebody else lined up over here that just got some big success in the Nationals recently, but also a familiar face on the local scene. I always like to chat to those guys because you want to find out why are they here. If they're competing at the highest level in the country and winning and getting podiums, for what reason are they here?
Absolutely. And also, you know, motorsport is a sport for all men and all women and for all ages. A lot of guys think that it's people with money, but I think that it's a good balance.
Yeah.
And I think if you know the right people, it's really not that bad. So to bring the young men on, I think it's absolutely great. We've got to show respect to the young guys. We've got to show equal respect to the guys that have been before us.
Yeah.
But the young guys are the ones that everybody's so excited to watch win the racing because they are so brave.
Yeah, and so fast.
You know when you were first here and you were racing. In the rain.
There was I was the young Thundercat
and you
until
never
the
crashed?
next young Thundercat came. Until I crashed and the next young Thundercat came.
So absolutely.
Yeah.
You know?
Speaking of young Thundercats, let's bring him in. We've got Tate Bishop over here. Tate. Welcome to our little show over here. We've got some cheering happening in the background there. Tate Bishop, firstly, congratulations on your Polo Cup results the last couple of races. Tell us a bit more about that and why are you now consistently in the front? We've spoken about this before. How's that been going? How's your campaign going?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, second year in Polo Cup now. The season's off to an amazing start, you know, being second in the championship. Just keeping consistent finishes throughout all the rounds. I mean, unfortunately, last weekend in PE, we had a bit of gearbox issues, causing us to finish last in the second race. But you know, it's alright. We come back from that. I mean, it's one bad race, not a bad round. But I'm mainly doing GTI Challenge, just you know, just have a bit of fun and also just to get seat time in the car. I mean, saving from a Polo Cup car to a B-class car is going from a mansion to a shack, but it's still super fun, and I really enjoy it.
What are the, for those out there that want to know, you're racing Class B GTI Challenge?
Yeah,
I did that a while ago as well. What is the difference currently with the current crop of Polo Cup cars and your Class B car?
Yeah, well, obviously, you know, like everything's just a bit nicer. With regards to the Polo Cup car. The Polo Cup car is also a lot heavier, and my B-class car is longer than my Polo Cup car, you know, so it's just a bit of a handling difference, and obviously the top speed is a lot different. But, I mean, to be brutally honest, it's not that bad of a difference, you know. I mean, stepping from a Polo Cup car into a B-class car, you know, it's very easy to adapt to it. But yeah, I mean, the racing is still awesome. B-class racing is awesome. Polo Cup, you know, we just do it to have fun. But yeah, no, I'm really enjoying B-class so far. But yeah, no, maybe next year we might step up into A-class. We'll see what happens.
Tate, I want to get in here quickly.
Yeah.
For the guys that have never raced GTI Challenge, it's obviously one of the most exciting tin-top racing. What is it like actually rubbing paint with these boys, corner after corner, race after race, lap after lap? What is it like for the normal man in the street? Give us a bit of insight as to what goes on in that helmet.
Well, I mean, obviously when the helmet goes on, it's a different mindset. But you know, like getting centimeters away from each other throughout a corner is obviously, it just gives you an insane thrill.
Yeah.
You know, I really love it, and that's, you know, it's what I've been doing for the past 11 years. I mean, especially in karts as well. But yeah, no, honestly, it is the best feeling ever, being able to rub paint and keep it clean.
And then getting off track, once you've obviously rubbed paint with the guys, getting off track, do you guys still, does that sort of transverse into the paddock area, or you guys big mates afterwards?
Well, you know, honestly, it really depends how bad the rubbing was. But yeah, I mean, usually it's quite chilled in the park for me.
Yeah.
You know, we all stay mates off track because obviously you can't really let what happens on track,
absolutely,
you know, affect your personal life. But yeah, honestly, it doesn't really affect the friendships too much.
Sure. And geeking on the technical side of things, I mean, how important is setup to you?
I'll drive anything. I'll drive anything.
That'll do.
I'll drive anything.
Absolutely.
Well, that's great. Yeah, I see you driving the Jetta today, and you got a thick grid here. We got Eden Thompson, current champion. You've got Kyle Wiltshire, very fast. Mark Thompson, Brent van der Schaaf as well, starting to show some pace. Who's your main rival today in Class B specifically?
Well, I think that Eden's going to be my main rival for today. I think I'm just going to try and finish ahead of him in all races. I mean, I don't care if I finish second, as long as I'm ahead of him, that's fine. But you know, now we're leading the championship in B class, so we're going to try and maintain that. You know, just especially throughout these next few rounds and see how we do. But yeah, no, I think Eden Thompson's going to be the one to look out for myself. But yeah, you know, it's quite tough to say what's going to happen at the end of the day. You never know what's going to happen.
It's a championship fight, and it's so interesting. Are you still 15 or have you turned 16 years?
Turned 16 2 days ago.
Yeah, congratulations. So you're 16 years old now. It's so nice to hear that maturity of this is a championship, and that's what you're here to win. You're not here to win one race day, two race days. You're here to win the championship, so it's good to see that that's the plan going into the year.
Yeah, no, definitely. Meaning, you know, the way to win a championship is just consistent finishes, and just not letting the person drive away, obviously. But I'm just going to try to keep myself focused, keep the car on track, and bring it home.
Well, you might be then, as far as my records go, the youngest ever Class B champion, potentially in the history of GTI Challenge. So we look forward to seeing that happen, hopefully end of the year, and keep those consistent results coming, man. Well done.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Cool.
Thanks, guys.
Well, there you go. That was Tate Bishop. You can catch him at today's event, and we've got some, as mentioned, national drivers pulling in. He's being one of them, and giving the local boys a run for the money. That's going to the nationals is what everybody aspires to, but it's always nice to see some of the guys stick around, keep it competitive here, use this as a platform, but also the racing here, sometimes it's better.
I mean, South Africa is well represented all over the world. Sheldon, Van der Linde in DTM, the McFadden guys as well. So, I mean, even in the MotoGP. So it's good that we get some guys out there, they go national, they go international, but they still bring it back down to Cape Town. They still love racing at Killarney, their home circuit. There's something about this place where it all started that's so good, you know. And Killarney it's a very tricky circuit. It's not as easy as what you think it is. And it changes all the time.
It does. I'll be honest with you, I haven't been back in a while, but some of these corners look a little bit different. They've changed. Turn 3 is totally different. Because of the rally cross, if you look at his t-shirt over here.
Yeah, we do a little bit of damage, unfortunately.
Well, they put the wall up there in the inside now. That wasn't there before the rally cross came to Cape Town,
so that was one of the things, especially when going through turn 3, you're able to kind of see your exit point. With the hole there, you can't. It kind of definitely takes a little bit of that dynamic away, so you're kind of cautious as to what's on the other side of the corner. We drove the time attack, which was actually in the reverse, which is exactly the same thing. It's very difficult to actually see your exit. So those are the sort of things that's kind of changed with the track. Turn 5 is still turn 5. It's still a difficult turn. But the Masters, the Neanderthals of the world, all those guys, they kind of got it down, and they know turn 5. They know there's 5 or 6 different lines, and weather depending, that changes.
Yeah, and exactly that. That's the most important corner on the track. As they say, the corner before the longest straight is the most important, and that's turn 4 and turn 5 then. And turn 4 and 5 so tricky, because if you get it wrong, your lap is ruined.
Hey man, absolutely. So the Clubman's guys are about to go qualify. They're about to do this thing. They lined up. We've got Trappis van Tonde here in a beautiful looking Polo 6. Polo 6.
Oh, some
fantastic.
nice cars here, but
Oval champion.
Yeah.
Dirt car champion. I mean, CHD guy.
He's probably going to slide that front wheel drive.
That's the way they do it. That's the way they do it.
We're speaking of front wheel drive, and 2-wheel drive. Well, 2 wheels.
Yeah.
We've got a biker in the wings here about to pull in with us. Please join us and come chat us here. We're so keen to hear what the bikes have to say about today and the conditions out there. I mean, it's chilly out there today. Please introduce yourself and please let us know what it's like to be on a motorcycle, because I wouldn't do it.
Well, saying that, I probably wouldn't do it myself as well. No, so look, my name's Brad Wadsworth. I race in the SBK. And interestingly enough, I haven't gone out yet this morning, but my teammates have been out, and they're saying that the track is obviously very cold, makes it very difficult to...
That's one of your teammates over there.
Makes it very difficult to obviously get grip and stuff on the track. There's some rumours of oil floating around on the track as well in certain turns, and the guys are really sliding out there. In terms of the times that they normally do, they're about 15 seconds a lap back on times.
Today?
Yeah, this morning
15 seconds? That's insane. Dex, you've owned a big...
Okay, but
I think you guys are.
Sorry, guys.
This is live TV, folks.
This is what happens. This is what happens. I love it.
Yeah, it's 15 seconds a lap.
That's crazy. No, that's crazy.
That's insane.
That's crazy.
That doesn't make any sense.
And they say, like, if you keep your 2 hands together and you put your 2 fingers together, that is what they're driving on. That's a little traction they have. And that is absolutely good. Francois Butler in the building. It's one of the comments for the day.
If we're smiling for no reason,
it's Francois Butler.
He's one of the commentators later on.
And also rallycross competitor.
Yes. And we'll be handing over to them later on where they take over the broadcast. And
absolutely.
If you guys want to check this out, go to IMUSAT. Francois coming in here. Francois, any words from you regarding the broadcast?
Well, I think we're going to have a lovely day today.
Thank
you for inviting me, gents.
We didn't really invite you.
But you're welcome. Yeah, we never do. Dex has got this thing about him because I beat him at rallycross. You see?
Challenge accepted, guys. Challenge accepted.
I reckon we got a lovely day ahead of us. Big focus on the historic car, the classic cars. Clint Lawrence has got the Tom Wilkinshaw replica Jaguar out. It's a V12. It's a monster. It's 2 years in the making. So it's
an XJ, eh?
It's an XJ12, yeah. It's a Tom Wilkinshaw replica. So, like the Tom Wilkinshaw that won the Bathurst 1000.
TWR Racing.
The TWR Tom Wilkinshaw Racing. It's the exact same thing. So, look forward to a lovely live feed. We've got bikes and cars today. Have a look at the GTI Challenge. I saw you had Tate on earlier. My man. I've watched him in karting grow up. I reckon the lad's got a bright future ahead of him. Fantastic driver. So watch him in GTI Challenge. He'll be out front there with the likes of Yuri Swart, Nathan Victor. We had Nathan at karting last weekend. First time he's ever been in a karting, he had a second for the day. So it gives you the idea, the level of talent that these youngsters have within them. So I think it's going to be very, very good there. Clubman's is going to be good, as we know. Lots of cars in Clubman's. They got the Masters V8 series. They've got a Pirelli sponsor now, so it's nice to have a sponsor on board. I like to see sponsors within the certain categories. The Formula Libras, unfortunately, the field's been watered down to about 9 or 10 cars today, but a lot of guys sick, broken cars, waiting for parts. They're older cars, but I think we're in line for something special today. I'm not saying anything. Watch the Formula Libras. Something very exciting.
It's going to be good compared to last month's entry list. I think this one is a lot more.
No, it's not. Last month was more, but this month's a bit less. But the reason being is, like I said, there are people that are ill, away, all kinds of things. You know how it works, the dynamics of life, as they call it. So we look forward to something like that. But there's something brewing there. I'm not saying anything. Just watch the live feed. It's going to be fun. And you guys must pop up during the day. Come and chat to us. See what's happening out there. You're going through the pit lane. You can come give us a bit of news and that. But yeah, this is a great initiative. I love it.
This is something new for us all, and we're trying it. It's working very, very well, and it's obviously tips to everybody for making this happen.
Is it working?
Of course it's working. We've got him here, we've got you here.
Yeah, we do have him here, that's true. Speaking...
It's funny not to see Ernest in a car. He's actually outside now.
Yes.
Getting a bit swollen at the bottom.
Well, Francois, a pleasure to chat to you. And
thanks, buddy.
Listeners can look forward to hearing you on the IMUSAT broadcast today, the Killarney live stream.
Yeah.
It's so cool that we can do a live stream these days. I love it. And for those people that don't want to listen to your voice all day, they can meet you in person and come to the track.
Well, at least we won up on Formula One. You know, ours is in the crisp cold. They get heated seats.
Yeah, we're working on those.
We're working on them. Yeah. Guys, have a lovely day. We'll chat later. And like I said, come up later, come chat to us. So let us know.
All the best, Francois. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Eddie.
There we go.
Wow. Exciting times.
It's exciting times, Francois, from the broadcasting team. Speaking of exciting times, we've got the bike times coming up here now. And we've got a 1 minute 20, the fastest so far. And a 1:21 from Trevor Westman over there. We're waiting for the name of the first person to come up. But we mentioned Trevor Westman earlier.
Yeah.
When you see his name on the list of entries for a bike race, he's going to be right near the top.
No, he's definitely one of the top contenders. But the times, the 1 minute 20s around Killarney on a bike, I think every time
that's slow for them, eh?
That is slow, but it's still incredibly fast.
It's still incredibly fast, yeah.
I mean, 1 minute 90s, 1 minute, they're gonna end up in the 90s, some of them to the 18s.
Yeah.
That is incredibly fast.
That's incredibly fast. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if you've done anything in a normal car, you're looking, let's say BMW M3, for example, you're looking at about a 1 minute 30, 1 minute 28, if you're quite solid. But I mean, that's 10 seconds a lap faster. And you're sitting on top of, these guys do, some of them, the top superbikes do 270 kilometers an hour on the back straight over here to break down on that. As you mentioned earlier, on that contact patch, this is the size of a contact patch
crazy.
on a car. That's the size of the bike. So
it's incredible.
That's incredible.
They're going from 277 k's an hour down the back straight, on the brakes, through the box, going down to 70 k's an hour. They're braking, literally, in 50 meters, they're braking 200 kilometers an hour down to take turn 5. It's unbelievable. Yeah, JP Friedrich at the moment, the fastest. And if you guys want to check out the live timing, you can do so. Z8 timing. Just Google Z8 timing. And they've got the live timing running as we speak. And at the moment, the fastest time, Trevor Westman gets a 1:15. And now the pace starting to come. Now the pace starting to come, ladies and gentlemen. They did mention the oil on the track, and I think the guys are kind of figuring it out, seeing where it is, and now they're going to probably attack the track.
Because the thing about the oil on the track is it's seldom the bikes that drop the oil.
No,
it's seldom them that bring the oil there. They just got to deal with it.
They suffer the most, though, I must be honest, and that's why they introduced the nappy.
Yes.
The nappy is a little device that you kind of buy, and you tape it to the bottom of your car, and if you do suffer oil, I mean, these motors, they do sweat on the cars.
Yeah.
And it kind of catches a lot of that residue oil, either from a tap and cover gasket. And one drop of oil on a greasy surface with a contact patch that small is enough to send a biker straight into the tire barrier.
And you can't see it, and when you do see it, it's too late. And the rule, and we spoke about this with the wet, I forgot about this one, the rule with the oil is don't drive in the oil, drive through the oil. So when you see the oil across your path, but flipping now, sometimes you see it too late.
It's so difficult because you're going 270 k's an hour. And you know, let's talk about the margins. The error margins on a bike are second to none. There doesn't exist. If you go off on a bike, you're going to hit a wall.
You're going to get a...
You know, and your body is obviously the roll cage. These guys have amazing safety gear right now. They've got airbags inside their suits. They've got super advanced helmets. So they really do have... It's moved on a lot since the carburetor days. Yeah. Whereas the cars, obviously, they've got roll cages. They've got all sorts of Hans devices and stuff like that. When a bike, the safety margins aren't that great.
Well, at the moment, Trevor Westman has separated himself from the pack quite a bit. He's doing a 1:15.4. Jacques Ackerman with a 1:17.6. And just behind him, JP Friedrich with a 1:17.7. And all of them in the Superbikes category. So the top three guys over there are the fastest. Michael De Toy and Michael Rapson over there. Michael Rapson also in Superbike category. And Michael De Toy seems to be the fastest in the SBK Challenge category with a time of 1:18. So the times are still fairly far split apart. I think, you know, it's also difficult on the bike. You've got to be a bit more cautious. And some guys are going to be a bit more cautious than others.
Also with the bike, you're using your body a lot. The bike is a very physical thing because you've got to throw your bike around the corners as well as looking into the corners. So in the morning, obviously the body's a little bit stiff. The guys are kind of getting the groove, and then you have the added thing of the leathers. In the morning, the leathers are very tight.
Yeah. So to go from the one side of the bike to the other side of the bike is a little bit difficult. And as the day progresses, that's why they kind of hang their leathers up so that it can stretch.
Wow.
So that the guys can be a bit more maneuverable.
I just thought they like running around in their underwear.
They look like Power Rangers.
Well, Willem Binnendal over there looks to be the fastest in the 600 class. And that's the other thing. They've got different bikes here today. You got the 600s, you got the SBK class, you got the Superbike class, and there's the 1000cc to 600cc. I've spoken to so many guys. All of them saying it's easier to ride the 600, but it's way faster when you're on the 1000.
Absolutely.
And it's more difficult to get the hang of that 1000 because the brake distances are different, the acceleration's different. With the 600, some of the guys are saying you can open the throttle. I was going to say floor it, but you can open the throttle.
Roll on the power.
Roll on the power.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to.
You got to use the lingo. You got to use the lingo.
You can roll on the power much quicker. But on the 1000, you got to nurse that power a little bit.
It's a little bit more frantic on the 1000, obviously, because everything comes at you so much quicker. And the thing about Killarney is that there's a row of trees down the back straight, and if you've ever driven it, and you've driven down a straight road that's really fast, but there's nothing on either side of it, you kind of don't feel the speed. But with Killarney's back straight, you feel the speed because those trees go by pretty quickly, you know. So I think the 1000s, obviously, they've got their hands cut out for them today. The weapon of choice generally that I see is ZX10. Everybody's loving the Kawasaki ZX10. They make good power from the factory. Danny Miritz and the boys sorting it out. As we speak, I see the Clubman's boys are getting ready.
The guys are going out at the moment, and this should be one of the more exciting ones to watch.
Absolutely.
This
JP Shane and Benson and Hedges, 320.
I do like that 320.
We like our BMs.
As E36 owners ourselves.
Mate.
We do like our BMWs. I see the tri-clutch cars out there. Williams behind
Barry
the wheel.
Williams.
That's a diesel, isn't it?
That is a diesel, and he's trying something different. Do you remember a couple of years ago there was a Mercedes-Benz diesel? Was actually a production car.
Oh, I do remember Clint Weston.
And I honestly think a 330 diesel as a race car. I mean, Jeremy Clarkson and the boys, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Makes good power.
It makes good power. It revs all the way to 5,500 RPM. Here we go. I was qualifying. Let's hear all about it.
Let's bring you in.
He doesn't want to talk about it by the looks of things. So you're back now. Hopefully that wasn't a flick your ears, and hopefully you're going to stay with us for a little bit. But how was it out there?
It's cold.
Yeah.
You feel everything coming through the wind. It's chill. It's chill. And it's slippery. It's very slippery out there.
What does that mean for you as a biker? Because if I get understeer in a car, I just turn the wheel less and I lift off the gas a little bit. If you get understeer on a bike, what's that about?
So the big thing is that we obviously use our front brakes, and we do what we call trail braking. So when we brake, we don't brake and then go off the brakes and turn into the corner. We're braking all the way into the corner. So when we do that,
trailing the brakes, that's where the term comes from.
So you actually learn when you're coming through bikes that as a bike, you feel that front tire sliding out, a little bit less brakes, and you brake as hard as when the front tire is sliding out. Now it's sliding all the time. So then it becomes tranquility. You're off the brakes, you just moseying on through the corner, and then you get on the gas, and the rear tire just says sideways. You're drifting out the corner.
So you guys are like doing what the rally drivers do and kind of feel the course all the time.
Like driving a car on sand.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
We're correcting and overcorrecting and using our bodies and
So Dex was saying earlier on the leathers are quite tight in the mornings. What's that about?
I don't know, maybe leather shrinks in the morning. Maybe as the day goes on, he doesn't eat anything, he gets scrawler, I don't know.
And from yourself, how are the times out there at the moment? I mean, I saw some of the guys doing some solid times.
I've literally just jumped off. I haven't even looked at my timer, but I can tell you right now, I'm so down. I am so down.
Yeah.
Everyone was coming past me. I was just laughing. I was like, you know what? This isn't the race. This is qualifying.
Yes.
I'm not going to burn my bike and then not be able to race. I'd much rather start last on the grid but be in the race.
Yeah, exactly. To finish first, we must first finish.
Yeah,
so that's how the saying goes. Well, thanks for joining us, and we look forward to seeing how the rest of the day goes.
Great.
And just to be sure, to confirm, which class are you in over here?
So we're in SBK.
SBK. Yeah. Okay, cool. SBK, a very competitive class, SBK. So
this is my second ever race, and we started in Breakfast Club, which is the first one. They kicked us straight out of breakfast. You're supposed to go into Clubman's. They said, well, you're already too fast for Clubman's. Straight to SBK. So I'm like, I'm with the fastest guys in the country.
Yeah.
I'm on a 2008 bike, and I've only ever raced twice. Guys, come on.
That says something. That says something.
So anyway, we'll see how we handle.
Yeah, good luck
Awesome.
today,
Thank you guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
All the best.
Thanks for coming in.
that is one of my SBK rides. We got the results over here, and so far the guys are still doing the outlap. We got Kiara van Niekerk over there, Razik Harris, Ryan Lodge, Shane Smith, and the numbers start to come. And someone we spoke about earlier, Idris Ahmad, currently leading the table with the 127, but I suspect those times are going to tumble through.
No, definitely. That's an easy 122 car, Class A car. Jesse Haggard as well, Class A. And he's been running that same car for a very, very long time.
I want to tell people a story about Jesse Haggard, right? So, Jesse Haggard has been, my parents know Jesse Haggard. Yeah. Everybody knows Jesse Haggard. He had at one stage, I'm not sure if this still stands, but at one stage, he was the winningest champion in all of South African motorsport.
I love it.
Okay?
I love it.
So, Dexter starts racing, and he moved, and I would have loved to have met Jesse Haggard.
Yeah.
And he moves into the house opposite Jesse Haggard.
It was chance.
And the two of them become best friends.
It was chance. The stars aligned. That day, my life changed when he opened up the door and said, "Hi, I'm Jesse Haggard." I didn't know what Jesse Haggard looked like. But
nobody knows what Jesse Haggard looks like.
No, because he always got a helmet on.
Yeah, he's the legend.
He's such a humble character, and we grew very nicely together. So he helped me a lot.
Yeah.
He really has helped me a lot.
And he's still racing. He told me he's not retired. He still has fun. He loves doing this.
Super consistent. I mean, he is literally Mr. Consistent. He's got I think it's a 190 kilowatt 20 valve Golf, normally aspirated.
Yeah.
And it's a Jetta.
Yeah.
Stripped out completely, pretty much a standard gearbox, but he's very consistent and he stays out of trouble. That car has never been in an accident.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to do in tin-top racing, as you know.
Yes, exactly. And the thing is, he's the test driver for Nick Adcock and his team, Rico Barlow and the guys. So he test drives the car for them. That car competes at the national level and is the fastest car at the event. And old man Jesse over there is the guy that used to test the cars.
Absolutely.
It's just incredible. So far, he's third on the standings of the 129 in Class A. Second behind Idris Ahmad, and leading off Class B is Shane Smith at the moment.
Shane's Mansfield Parker getting in there with the 132. I think the guys are kind of feeling it out. Paul Minnick, obviously he's there as well with his Golf 133. William Swart as well. He came in there with the 133.9.
Yeah.
Eugene Gaspel, he's got a beautiful E46. And I think he's running about 137.
Well, we got a red flag at the moment. The timing is paused. We got a red flag at the moment. So something's gone on there. Something's happened out there. We don't know what that something is. And hopefully the guys can get going again, because there's still plenty of time. They get about 8 to 10 minutes of qualifying time. Yeah. And at the moment, so far in Class A, we got Idris Ahmad, Bruce Meyer leads, Shane Smith leads of Class B. Class C is Noel Stander, and then Class D is Eugene Gaspel.
Yeah.
And they're leading us off in those classes at the moment, and if things stay the same, which I doubt, hopefully, the thing about qualifying is there's only so much time you can do it.
There is only so much time
you can extend the race, but you can't extend qualifying, because that's going to mess up the whole schedule.
Absolutely, and it kind of messes up everybody else's day as well going forward.
Yeah.
So the GTI Challenge guys, they're up next. And really, again, guys, I really want to encourage you. You guys are watching the live stream. Come out to Killarney. The sun's out. The boys' guns are out. It's going to be an absolutely amazing day today. Like I was talking about Eugene Gaspel.
Yeah.
E46 328, pretty standard car. I mean, coilovers in, exhaust and so forth done, but the car runs absolutely consistently Class D. He used to have a Subaru, and I actually managed to acquire his Subaru. And normal tin-top racing, nothing special. Out having a good time. He's a businessman, and that's what racing is about.
Well, I still can't believe that the 328 is such a good platform. I own one myself now.
Yeah.
And you just hear these stories, they're so reliable. You get guys like that drive them all the time. Your car has been running consistently in rallycross for ages. So what a great platform. And I think that's one of the lessons that I've learned this year, is that motorsport can be prohibitively expensive.
Yeah.
But not all motorsport needs to be that way.
Absolutely.
There are ways to get your foot in the door. And for those guys out there watching, there are ways to get your foot in the door and get into something, so that you can at least be turning a steering wheel.
The main thing is that you got to be here, Ernest.
Yeah.
You got to be here. You got to rub shoulders with the guys. You got to ask questions. You got to help out. I was there helping you actually.
Yeah.
Changing tires.
For the endurance that we won in 2015. That one.
That was amazing.
Subtle name drop.
Paul Simon. We'll just throw it out there. So it's been really amazing,
Yeah.
and we really want to encourage the young men out there. Get out to Killarney if you love cars, and I'm sure you do. Come out, come rub shoulders, come check it out, come hang out here for the day. There's more than just racing to do here, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot happening here
We've got some food stalls happening. There's sometimes a live band as well. We've got a good catering facility at the Boma.
They've got facilities for kids as well
Amazing.
nowadays, so there's no excuse.
We never had that.
We never had that.
We
also never had kids at the time. But it would have been nice. It would have been nice.
Absolutely.
I see the cars are lining up their decks. The guys are getting ready. What is the conversation going on at the moment if you interrupted halfway through qualifying?
I think like if when I'm in the car and somebody's talking to me at this point in time, going to qualifying, tensions are high, you kind of want to tell the guy to calm down. You want to tell the driver, calm down, don't push too hard, take it easy, get a feel of the car. And I think that's kind of where they're at the moment. Yeah. There's a lot, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot happening around us all the time.
Going on. There's that Benson and Hedges car.
Beautiful motor car. Beautiful motor car.
And they looks like they're heading out again. So the Clubman guys are back out now. They've got about 2.5 minutes to go. So it's a couple of laps, 2 laps.
They can probably win a lap or two,
to get out there. If they can, I'm not sure how the timing is going to kick off, when it's going to start. We're going to see it start off on our live timing system over here, but once it starts off, they're going to get going.
For me, Clubman's racing is definitely one of the most exciting. Clubman's and GTI Challenge. I love it because the boys really take it down to the wire. They race till the flag, literally. You know, with the sports cars, obviously the price goes up. Yeah. The damage price goes up as well. So that the racing is not that close in terms of the rubbing. But with the tin top racing, everything is so much more competitive and so much more action-packed, honey. Yeah. Because the guys literally take each other's mirrors off.
No, they do. And I remember taking someone's mirror once upon a time. It feels kind of cool. You feel like you're racing now. We're going to battle now because once the helmet comes on and the red mist,
the horns
come out, it really is the case. You feel like you're out there in battle mode.
Absolutely.
And you know, we're not allowed to go to, we're not allowed to just go to war in the streets anymore. So this is what we do. We strap on our helmets and we go battle it out there, but we still got to keep it safe though. Yeah. And there are rules to play by. But I tell you what, rubbing is racing, and these guys certainly do like to rub sometimes.
So let me ask you a quick question. Out of all the cars that you know here today, what is the one car that you would like to drive today?
Look, the car that I've driven before was the Shelby Can-Am, and you see it parked over there.
Beautiful.
And we did an endurance race. It was the first time we drove that car. Won a class in the 9-hour a couple of years ago. And I really want to spend more time in a car like that because it's the kind of car where you don't just get in and go fast immediately. You know, you want to spend time in it. And the Shelby going really, really fast. I think it would scare me a little bit now doing 15s or something like that. But sometimes, you know, it's nice to be scared a little bit. And it's also nice to sit with your head sticking out the top of the car. I've got a tin top car that I now own. So I don't have to lust after one anymore. So now I'm lusting after an open top car. But yourself,
Man, I'll take you back to 1989. I want to do something PTCC.
Oh.
And there's a car here today that really, I mean, if you're a Ford fan, I really want to encourage you to come out here today. There's a Ford Sierra.
Mr. Jacques Blanc.
Oh, mate.
Mr. Jacques Blanc.
RS 500, black Texaco signs on it. It looks so good in the flesh.
We actually interviewed him at the last broadcast. And Jacques, what a lovely guy. Big Ford guy. Big Ford guy. He had a whole bunch of Fords in over the years. And he has now developed that car with a Cosworth engine in there. It's an actual Cosworth engine in there. But I think someone that can give us insight into so many cars here today.
Absolutely.
Is our man here.
Our Irishman. Our Irishman.
Please,
Mr. Gary Fleming.
Mr. Fleming, please step in. I know you're not as fast as you used to be. You got a bit of a
It takes some time to get to the camp.
Gary Fleming, you guys might know him from the show online. You might know him from Killarney, various locations. You commentated all over the place, stock cars, everything in between. But I've got to ask the question, how's the leg and what happened?
It just goes about old age basically, but thanks for being here today, and it's nice to see that you guys are doing the interviews early in the morning as well. So to all the viewers, good morning, welcome. Lots and lots of information coming through to you during the course of the day from IMUSAT and from the guys on the ground as well. It's just basically old age.
You still look young, man.
Losing the Achilles tendon and 5 floors up to my lounge upstairs there. This is where Desiism works. This is my lounge. But missed out on 2 meetings already, so it's going to be fantastic when I eventually out of breath get upstairs to actually watch the racing. Nice to see that the racing has managed to hold out the way that it has, given the cost of motorsport at this stage of the fight. The fuel costs, I must say 102 is getting very expensive, so is methanol as well. So to all the sponsors out there that make it possible for us to do this, geez guys, thank you. Support those that support us in motorsport, because without that support support, we just wouldn't have what we have here today. And you know yourself, the figures, the folks that watch racing from Killarney on IMUSAT just shows how many people would love to be here, but too far away or too expensive to get here. So fantastic to have the guys bringing that live feed through, and you guys on the ground as well. Makes it easier for us upstairs as well.
So, Mr. Fleming, you always have the inside scoop, the inside line. You chat to the guys during the week. What do we need to know about today? Who do we need to look out for today in the various classes?
To be very honest with you, having been in Ireland for the last 2 weeks and missing the last 2 meetings, I'm going to seek and find and search to try and sound intelligent today. It looks like the entries are very, very good, as Frankie Innes joins us here as well, the voice of Western Province Motorsport. And I'm a little bit out of sync with what's happening at the moment. So
can we get Frankie in here immediately, Dex?
Yes,
Let's
definitely.
get Frankie in here now. And Frankie, one of our commentators here today as well. Frankie, welcome. How's it? Between you and Gary, Gary's been away. You obviously also prepping for today's event. Could you tell us who exactly you're looking out for today, and how glad are you that Gary's back today?
First of all, it's good to have him back. I mean, he is the voice of SA Oval Racing as well, and it's lovely to have him back. And to get to the first part of the question, obviously, and this might sound biased, Gazza, myself are very much involved with the GTI Challenge and the Clubman's drivers, as well as the V8 Master Series, and then the Sports and GT, because basically they are connected to the internet racing for the iRacing Master Series, the 6-hour endurance that they do, the Porsche Cup and the GTE Cup as well. And you've got drivers in there that race here, people like Sandra Bakari and Mike Verrier, just to name two. So yeah, that is basically the classes that we look out for. But you know what, if you look at the numbers that WPMC attract on a main circuit day compared to other clubs, we can attract on a good day 270, 280 driver-rider combinations. I think the only other club that can do that at this point in time is Swartkops International Raceway. So
if you speak to anybody in South African motorsport, Gary, they always say that Cape Town, the supporters are fantastic, the crowds are fantastic. You know, people love coming to race in Cape Town. Why is that?
Well, years back, when the voice of choice, Greg Maloney, was down here numerous occasions, we said to him, so like you go to all the different circuits throughout South Africa, how do we rate as spectatorship and car-wise? And he always rated us pretty highly. Having recently had the opportunity to go around to numerous of the different circuits, we are very lucky. We really are. We attract bigger numbers than Swartkops. We attract bigger numbers than what they have up in PE as well at the Aldous Krabanti.
Which are all fantastic places to go race. But Cape Town is just better. Sorry.
You must see what Swartkops looks like. It's really nice. But in terms of the racing, Greg has always said Cape Town draws the most public of everybody and the most enthusiastic. It's like when you watch rugby, the England supporters are just one level ahead of everybody else. They just take it to the next level. Well, down here in Cape Town, we're very, very lucky to have the amount of motorsport that we've got at the Killarney complex and around in the Western Cape as well. So we're actually very, very lucky.
Frankie, you were talking about GTI Challenge, something close to my heart, but when we look at the nationals, our GTI Challenge boys are Yuri Swart, Tate Bishop, Lupini. These guys are right up there at the national level, and then they come to Cape Town and race here, and you can see them right here.
Yes, I mean, in general, we are very fortunate. We don't only just have the likes of Lupini and Umpi Swart from a Comcare, a Universal Healthcare Polar Cup point of view. We've got other drivers that race, for example, Byron Mitchell.
Yes.
Jason Kutsia. Jason did Formula 1600s last week, and Byron was out there in the Audi, the RDSA, the race driver SA Audi. He was out on track. And there are so many. The Kawasaki's, the external masters. We've got David Entercott that races there. We've got Trevor Westman.
When he's on the list, you know he's going to be.
We've got Ronald Slambert that goes up there. We've got Rob Craig. We've got Clint Munton. Just to name of Jonathan Schwerin. And
so it's a national grid sometimes.
Michael Val.
At the regional event.
Yeah, so you know what, WPMC is well represented at national level, and in karting as well. Most of your world champions come from South Africa. So yeah, I know we are very much blessed at this point in time, especially from a Killarney, WPMC and a Cape Town point of view.
Well, we got the GTI Challenge results going on. Yuri Swart at the moment, no surprises there. He's out at the moment. We're waiting for the times to populate. Of the GTI Challenge guys, I've just spoken to Tate Bishop. The Class B battle seems so hotting up, but Yuri Swart, I mean, he seems dominant in Class A, doesn't he?
And not only another name that I forgot to mention was Charles Visser Jr. That races for he races for Universal Healthcare for Team Red. He's part of that setup as well. And in Polar Cup, he is the #1 driver for Universal Healthcare. Last year it was Leighton Fourie. This year they put the money behind Charles Visser.
Well, the results are coming up. Dylan Joubert, so wow, that's well done from him. Right at the top at the moment, but 28s, I think those times are going to drop down. Jason could see it there. Eden Thompson goes quickest in Class B, and Class C waiting for some names to come up there, but so far Eden Thompson the fastest, Dylan Joubert the fastest so far. Jason could see it right on his tail. I mean, these kids are so quick, eh?
And then of course in Class B you're going to have the likes of Carl Wilshire will certainly be in there as well. Eden Thompson, Brett van der Skyf, Ian Cup. So it's going to be awesome. And then your Class C, I think the guy to catch would certainly be Chase Herald. At the last event, he put up the quickest lap. Wow. Qualified in pole and won both Class C races by the proverbial country mile. And he is out there today, so he'll fancy his chances.
He's got a pedigree. I mean, he's done oval racing. I met Chase when he was, I think, 6 or 7 years old.
He's in oval track racing in the junior mini class back at the old redundant Worcester Motor Club when the late Saki Hubert was the chairman there, together with the owner Chris Liebenberg. So he's been coming around from about 6, 7 years old.
I think they've figured out that car now, and I was proud to share a car with him a couple of years ago in an endurance race. And you know, they were trying to get the pace, and now he's found the pace, and he's got the car, the pace and the talent to match. The talent's always been there.
No, he's certainly. So that's going to be awesome stuff. And then Clubman's as well. They went out to qualify early on. There's a lot of oval track races that take part there. Stephen Hayden, but that car's for sale. I know that Jean Farrell is out there. The chairman of CHD is supposed to be out there today as well. And Francois Trappis van Tonde.
Yes, Trappis van Tonde. I saw that.
So I just hope we have more than 16 Clubman's cars. I don't know what happened at the last event.
There used to be 40 odd Clubman's cars back
but
in the day.
I saw on the timing monitor upstairs it was 22. So at least it's a bigger growth
it does look like a
than what we had at the last
We've just got those times coming up now. Jason Kutsia at the top at the moment. Yuri Swart, 0.3 of a second down. Colin Meader right behind that in Class A. Class B, Eden Thompson, Tate Bishop. Tate now 0.3 of a second down, but he mentioned he's going for that win today.
Well, look, Tate from the Angry Jeep side, he's done immensely well in karting, and now that he's moved into main circuit racing, and now also with the Polo Cup, he had, in fact, the gearbox go out on him at the last event, and he was right up there in the top 3 points-wise. So 1 DNF for him in the Polos, that's cost him pretty heavily. But keep an eye also on Nathan Victor, ex-Class C racer from the Brad Pack, that's now moved up for the first time to Class A as well.
Class A is hotting up now all of a sudden, but it goes like that in stages, doesn't it?
The guys have been spending money on the new shock absorbers, around about 40,000 Rand for back and front shocks, the new setup. Jarno van der Westhuizen's got the back shocks in, but he's moving this weekend up to Elandsbaai. So he's the one big name that's not going to be out there in Class A. But all the classes, the Ons AC 100 with the sports and GT just before the luncheon break, that's going to be pretty nice as well. So folks, those of you that are watching at home, good morning, welcome. Thanks very much to our guys down on the ground for doing what they're doing. We're going to go upstairs and go and do a couple of the sound checks and what have you now. So phone your friends, let them know where the IMUSAT link is. You can pick it up on the Second Gear Talk Show page. You can pick it up on Killarney International page. You can pick it up on Western Province Commentators page and watch the racing live, gratis, free and verniet from Killarney International. And it's great to be back. All I'm going to do now is find a way 6 flights up.
Good luck with that. I can't help you with that, but we look forward to hearing the commentary, guys.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I think not only just Challenge and Clubman's and V8s and Sports and GT, but We've got 2 of our 3 bike classes racing, which is going to be fantastic stuff. A lot of the guys coming off the Kawasaki ZX-10R Masters Cup. We've got the classic and fine cars, which is always awesome. They've got big fields.
Yeah, big,
and then the Formula Libra single-seaters is also going to be great stuff out there today.
So much to watch.
15 races. What a day you're going to have. Don't go away if you're at home. Light that rye fire and enjoy the day with us at Killarney International Race from the comfort of your house. Thanks to IMUSAT and to Mr. Ernest Page, who's also a legend in racing himself. The Mr. 9-hour commentator and does all the drag racing, and you also race challenge as well at one stage of the game, GTI Challenge.
And now doing rallycross with the boys. So much fun.
Talking about rallycross,
there we go.
I've got Mr. Dexter Bruce is standing over here.
Dexter, that's your seat over there.
I want to bring Dexter in because we had rallycross across last week, and I'm going to hand the mic over to him. That is something that we need to get numbers in the pits, and we need to get spectators out there, because
it's so exciting.
What I saw last week, we only got through 4 of our 6 sessions because it rained out. But that needs to be promoted big time, because there is a huge future there. So this is the man from the rallycross. I'm handing over to Dex.
Okay guys, cheers from my side, and can I put out an official invite to you on behalf of Second Gear Talk Show to join us with an update on Tuesday night, and to you as well, the Life and Times. You've had so much experience in motorsport, it would be lovely to get you as a legend onto the show as well. Can I have you on Tuesday night? Can you join us?
I need to check the schedule first, because I've got launches this week. I'm out of town for 3 days, but we will make that happen. We will make that happen, that's guaranteed.
I'll be there.
Fantastic. Okay. Guys, enjoy the show. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much, Mr. Fleming. There we go. And Second Gear Talk Show, check it out on this week, Tuesday night. Dex, you gonna pop in?
Yeah, I'll definitely be there.
I think I'm on a Suzuki Baleno launch this week.
Baleno?
What
is that, like
that's the new Suzuki.
A Kangoo, like a little Kangoo kind of
Yeah, that's the new Suzuki they're launching.
Beautiful cars, though. It's super comfortable.
That's actually, Suzuki's actually the best-selling passenger car at the moment in Africa, because of the fuel price.
I've got the Super Caddy. We've got a couple of Super Caddies in our fleet that work, and they're amazing.
Yeah.
They can do what other vehicles can't do, is that they save you fuel.
That's what we need to do.
That's exactly
what we need. I do think I'll make a plan. I'll speak to Gary about Second Gear. Go check it out.
Yeah.
Local motorsport.
Man.
It does feel like local motorsport is picking up.
It's got a bit of an uphill. There's definitely a rhythm to the local motorsport. Rallycross, they were mentioning rallycross. Obviously.
How could they not?
Obviously, you know. I am the walking billboard. But I absolutely love it.
Yeah, we had a last week.
We had a Joel, you and I. It's the rugby of motorsport.
It really is.
You know what I mean?
You know what I told them when I got there? I said, today, we're playing touch rugby. Not with my new nice car.
I didn't touch you.
No, there was no touching, but the race, unfortunately, the day got rained out.
It got rained out.
The circuit's been overhauled now.
It's fantastic. The Killarney actually spent quite a bit of money on resurfacing.
And it's so great to see Killarney reinvesting. It's so nice to hear that.
It's a beautiful song, and we absolutely love it. So, guys, Rallycross happening on the 25th of this month. It's going to be an all-day event. There's still lots of spots. There's going to be limited spots, actually, but there's a couple of spots available for you guys to enter. And obviously, spectators. If you want to see action-packed motorsport, I don't think there's a better sport right now than rallycross. Cars flying through the air. I love what did they say? Tracks that amaze and cars that fly. And Travis Patrona, he says, tracks that amaze, cars that fly. So if you want to see cars that are flying, not like, literally flying, rallycross is where it's at.
I love it.
I mean, we knock each other through the middle of the air and we land. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
I'm a fan now. I'm a fan. And as a fan of the sport, what a way to be here today.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm going to leave soon, Dexter, so I'm going to hand it over to you in the next 20 minutes or so.
Absolutely.
But you're going to be walking around the paddock today,
I'm going to take you guys through. We're going to get involved with some cars and see what's happening at the bottom on the ground, having a look at some cars, chatting to some people, seeing what the paddock is like, and as the day progresses and transgresses, see what changes they make to their cars as well. But again, I really want to encourage you come out to Killarney. You're most welcome to Braai. There is also food stalls, there's coffee available. Come watch the racing. It's going to be action-packed, literally, from the first race, which is probably going to happen in the next 20-25 minutes.
Yeah, the first race starting soon with the Formula Vs and the single-seaters out at the moment.
Yep, and then we go from there into the bikes. I think the bikes are for our first up, or second up. Man, it's going to be very exciting. The bikes usually go early in the morning while the track is still nice and clean and clear. A couple of boys coming in, the times are just about to roll now.
Yeah, with the numbers, as mentioned earlier, not as high as they used to be with DJ Boyson there, Byron Mitchell in that very fast Formula VW. I mean, yeah, we've seen that car go around. Those Formula VWs are not slow cars. In their heyday, some of them were doing, they had the lap record here at one stage, if I recall correctly, and 111s around here back in the day. That's incredible.
What do they weigh? What do they weigh?
Absolutely
500, 600
about 600
kilos
for 600 kilos, I would say dry is just over 600 wet maybe. So between 500 and 700 kilograms for that single seater.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. And those Formula VWs were developed to be a feeder series in South Africa for our local talent to go overseas. Unfortunately, you know, it ran its course. It was very expensive to run, as with most motorsport. But they are still running a version of it overseas. We've now got our own version here in Cape Town, and some of those cars have filtered down into local racing. But we're going to see some times tumble onto the screen now as we see the Formula Vs. But the most competitive class here, but not necessarily the fastest, is the Formula Vs.
The Formula Vs, no, definitely. And they basically are all VW engines, but they look like little Formula 1 cars for those that don't know, without the big rear wing in the back.
Yeah, they run no downforce.
They run no downforce, but they got still high grip because of the tires that they use and the weight. So it's quite nice. And also,
they run Beetle suspension.
They do. They absolutely do. The front suspension is definitely Beetle suspension.
It's very strange.
I think it's called King something. Crown Pin and King, I don't know what it's called. But anyway, it's something of that nature. But it's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. And obviously, the guys do really, really good times. They're running semi-slick tires. Times are coming in right now.
Yeah,
the guys
they're opening laps.
Getting a feel of it.
They're getting a feel for it. So
seeing what's
at
up.
the moment, Donovan Ramsey the fastest, but I suspect that's going to change soon because the guy's now going on their first hot lap. Yeah. But the track now drying, the conditions clearing up. It's definitely a lot more pleasant at the moment. I might take my scarf off soon.
It was bitey this morning.
It was a bit bitey. We had to stop our teeth from clattering on the broadcast. But I definitely think it's going to warm up a little bit, which means the time should start tumbling. But as we saw early on, when it gets too hot, the car suffers.
That's the thing with Killarney. You know, there's a bit of a turnaround time. I always say like 11 to 12 o'clock, where it's sort of on a day like this, it's your optimum time to do your best time.
Yeah.
As the day transgresses, the track gets a bit hot, the car gets hot, and it's a little bit difficult to start. You know, with hot cars, we all have that issue.
Yeah.
And then the time starts coming down a little bit, but then the guys start fighting for position a bit more aggressively, I find.
Yes.
You know, especially race 2.
Well, Byron Mitchell being very aggressive here in Class S with a 113.8.
That's bike
That
times.
is very fast. That is exceptionally fast. But that car can do that, and Byron can do it too. Byron has competed all over the country, and I think he's even done the hill climb.
He did the time attack.
Yeah, he did the time attack in that car. So Byron very fast.
I think that's the one of the cars is actually running downforce. He's got the front splitter, and he's got the rear.
You're not doing 113s around
No,
here
sir.
without downforce.
No, sir. No, sir. You're going to do 130 straight into a battery. That's what you're going to do.
Yeah, but back in the day, the Formula Fords used to do decent times without downforce. But, you know, when you've got a class of 15 cars that are exactly the same, you're going to get that competition, and they're going to get much faster. The Formula Fords were fast to begin with. They're now running wings on those cars, even at the national level. So the national guys, Formula guys, doing very well. But so far here today, Byron Mitchell in a class of his own with a 113.6.
He's in class Libra S. Obviously one of the top classes. And obviously the margins again for error on the Formula cars are a lot narrower because they don't run fenders, they don't run doors.
Yeah.
So if you knock another wheel,
yeah, and the thing about Formula cars is when they touch wheels, one goes that way and one goes up.
Yeah.
So you don't want to touch wheels.
No.
And I've run wheel to wheel already. And I went from a GTI Challenge race straight into a Formula Libra race.
Yeah.
And I ran wheel to wheel. On my first race, I crossed the finish line here on the 2 wheels on the dirt in qualifying. And that was the first race. 2 wheels on the dirt. And I thought I was racing a GTI Challenge car until someone pulled me aside and said, hey man, do you want to die? Because as you say, the margins are small, and if you touch wheels, it's a big accident.
Absolutely.
It's not just a little rub, and I mean, look at that.
Beautiful Porsche GT3 Cup car.
Wow.
Sports cars in GT are going to go out. I think they're going to do their qualifying. Oh man.
Everybody's looking at that car at the moment.
If you love cars, there's no better place for you to be here right
Sports
now.
cars and GTs, I mean, that category has grown from
I think
strength
that's
to
what every
strength.
boy wants to. I don't know about you, man.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I'd
no,
like to move from my E36.
I wouldn't mind. Sports cars and GTs where it's at. I hear them all starting up now. Some special cars starting
Wayne
up.
Arendse behind you.
Wayne Arendse, one of our bike riders, joining us. And we got to show some love to the bike guys, even though I know nothing about motorbikes. Wayne Arendse and I go way back. How's it, Wayne? Would you mind joining us?
Come on.
I'm going to leave this one to you and Tex, because Tex, you've got a lot of experience with the bikes.
I can geek out a little bit on
I think
bikes.
you actually let me ride your bike around the block once.
I did that mistake. I was silly enough to do that.
Wayne, over to you, sir.
Thank you.
Wayne, how's it been outside there?
Man, it's been a bit scary this morning. There was a bit of an oil spill this morning by one of the cars, and it caused a bit of a problem for our qualifying session. The first bike session that went out, they actually went out when the oil was still out there, but without it being dressed, because the marshals weren't aware at the time.
Right.
And then when they came in, they were all complaining that there's oil all over the place. We reported it to the authorities, and they addressed the issue. But when we had to go out on that circuit, it was not safe to go out.
What turn was it in particular? Do you know?
Yes, I was out there. It was turn 1, turn 2,
Okay,
turn 3,
so
and
high
turn
speed
4.
into braking
Yeah,
where you
no,
don't want the
it
oil to
was-
be.
It was a bit of a disaster. The guys are actually not happy. But yeah, we're going to address it via the correct channels.
Okay, and in terms of the times, what are you guys doing at the moment?
Way slower than normal.
Right.
I think pole is normally a 1 minute 11 lap. Pole was today 1 minute 15.
Okay.
So it was way slower than normal. But we're hoping for a good day. We're hoping the cars will clean up the oil with there, by riding the cars over it.
Sure.
It helps quite a bit. And they use this nice product called Peatsorb, which absorbs it quite well as well. So we're hoping for a good day today. The sun is out, and we'll drive the track and clean up the track. So we're hoping for a good day.
Just give the viewers a little bit of insight as to what you ride.
Okay, I'm riding a Kawasaki ZX-10. I'm in the Superbike Challenge class, which is the class for the 1,000 guys. But
The big boys.
It's the big boys, but it's the smaller boys of the big boys, because the guys in the Superbike class, the guys that are on pole and those guys, they're in the Superbike class, and they're quite a bit faster. So we sort of the slower class of the thousands, but we're in the Superbike race.
Okay, so
And
changes between the two, are we looking at suspension changes, or are we looking at actually engine changes?
No, it's actually just based on lap times.
Right.
So guys in the challenge class are lapping at 1 minute 16,0 up until 1 minute 19,999.
Right.
So in the 16s, 17s, and 18s and 19s is their lap times, and if you're quicker than 16s, 1 minute 15s and quicker, then you're in the Superbike class.
Yeah.
So that is.
And obviously watching MotoGP and seeing others guys and how critical tyre wear is, and that super Corsa in the back. How do you guys feel about Killarney, especially with regards to the tyre wear on the track?
Actually, Killarney is not bad on tyres.
Lovely.
The Killarney circuit is actually quite kind on tyres. Years ago, we used to ride in PE on the old surface, and that was very, very abrasive. But a few years ago, they resurfaced that, and they've improved that, so the tyre wear in PE is a lot better now.
What options do you have at your disposal with regards to your tyre choices?
We don't really have a tyre rule in the Superbike class. In the smaller classes, there is a tyre rule. Our only tyre rule is that what you use for qualifying, you have to use for race 1 and race 2, provided that it's dry.
Absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely. And the setup changes that you guys make, is it very, very critical on the bike?
Look, there are guys there are guys that fiddle with the suspension after every session. They fine tune it here and they fine tune it there. But there's other guys that just put the fuel in the bike and get on and ride it.
And they keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
One of the things, obviously, is like a bike is obviously a lot different, shall I say, to a car. What is it like actually going around 1 minute 11s on 1,000cc in full leathers, Power Ranger suit, giving it full chat?
Man, it's actually very difficult to describe, but I'll do my best. I'm not that fast, to be honest, okay?
Right.
But when I'm on my fastest lap, which is like about 1 minute 17, one I-16s, if I can get there, it feels as if you're out of control around the entire lap. In other words, you're almost crashing every lap, every corner.
Yes.
And then you know you're on it.
Yes.
So it's actually scary, and I can't understand how the guys are going like 5 seconds faster than I do, because when I'm at my fastest, it feels like I'm going to crash at every corner, every lap.
For sure.
And
let's just geek a little bit about slipper clutches in terms of like how critical is a slipper clutch to have when you're gearing down, because I know from riding experience, when you're gearing down, that back wheel locks up. That's the last thing that you want in turn 1, is your back wheel on a bike locking up.
Yeah, no, all the modern bikes have got slipper slipper clutches now. The most of the thousands, they all have slipper clutches. It allows, and of course the guys have got fancy electronics now, auto blip, where you can downshift like with a quick shift, but going downwards.
Yeah.
And that all helps because it all prevents the back wheel from locking up.
Yeah.
So quick shifter is a must. Slipper clutch is a must.
It's a must.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
No,
And the difference between the 1000 and the 600, what do you feel? You've driven obviously both.
Yeah, I've raced for many years on a 600.
Right. It was a Honda.
It was a Honda,
CBR,
CBR, that's correct. No, the main difference is the power. Coming out of the corners, you open the throttle on 1000 and the bike just ups and ducks. It goes. Whereas a 600 is a bit more compliant. You know, it behaves itself a bit better. But the 1000 is just next level.
And in terms of your goals for today, what would you like to do? I mean, it's a beautiful day.
It is a beautiful day. I'm hoping to get back into the 1 minute 17s.
Okay.
But if I can't, I'll accept the 18 dead.
And your closest rival, anybody that you really need to watch out for?
Yeah, no, there's a lot. So, there's Brad Bodsworth, there's Lubas, there's Michael Tutoy. There's Sean Mackerel who's going really well.
Yes.
So there's a lot of
And
guys.
if I'm at home and I got a bike and I want to get involved, what do I need to do? I mean, where do I start sort of with bikes?
The best place to start is once you have a bike is to come and attend our riding schools.
Right.
We do a riding school at the track here, basically once a month. In fact, the next one is next Saturday.
Facebook? Are you guys on Facebook? Can we meet you there on Facebook?
Yes, I'm sure we are on Facebook. It's WPMC Motorcycle Section on Facebook. But we have a riding school and we allow guys to come with their road bikes and come and ride on the circuit. Obviously, we have it's all controlled. There's 3 different groups. We have instructors, we have marshals, we have an ambulance. It's a full, proper riding school. And we encourage guys from the road to come and join us.
Definitely, and I'm sure guys are going to definitely do it.
Yes.
Wayne, all the best for today.
Thank you.
Have a blast.
Thank you.
And I'll see you in the 1 minute 16s.
Oh,
He said 16s.
awesome.
He did not say 17s.
Thanks a lot.
All the best.
Wayne's wanting to do a 16.
Wayne's going to smoke the guys today. Wayne's out for plan today.
I'm looking forward to it. I'll be watching the live stream later on because we're going to be wrapping up soon. And Dex, what are your plans for the rest of the day? You'll be running around the paddock.
I'm going to run around the paddock. I'm going to chat to the boys, have a look at the cars, see if I can get the camera really close. I mean, I've always watched the live streams. And I love it when guys really get up close, you know, to actually kind of see the nuts and the bolts of the car.
I can see that cameraman smiling over there.
I'm super geeky when it comes to cars and building cars. So, and seeing the damage. You know, so that's kind of what I'm going to be doing. It's going to be great. And again, I really want to encourage you guys, come out to Killarney today. The gates are open. You can literally come down, have a good time, come chill for, even if you come halfway through the day, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. There's a great atmosphere here.
It really
you kind of feel the energy in the rhythm.
And I think there's going to be lots of storylines here. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to pick up those storylines, find out what's the most interesting storyline to follow. And then when you watch the racing, you kind of know what else is happening behind the scenes as well. It always makes it a bit more entertaining to watch the motorsport game.
Absolutely.
Well, folks, that is going to be it from us here. My name is Ernest Page, joined by Dexter Bruce, and that was your pre-race show. Today you can check out all the action on the IMUSAT YouTube stream live today from Killarney. This is the Power Series. Special thanks to all our sponsors for making this possible. And Dexter, any final words from you?
I think just get out here, man. Just get out here. It's going to be good.
You heard the man, folks. Get to the circuit. And if you're not going to make it to the circuit, watch the live stream.
Watch it live.
But I think come smell the fumes yourself if you can. And from me, Ernest Page, until next time, I'll be handing over to Dexter later on. We'll see you at the next one.
that's here over from Europe. He's been campaigning in the sports cars in Europe, in the endurance series. Craig Jarvis, which we haven't seen for nearly 2 years in Cape Town, back from Europe. He's out in the Janetta. Like to see that. That's a record-breaking, record-setting car. White. Byron, I think exciting times.
Yeah, it's a track day basically for him, you could say, because when he's out in the front, I think we've asked him the question, what fun is that? But he just loves taking that Janetta around the circuit. I
mean, that is almost a 20-year-old Janetta. It's an old LMP2 car, and nice to have it out here. We've got Dr. Mike Verrier here. We've got Gary Kiswet in the Porsche. They're out on track at the moment. The biggest time out there at the moment, Nick Adcock with a 1:12. You'll probably find in race trim when they're out there, will be close to the 10s. We know that Janetta posted a 1:06 around Killarney with Stuart White.
Well, very modest at the moment, a 1:13.406 for Craig Jarvis, which is over a second off of Nick Adcock. And Steve Humble, man who was, of course, campaigning a Opel Kadett last week in the Rallycross, he's back in his Opel-powered Malak.
Well, I've had the honour of racing with Steve Humble at Rallycross, and when that car comes past you, it's like hell on wheels. So he's just got that passion about him when it comes to racing. I see the session is finished. We had I had the fortunate opportunity, so did Gary and Frankie, of being out there with the guys doing the pre-show. So Dexter Bruce and Ernest Page. What a lovely show. What a lovely initiative to have guys before the racing, to talk to the guys and sort of build up a little bit of excitement for the day. And I think looking at the weather, the ambient temperature, the track temperatures, things like that, I think we're in for a very exciting day.
No, I think we are, Francois. You know, it's always like when you watch Formula One and you watch the build-up, and all the pundits are talking, and all the drivers and all the team members are talking. It's that, you know, I always say it's the dopamine, the chemicals are really going.
And the synapses are connecting. Yeah.
You know, let me tell you one thing. Coming to Killarney this morning early, it's sensory overload here. Every sense is enriched here. I had to basically crawl out of half these garages like a slug. Because, you know, I just, you know, everything.
No, you go in, you see, and what have you done here? And let's have a look at this, and what's happening here. And then suddenly, oh, wow, look at the feat of engineering. I told you to go have a look at that, Morris, you did.
And I did. I took your advice over there,
and what
Francois.
did you call it?
Steampunk. It looks steampunk and everything. Very interesting indeed. But one I like to go and look at was across in the New Pit area, that big V12 of that Jaguar XJS.
Yeah, that's Clint Lawrence's Lauda. He sponsors the classics. I'm very honored to have one of the Lauda Jaguar jackets, which Clint so kindly sponsored me with, and I'm eternally grateful because it's a beautiful jacket and it's nice and warm too in this cold weather. But that Tom Walkinshaw Racing replica, it is genuine a replica, and I've actually been to the workshop to go and have a look at that car. The engineering, the intakes, the exhaust, the manifolds, everything, the little overflow canisters. It's sublime. It's absolutely sublime to see what Clint and his guys have done with that car. And I want to congratulate Clint on that Jaguar because really it's something special. We've also got an Alpha Day today.
Chris Carolyn is back.
Yeah, Chris Carolyn's back.
The last time I saw him was an RX2 Capella.
The Capella, yes.
The Capella, the single
Chris
rotor.
Chris been out. He also had an injury which he had to recover from. But nice to have an Alpha Day. So I would have liked to have been out there in a lovely old GTV 6 3-litre.
Oh, yeah, now we are talking, yes.
So the likes of Arnie Chats and the boys, when they used to be out here, I would have loved to see something like that on track today, but it's going to be fun. Our first race of the day is the Lauda Classic and BJ Trustees Fine Cars. It's going to be a lovely race. We've got 28 cars on the track.
Magnificent. I'm just taking a look at that RS Sierra Cosworth over there.
There's the Jag.
Cosworth.
Yeah, there's the Jag.
Now we're talking about 80s European and British Touring Car Championship racing. That Cosworth over there, that would produce over 200 horsepower in its day.
Yeah.
And of course, a 4-cylinder machine that, and that of course is the Texaco colors. You were pointing out, of course, that XJS. The last time we also had an XJS here was the late Clive Spalander used to drive one.
Clive Spalander had his, that wine red one. But of course, that is a Tom Walkinshaw replica. That has got all the bells and whistles on it. Clint, I know Clint can drive. I've been with him in a car. He knows how to drive. He sells himself and
sells himself.
Lawrence Bester.
Very interesting way of putting it.
He sells himself. Yes, he sells the brand. He's a Jaguar aficionado. He used to work with Jag. He's now got his own dealership, but he sells the classic Jags. Restored. They restore cars to their original sort of form on the day. He's got a lot of clientele overseas in the UK and in Europe and in the States. that buy these cars from him, and those guys don't actually even drive them; they just put them in a garage. So
That's a sin.
That is a sin.
It's an absolute sin.
Yeah.
You know, we have these stories over the years now of very rich businessmen buying old Group C cars as well.
Correct.
And then putting them into a garage where they'll never turn a wheel, and they're just an investment. It's like buying just a painting,
and hanging on the wall,
or putting it in your safe.
Or in your safe.
At least on the wall, you get to appreciate it.
You get to appreciate it, yeah. Or you buy yourself a 1911 Gold Cup gun and you stick it in the safe. You say, I've got a 1911, I'll show you what it looks like. It's not the same. You want the public to appreciate it. And this is what we've got here today. We've got all these little alphas out there, the juniors, there's the old Dave Valadef car that's out there. It's going to be a fun day, really. And I think that everybody must enjoy themselves around the track today. Beautiful weather, a little bit cool out there. I see there's a little bit of mist hanging off the sea side of the track, so it's really fun. I reckon, yeah, it's the kind of day that you want for racing in the winter.
Just looking at that Sirocco and that Mark II Golf there of the Hutchings. I actually had a chat to Trevor Hutchings at the short circuit racing last week, and we got chatting about it and about, of course, the Jags coming. There was even talk today of a Louis Powell.
It's coming. It's going to do a parade.
RX-7, and of course from the US Bank modified days. But of course there's both those cars, 8-valve Sirocco and the Golf.
It's a good old-fashioned 8-valve Golf motor.
Even though we were also reminiscing about those 16-valve Golfs that we had in the old Group N days with the likes of Moss and Aberdeen and Round and all these guys.
Yes. Those were the good old days, the old VW Motorsport colours.
One thing we are missing today here at the moment is our friend Dave Kopka in that R100 Mazda.
Yes,
which
is
heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking because we were having so much fun last meeting out.
You know, what happens is every so often the Rotaries come around here and they just give us a untold pleasure. You know, with that, the amazing sound that they make. You know, we were talking about that Chris Carolyn Capella, which I got to sit in a number of years ago as well, beautiful in black.
Yes, I remember it very well, yeah.
But when you talk RX-7s, when you talk all those kinds of things over there, we really...
I've still got a photo in one of my albums in the old pits downstairs when they were still wood of 8 RX-7s standing next to them. I remember Uncle Johnny Barata walking past and said, "Gentlemen, start up," and they went ba 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 ba, and they started. And in those days, those big gutters on the back and those flames pouring out on a cold, crisp winter's morning was the most beautiful sound that any petrol head can actually listen to.
And let me tell you one thing, Francois, they love that crisp air. I can tell you one thing, it's not very hot at the moment. The horsepower will really be coming now with this nice crisp air.
Sucking, the intakes will be really breathing in stiffly. So we see on pole position Franco Donadio alongside Michael Hitchcock in that 67 Coupe Mustang. Second row, Eric van der Merwe. There's Trevor Momberg next to him. Charlie Arton, Dave Aladef is out there. Fadi Maton in the second of the Mustangs is there. So Bedin is out there. It's a whole Martin Bench is out there. Byron Bedin, Chris Carolyn sits up behind there in the Alpha, in that Carolyn cars, the yellow and red Alpha. So he's out there. So it's looking fun. There's the first lane. Hutchings is in there. Dr. Jeff Beale's out there. There's Trevor Hutchings, Anton Relina in that little Morris. He's out there as well. So everybody who's anybody is out here today.
Well, fine cars are also joining the field as well. We've got 2 Skylines in there as well. We of course have the GLX, the GLS, the Theo Klaassen one, of course the 4-door version, and then the GTX 2-door. That is Theo Klaassen's one, and then of course we have Stephen Manuel out in the 4-door.
Correct.
And then of course that 928 Porsche as well, V8. That 928 Porsche, and
remember we used to have the Cup. Sorrel van der Merwe used to ride in the Porsche Cup in the 928s.
Clive Rice used to also drive in that as well, the 944s.
And Garth LaRue as well. And they also did the Yellow Pages Group N cars.
Yellow Pages, can I tell you one thing, it's going back now.
Going back, back in the days.
That's in Triple S over there, the number 46.
That's Brian Bedin.
That's Brian Bedin, yes, Brian. Not Byron, Brian, I see. I've been called Brian many times.
There we go, there's the Jaguar from Lauder with Clint Lawrence in.
We were supposed to have another Jag, I know as well, that was on the...
Yes, apparently some technical issue, another one out there that was the white one. It's not out, there was some technical issue on that one. But
there was the XJC,
XJC,
that's what they were talking about. But there's the little Julia coming through the picture as well, a whole gaggle of alphas in the fine car section, of course, Francois, like we're saying as well. A little bit later on at lunchtime, we have ourselves a Alpha Maniacs treat.
Yes, and... we'll also be having a parade today. Louis Powell is bringing that old Staff Furnitures, that green monster RX-7 out on a parade lap. And the old West Bank Telstar is also here. So
Lots installed. It's going to be one of those days. You know what? Yesterday at work, I had one of those days. You know when the stars align, you phone and everyone says, sort it out, sort it out. So people might not know. I'm an insurance investigator. I do a lot of these corporate accidents and stuff. And I phoned the City of Cape Town's camera lab. I won't mention names. And I spoke to the guy and he said to me, anytime. I'm like, hooray. I mean, you know, the stars just align. Phoned a couple of other police stations and I get lucky, and it even just worked yesterday. I had such a lovely day, and I think I'm going to have even better. I think it's one of those weekends you're just going to have a lot of fun. And I'm here with you, and we're commentating. I'm telling you, what a pleasure.
Where better to be?
Where better to be?
Where better to be than here at Killarney. If you're not here, please make your way over to Killarney. If you are here, call your friends. And if you are joining us online, thank you and welcome. Now it's the Lauda Classic cars and Bijou Trusty Fine cars on their warm-up lap, getting all to the heat into that rubber. It is a little still chilly this morning, of course, this June winter Cape Town morning.
Well, it's crisp, it's beautiful. Look at that picture. Look at there's that haze. That's mist, it's not smoke. It's still the mist trying to lift off the track. The moisture coming out of the grass with the sun shining. It's beautiful. Cars on the track. We're going to have a lot of fun. I want to say to the viewers, thank you for allowing us into your lounge, your cell phone, your tablet, your laptop, wherever you're viewing us, wherever you are in the world. We sincerely hope that you can enjoy today. We're going to try and make it as pleasurable as possible. We're starting off with the classic and the fine cars. Those are the two categories. It's sort of pre-85, pre-90 I think it is now. So the cars are out on circuit. They're coming up towards the line. Byron, you're going to take them away for us. I tell you what, you do the classics, I'll do the fines. We'll switch it up later on.
Well, yeah, they come down now, that BMW 3 Series. They peel into the pits, of course. That was the safety car, pace car, whichever way you want to put it. We have short wheelbase Ford on the right-hand side, long wheelbase Ford on the left-hand side. The lights will go out and away we will go now for the start of this race day. And it looks like the Mustang could get the whole shot, but watch out there for little Donadio. Donadio in that Mark 1 Escort. He gets the whole shot now, proper whole shot into turn 1.
Well, the fine cars lead. Theo Klaassen leads out there as they make their way down towards the turn number 1. And one of the cars pulling out of the pit lane. There's a pit lane starter as well. So we look forward to some fantastic racing out there. And they make their way now up the Uber straight up towards turn number 2, which is Quarry Corner. Theo Klaassen getting on the gas there. The little Mazda MX-5 sitting there behind him. And that's going to be a real bit of fun.
The Jaguar has spun it though, Francois. Yellow flags will be waving in turn 2. And unfortunately, that XJS looks to be parked on the outside off the racing line though.
Well, I think Clint Lawrence got a bit of butterflies. This is his first real race feeling. Hopefully he can get that car started. They're quickly going to get sorted out there, see if they can get it out the way, get a hookah tow rope on it, the fire bucky, and just get it out of harm's way. The cars are making their way down towards turn number 5, Patamina Fostron corner.
It's Clinton Lawrence, of course. I'm being pointed out again, sorry. That is the driver of that XJS Jag. But now, yeah, they come around to complete lap 1. It is still Franco Donadio, but look side by side now. It is the Charles Arton Datsun that was having a go at it. Look in a straight line now. The Mustang is going to have it, but under braking, you'll see that he should go a bit later is Franco Donadio. They'll be side by side, and of course, is Michael Hitchcock that is in that particular Ford at the moment, that Mustang. Onto the Joubert straight, they'll then run, and onto the inside line will be Donadio, and he should take the lead right back. But watch out there for that Charles Alton Datsun right behind.
I don't want to take anything away from the racing, but the Marshals got that car out of the way within half a lap. Brilliant stuff from the Killarney Marshals. Lovely to see them at play. That was fantastic. There you see your picture they had the lead. Make their way down to turn number 3. And out in the fine cars, it's still Theo Klaassen leading out. And he's trying... Oh, and the black Porsche has pulled off the track there. Possibly a gear issue back on circuit. So working its way through there. The ex-Dave Aladev. There's the other Nissan Skyline we were talking about, Byron. It's also on circuit. So cars having a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, currently in 4th place in class it is there, and I think that will be Stephen Manuel. He's about 8 tenths of a second off of Robert Toscano, and of course Toscano in that MX-5 Mazda there as well. But anyway, Hitchcock, he did cross the line, of course, in the lead. It is, though, Donadio that still leads the way. They come down the back straight. They're actually coming to the line right now, and Donadio is just going to inch him over the line. Look at Charles Arton. We're getting the slipstream of the Mustang there of Hitchcock. He'll go onto the inside, and we could have ourselves a new leader through the first turn. No, it's not. It's going to be Hitchcock that leads it away from the Datsun there of Arton, and then Donadio will find himself in 3rd position.
Well, it's all happening out in fine cars. Still Theo Claassen leading out. We've got the likes of Robert Toscana out there in the little MX-5. And alongside him in that Porsche 910, Kunrad Batia also having a little squabble there. So you see the Porsche and the MX-5 having a bit of a battle there. And then up behind them in the other skyline, Steve Emmanuel coming through. So Stephen a little bit back on pace. He'd like to be a little bit higher up, but nonetheless he crosses the line and works his way down towards turn number 1.
Well, just taking a look at the class as well, Brian Bedin in the Datsun Triple S. He currently leads Class C at the moment by 2.3 seconds over the Martin Bench Ford Capri. And then Chris Carolyn in that Alpha Giulia is a little bit further back, 9th position at the moment. But Hitchcock still leads it from Arton, I would think it is. And then what happens is we'll see them as they come around towards the line then as well. Eric van der Merwe is starting to lose touch in that Porsche 944 and 4.9 seconds ahead of Trevor Momberg's Capri.
Then that yellow Alpha that's going up into turn number 2 now, that's Dancing Dave Aladev's old car. But guess who's driving it? He's brilliant, spectacular mechanic, Mr. Malcolm Pfeiffer, as we name Mad Malcolm. He's out there having a bit of fun in the car, and it's nice to see that the mechanics get a chance to go and drive the circuit.
I always get that. I remember, of course, as well with Trevor Hutchings as well. He was for many years the mechanic for Sandra Vicari, and he was always outside the car. Now he's in the car, and he's having a blast of a time in that Sirocco. And if I take a look at it, the 74 of Hutchings is in 10th position at the moment.
Well, he's ex-classic car champion, maybe something that's not going too well on that car. But looking now at the fine cars coming up towards the start-finish line, it's still Theo Claassen leading out. He's having a whale of a time out there, pushing as hard as he can. So he works his way through. Now we have a look behind him. There is Kunrad Batia in the Porsche line. Then it's going to be Robert Toscana. He works his way through. So they all make their way up over the line. Here comes Steve Emmanuel. Emmanuel goes over the line, and the rest of the cars follow. Let's see if we can pick up who's coming up towards us. And it is the Nissan. That's one of the classic cars. Here comes Malcolm Pfeiffer. He goes over the line. He's having absolutely oodles of fun in that little Alpha, and so I'm sure he's going to have a big smile on his face at the end of the day.
Well, Hitchcock comes across the line, a 1:22.93, 932. That's the fastest lap of the race, and between himself and Charles Arton in the Datsun is 2.3 seconds, with the 1.5 seconds further back is that Escort, and then we have Van der Merwe 2.6 seconds off of that in 4th position. Now we wait for Momberg to come through. Dave Aladev, who is currently passing the Mustang over there as well, and I think that was the, I have to check now which Mustang it was, of course, that he was going past over there, but he currently now is in 6th position ahead of Brian Burdine, but of course 9.6 seconds back, leading Class C at the moment. Bench is second in Class C with Hutchings, the of course Sirocco Mount Hutchings, which of course is Trevor Hutchings, that currently lies 3rd in class ahead of Jeff Bill.
Well, look at Chris Carolyn coming on there. He's in Class X. He's been out of the circuit a long time, and he's in the top 10. Nothing wrong with that. Nice to see. But still, it's Theo Claassen leading out there from Robert Toscana, Neil Maton. Then it's Manuel. Then it's Fourie. Then Malcolm Pfeiffer. And the Lady van Rienen, who brings up the rear there in the number 201. Down on picture at the moment in turn 5. Coming out there, there's Charlie Arter. There's your leaders coming out of turn 5.
Blue flags waving, the leaders are coming through. My apologies though, the 74 Hutchings, of course, is the Mark II Golf of Lane Hutchings, currently sits 3rd at the moment, 1.3 seconds ahead of the 944 of Doc Jeff Bill, and then his dad, of course, Hutchings Trevor, in the 71 Sirocco, is currently 12th at the moment, ahead of Aaron's for Yoon's Alpha GT.
I've chatted to Aaron, I know him very well, a good friend of mine, and he's loving that Alpha. He says, you know what, he's not our age, he's a lot younger, but he loves the classics. He absolutely adores that little Alpha GT Junior, and he's having absolute fun out there. When he gets out of that car, that smile is not really on his face.
Well, let me tell you one thing there, Franz. When you lift the bonnet on an Alpha, I love to see Ulio over there. Real Italian engineering, a lovely machine. And as we talk about lovely things, a 1:22.552 for the Ford Mustang up front, fastest lap of the race, and almost 6 seconds ahead of Franco Donadio, that's up into 2nd place again.
Well, you remember 2 meetings ago, Michael Hitchcock beached that Mustang. The wheels came off it and everything, and then the next meeting after, he had a problem. He's had a brake issue, but he ordered a set of brakes from the States. They arrived, and that's now in the car. So now he can pedal it, and now he can stop it.
Yeah, I can get later into corners and everything like that. He was usually being beaten by the lighter cars over there as well. Remember, Mustang nice and heavy over there as well. The blue flags are waving. Here comes now the Mustang through of Michael Hitchcock. He will cross the line. They're going past Jan Blom in the RS 500 Sierra Cosworth. Now currently being lapped. Donadio will cross the line, currently in second position. But now, the man I am missing at the moment, I didn't actually take a look, it was the original third place man, who was Charles Arton, who now finds himself all the way down in 17th position. So the Datsun had a moment.
He must have made a mistake somewhere. If he's still on circuit, we'll try and pick him up. There he goes into turn 2. Charlie Arton, he's back on full tilt, so he might have made a mistake somewhere and sorted out on screen. There you see them in turn 2. There goes Charlie Arton exiting turn 2, down towards the King, down towards turn number 3.
I have a feeling, Francis, sorry to say there could be a transponder issue over here because he's still in the same region of the circuit with Hitchcock and Donadio. So I don't know. There's possibly we could have something over there. I did not see that Datsun go off.
No, I didn't. It's still out there. And I see Eric van der Merwe's behind him, so that means he is still within his position. He might have gone off. He might have missed it. No, he's going up. He's going up the ranking, so he definitely went off somewhere or made a mistake or something. So Charlie Arton's still out there. He's about a lap down. There's a car coming in. I'm trying to pick up. What a
it's an Alpha. It's Chris Carolyn.
It's Chris Carolyn's Alpha coming in, the orange and red one into pit lane. Pity about that, but like I say, Chris has been out for a while. It's teething problems. It's to be expected. I'm sure he'll sort it out for heat number 2.
He'll dip the toe back in the water over there, and as he gets it going over there.
Right, so looking at the fine cars, still leading out there is Theo Klaasen. No, Klaasen's dropped down. Klaasen's also dropped down. Let's pick up on the classics. Who's leading? It's Neil Maton. Neil Maton is leading out. Then it's Manuel. Then it's Fourie. Then it's Pfeiffer. Then Klaasen. Then Van Riening and Robert Toscano. So they must have had it coming again. It was Toscano right at the back of the field.
Well, just as we were speaking, of course, having so much fun. The checkered flag did come out, and Michael Hitchcock took victory by 9.1 seconds in his Mustang, ahead of that Franco Donadio Ford Escort. Eric van der Merwe in third position, and then Trevor Momberg in the Capri, solidifying fourth place ahead of Aladev. Only 9/10 of a second ahead of Aladev's 325 IS Beamer.
Martin Bench coming in there in the Class C. He leads out over Brian Medin and Lane Hutchins. Then in the Class B is Dr. Jeff Beal. Then it's Trevor Hutchins. Aaron Sverloon in 12th place, and then Alfie is going to be very happy with that. Charles Arton back up to 13, followed by Pillory. Maton leading out on the fine cars, followed by Manuel. Jacques Blom down in the Texaco 4, and probably a little bit of teething issues there. And Maton, Fourie, Pfeiffer, Carolyn, and Klaasen, Van Riening, and Toscano bringing up the rear. So that was the first of the Lauda Classic cars and Peugeot Trustees fine cars. We'll have another heat later in the day, but sit tight, bear with us. We're up for a lot of excitement today. Right, ladies and gentlemen, next up the Strato Technology Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Very exciting field out there. Now, just to give you some of you, if you may be new to Killarney, what is a breakfast run motorcycle? So they have what they call a track day on alternate Saturdays. They coach men off the street, as they say, how to ride motorbikes. And some of these guys reckon, well, you know what, I think I want to race. And then they come onto the circuit and they join the Breakfast Run Club. And out there today in the Breakfast Run Club, Fadi Schmidt on the Yamaha R6, Wesley Hendricks on a Kawasaki ZX-10R, Shannon Thompson on a CBR 600 yonder, Nigel Everts, our very own Mr. BSB as we call him, he's out on a Suzuki GSX 600R from HSC Racing, Ruan Smith on a Kawasaki ZX-10R, and then the two BMW S1000 RRs of Quinton Weening and Sean Harris. Then we go up to the Clubman motorcycles. Well, the big guns of Clubman's, the likes of Nick Ben on that blue and white Suzuki GSX 1000, Derek Hendricks on his R6, Peter Hills riding the Buell on the EBR 1190 RX, Brandon Bramdor on the Yamaha R1, Willem Lowe on the ZX6, Donovan Stevens in the GSX 1000 Suzuki, Wayne Gress on a ZX10, and Nico Fenter, we watched last time, who did fantastically well on the R1 Yamaha.
Going to the classic superbikes there, Francois, I was looking at those BMW 1100s. They're the mustard-coloured 1100s. They look lovely. The boxes, they look lovely out there. One of them, of course, Promar Projects Pty Limited, and that's by the Maurice Ferreira. Two Ferreiras out there, of course, Hanu and Mario.
Well, Nick Ben sits there on pole position. The powder blue and white number 56 Suzuki GSX 1000. Up alongside him on the 95 bike, Wayne Gresser. Good to see Wayne there, and on his outside, Nico Fenter on that R1. Now we know Nico's very quick on that R1. And look at those BMWs on the second row there. Hey, you were just talking about them, and they're sitting on the second row. The boys are starting to enjoy the Boxer Cup motors. Peter Hills there on the Buell 1190. Eric Buell, as we know, went to go and work for Bashan, the Indian motorcycle, and apparently they're developing a superbike. It's in the pages. So I picked that up on social media. There on the second row, trying to pick up
Donovan Stevens.
Donovan Stevens, yeah. No, Donovan's out there as well.
On the Suzuki.
Yep. Willem Lowe rolling up onto the second row. And these guys are having a look there. The 81, John Kosterman. There's a name from the blast from the past. John Kosterman. My word.
That's a lovely Suzuki.
That is his Priestling. He's going to have a little bit of fun out there. It's a classic. So John is on the circuit. A lot of old names coming back today, Byron. Hey?
I love it when they come back. You know, you have the young guys, you have the old guys. Let's go,
5-second board up. Right, let's see the bikes. Lights off and away they go. And they get off like crispy bats out of hell. And getting a great start there. Wayne Gress goes down. Up on the outside, Nico Fenter looks like he's got the whole shot. They all go gingerly there into turn one. The track's still a bit green now as they roll out of turn one. Up the Uber straight towards Quarry. And a couple of side-by-side tussles as they work their way up to Quarry Corner. Oh, lighting it up there is, it's going to be Donovan Stevens. He gets in there nicely, and they all work their way around, about 3-4 bikes in there, trying to work their way through. Nick Ben is in there. Looks like
John Kosterman.
Kosterman goes to the front. Otherwise, Nick, it's John Kosterman on the Suzuki. What is the old saying? There's no replacement for experience.
And I 100% agree with that, Francois. And Kosterman, on his return on the Suzuki, down the Tigerberg straight he does go. Then he'll go into Malmesbury, and then what happens is, or turn 4 rather, I should say, and then open it up on the back straight. There are 9 laps in this race, Francois, so 1 lap longer than usual. Only 2 bike races today, but he's going to be massively under pressure here.
Well, John's riding probably a 25, 30-year-old motorcycle that's been rejuvenated. Down into turn number 1, he is in second. Someone's gone up on his inside. We'll try and pick up who that is, and they come up towards us. But what beautiful stuff to see a classic out there, and it's leading the field. Reminds me of Donnie Moritz last meeting out. Donnie had a great time on the Priestling as well. Right, coming up towards the line. It's the number 38. Let me have a look at our line. I was trying to pick up there. It's Harris that leads out in front. Wow, Sean Harris out of the Breakfast Club finds himself in the front. Defenders there, Wayne Gresser, Fenter, Stevens, Kosterman down in 6 now. Derek Hendricks, Willem Lowe. They're all out there having lots of fun. Well, but to have a Breakfast Club guy running in the front, I hope it works out for him because he might be able to climb into Clubman's class.
It would be magnificent. Hendricks is there in 7th position on bike number 29. Of course, that's the Kawasaki ZX-10R. He leads the Breakfast Club class at the moment. John Kosterman, who briefly led, leads the classic bike class from the 44 Ferreira bike. I think that's Mario Ferreira, and then the 90 Ferreira in 12th position, which of course is Hanu Ferreira. So 16 of them out there in all. Sean Harris, though, leads 0.6 of a second between himself and Nick Ben when they cross the line.
Well, Sean Harris leading out there. I think there might have been a bit of a change-up, but if it is him still leading, he's doing a fantastic job. And the bikes make their way down into turn number 5. So Nick Ben lying second. Was Ben, it wasn't Kosterman. Kosterman a little bit lower down. Nonetheless, he's down in P6. So Nick Ben leads out. Let's have a look if it's still like it. No, he isn't. Nick Ben doesn't lead out anymore. Over the line, Sean Harris, a 1:18.7. Boom, out of the Breakfast Club. Welcome to SBK times. Well. So Sean Harris doing fantastic. 3 second lead there over Nick Ben. Wayne Gresser, a further 5 seconds back from the leader. Third, Donovan Stevens, Nico Venter, John Kosterman, and Wesley Hendricks all in there having oodles of fun. But this man leading out, Sean Harris, where did he come from?
Out of nowhere, and let me tell you one thing, he's extending his advantage over Nick Ben, 3.2 seconds as they cross the line. We talked about that 1:18.744 compared to Nick Ben's 1:21.290. It just shows you the times there between that BMW and Suzuki. Wayne Gress still in 3rd position at the moment, only 0.4 of a second ahead of Donovan Stevens in 4th position, with Venter holding it own there. Of course, they're in 5th position ahead of Hendricks. Of course, that's Wesley Hendricks on the Quacker.
Well, Sean Harris, when he went into the fridge, it was dark. Instead of taking the milk, he took a Red Bull and he chucked it in his coffee, and that's what's happening. With the PRO from Killarney, I've got here Dave Abrams trying to get himself all readied up. We'll have a chat to Dave soon. He's got a bit of hay fever, terrible thing. But Sean Harris doing well. Nick Ben is not a slouch on that GTI 1000. He's pushing well. Wayne Gresser. Harris on a BMW 1000 RR. Now, those are not easy bikes to ride. You know that their gearings and stuff can play a problem. He's obviously found the sweet spot.
Oh, BMWs are always a challenge across cars and bikes there, Francois. Yeah. And let me tell you one thing, is going to have a hell of a lot of fun doing so. 6 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on, Francois. As I say, Sean Harris leads at 6.4 seconds over Nick Ben. We go in, of course, to the 29. I'm jumping around here, looking through the classes. The breakfast run will be, of course, Hendricks there as well. He's only a second ahead of the 66 of Smith in that breakfast club class. Breakfast run class, and of course that's Ruan Smith on the Quacker.
Looks like Donovan Stevens upside the inside of Wayne Gresser. They come out of turn 2. They're working their way down towards turn number 3. There's a lovely scuffle going on there, and they're all fighting their way through turn number 3. Going up now towards turn number 4, Malmesbury Sweep. That is where it's all at, and we'll keep an eye there on the leaders. The camera picking the riders coming out of turn there. The riders going to turn 3, working their way up towards turn number 4. The leaders are on it, and they are really pedaling. But Sean Harris, welcome to the big leagues. You're sub 120, you're in the 118s. Man, oh man, he's really setting the bar there. He's done a 1:18.6 on that BMW 1000 RR. Look, like I said, it's a very quick bike. It's a beautiful bike, but not everybody can ride it. It's just one of those difficult kettles of fish.
Yeah, 1/10 of a second faster than he was the last time, of course, with the fastest lap. Wayne Gresser going to be coming through now. Watch him come. No, 3rd position still. Donovan Stevens is currently in 3rd position and 1.3 seconds ahead of Wayne Gresser. Suzuki 1000 versus that ZX-10 of Wayne Gress. Nico Venter, we have to wait a little bit for him over there, but not too long, only half a second though, as he comes across the line. And then we have the likes there of Hendricks and Smith battling it out for the breakfast run class. Wesley, John Kosterman still leads the classic bike class in 8th position there on bike number 81, Francois.
A 1:28.7. Nothing sleazy coming out of Kosterman. He knows how to ride. He goes up into turn number 2. You will see him come into picture now from the left-hand side on your picture. He'll work his way around. There he is. He's on the blue and white machine. He leads out there from the other rider. John having a whale of a time on that Suzuki as he works his way down towards the King, down towards turn number 3, interceptor corner. A 128, nothing wrong with that on a bike that's that old.
It's one of the closest battles on the circuit at the moment there, Francois. They had two different classes, but remember, Kosterman's in the Classics class, Lowe is in the Clubman's class, but still a 1/10 of a second when they cross the line between each other there as well. Kosterman on the Suzuki GSR 1000, Willem Lowe on the ZX6R.
Yeah, Willem is also a rider from way back when, and he's still out there campaigning. He's always been a Clubman's campaigner, Willem, and he really enjoys his riding. So everything happening out there. Sean Harris, my man, a 118.8 for a man that comes out of a breakfast club. Do you think he's been sandbagging us?
You know, you always hesitate to say something like that, Francois, but you never know, because like we say, you know, where was he last week? Where was he the week before? Now he's here. He's gotten out of bed super early compared to all these guys. These guys are still busy getting out of bed compared to them. I don't mean any offense by that, guys, but yeah, look, Sean Harris, a full 12.4 seconds ahead of Nick Ben. There's going to be 3 more laps left to go.
Yeah, no, he's definitely doing it all right today. He's having fun. The circuit belongs to him at the moment as he rolls around on that BMW 1000RR. And if anyone's going to catch him, well, they're going to have to really bring up their A game, because he's probably about 3 seconds quicker than anyone else on the circuit. So he's absolutely hurtling around the circuit. But it's nice to see new blood coming towards the tarmac. And well, we wish him well. Let's hope he keeps it going like that, because he could become something to compete with.
Well, it is 3 laps left to go, and a much more modest 1:19.663 for Sean Harris over there. Still 14.2 seconds ahead of that Suzuki of Nick Ben. Donovan Stevens, we wait for him now. Coming across the line here, underneath the Wingfield Motors and City of Cape Town bridge, crosses the line. That's going to be quite a gap, 13.8 seconds between himself and Nick Ben. Then Fenter up into 4th position on the number 99 R1 Yamaha. Dresser will drop into 5th position, the number 95 bike over there. Smith now leads the the breakfast run class by a 1/10 of a second over Wesley Hendricks.
Yeah, I know they're having lots of fun out there, but Donovan Stevens, Nico Fenter, Wayne Gresser were having a lovely tussle, but I see Donovan has now pulled away. He's got out of there, he's had enough of it, he's checked out. He's in 3rd place. Nick Ben is 2nd ahead of him now. I don't know if Donovan can catch Nick, it's very possible. Catching Sean Harris, that's the question. There he goes, down the back straight goes Nick Ben, and we have to see where's Donovan Stevens. He hasn't come into our view as yet, but we'll pick them up now. You have on the picture there, going up towards turn number 4 and work their way down the back straight. So Nick Ben's quite a way ahead of Donovan Stevens. It says there 13 seconds. So he's got a 13-second gap over Nick Ben, riding a very lonely 2nd place race, because he's far from Sean Harris, and Donovan Stevens is far away from him.
Well, 2 laps left to go, crossing the line at 25.9 in the last sector there for Sean Harris. Nick Ben crosses 17.3 seconds later on. Then Donovan Stevens coming across the line now in 3rd position. Niku Fenter in 4th. And then the number 95 of Wayne Gresser comes through in 5th position. Like I say, Juwan Smith will lead the breakfast run class ahead of Wesley Hendricks. 0.3 of a second between the two of them. And then Lowe, of course, in the number 86 bike, will come across the line right now. And of course, that will be a little bit of a gap between himself and Wesley Hendricks. Of course, he is in the Clubman's class, so he'll be 6th in the Clubman's class at this time.
Yeah, Sean Harris down the road at the moment. He's really big, and we'll have to keep an eye on him. We've got 2 laps to go, so there's not much left in this one. But Harris is absolutely flying at the moment, and working his way around the circuit. Turn number 2, and that BMW is absolutely singing under him on the final lap at the moment.
Yeah, last lap it is. I was also just looking at that battle for 9th and 10th position, and also overall in the Classics class, Kosterman half a second ahead of Mario Ferreira. Now they'll be rocketing it down now. The leaders of this race, Sean Harris, the bike number 38, the BMW 1000cc bike, and will come to the line. The checkered flag will be readied.
No, I think that says 1 lap to go, so they're the final lap at the moment. They're on their penultimate at the moment with 1 lap to go. Harris is going to come to cross the line pretty shortly. He's on the number 38 machine. And he's leading out by an absolute country mile. He's, almost 18 seconds ahead of the 2nd place man. We'll pick up on him soon. I think he's working his way down into turn number 5. I'm not sure. Trying to pick him up. It's difficult to see the bikes. You lose track of the bikes. So you're trying to look at all the different spectacles that are taking place. If you'll have a look. Oh, yeah, the checkered flag comes. He's coming up towards the checkered flag. There he comes up towards us. He is absolutely hurtling on that. Crosses the line. Checkered flag time for Sean Harris. What an absolutely beautiful run from this young man. Where he comes from, I'd like to meet him. I haven't met him yet.
If you can catch him, that's one thing.
If I can catch him, yeah, that's the other thing. He's pretty nimble, I've got to tell you. And these old weary legs, I'm not running after anybody.
Nick Ben comes across the line in second position. A valiant effort, but nobody, I think, in the class there of Sean Harris, the BMW, taking it. Even a fastest second sector there on the last lap ahead of Nick Ben, Suzuki. Donovan Stevens waiting for the Suzuki 1000. Run to the line in third position. Nico Fenter rather actually takes that third position ahead of Donovan Stevens, just over a second between the two of them. So Yamaha in the top 3. Wayne Gresser, number 95 on the Quacker. He, of course, he's in 5th position. Then we have Wesley Hendricks taking the breakfast run class, or breakfast club class as I sometimes call it.
No, I think Sean Harris took it. He led out. He's one of the breakfast club riders. It's strange. They say he's on Clubman's.
Say he's on Clubman's, so yeah.
It's on the program. He's down in breakfast run, which I think maybe just a late entry. So, yeah. No, Sean Harris doing a sterling job. Great to see. A 1:18.8. That is very fast around Killarney.
Yeah, it is very fast.
It's in the region of about 250 k's an hour down the back.
Ruan Smith second in class over there as well. Willem Lowe, didn't mention much about him in the Clubman's class, and that's 8th position on the Kawasaki ZX6R. John Kosterman winning the classic bike race on the Suzuki ahead of the BMW of Mario Ferreira. 1.2 seconds between the two of them. And then 11th position for the 85 bike of Quinton Weening. Also one of the gaggle of BMWs out there. And Shandon Thompson on the Honda CBR 600. Peter Hill, didn't mention much about him as well. He was 13th position. And then Ferreira, Morris, and then Everts 2 laps down. At the end there, they will round off the 16 entrants and 16 finishers.
Yeah, look, Nigel Everts down the bottom. Trust me, you're going to go to Nigel and say to him, how was that? And he says, my brew, I had fun. So, yeah. Right, just a little bit of a break before we come back with the Superbikes. The South Superbike, SPK and Masters Challenge and 600s.
Hi, Cape Town. Johnny from Wingfield Motors here. After 33 years of service to you,
including a Pertamina Fastron, that sponsors Turn 5. And then a big thanks as well to the city of Cape Town. They are the sponsor of the bridge that connected to pit areas. So a big sponsor, thanks to all our sponsors, and a big thanks to our class sponsors as well.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, hang on to the edge of your seats around the circuit and on the live stream. The South Superbikes, SPK Challenge Masters in 600s. Pole position, Trevor Westman there alongside Malcolm Rapson. Second row, Jock Ackerman and JP Frederick. Third row, Michael de Tooy and Jan Fourie. Fourth row, Libra and Tisana and Sean Mackerel. Fifth row, Jonathan Schwerin and Matthew Van Niekerk. Sixth row, Willem Binnendal and Brad Bodsworth. On the seventh row, Wayne Aronson, Jamie Hall, and bringing up the rear, Michael Hunter on the ZX6R. As the bikes roll up, JP Frederick on the GR Tax Yamaha R1 runs up onto the second row. This man is just getting quicker and quicker. Mike the Toy, who's been suffering with an abscess. Yesterday his face was swollen. He had a lot of medication. He says he's got a race. So he sits there on the second row. Pole sitter, Trevor Westman on the Wayward Project 60 Racing. Pulls up there onto the front row. There in third place is Jacques Ackerman on the South Motorcycles Kawasaki ZX10. On the Suzuki GSX-R 1000, Malcolm Rapson, the quickest accountant in Africa, sits up alongside Westman. It's going to be a race to remember. On the third row there, the 77 of Jan Fourie. He sits there on the P6. Then on the third row, we have got Lubabala and Tisana, Sean Mackerel and Jonathan Schwerin. The lights are out, we're waiting for them to get away, and off the line they go. Westman gets a good start. He makes his way down towards number one. Jock Ackerman looks like he gets the whole shot as Rapson goes in front of Westman. Westman around the outside. Oh my word, what a move there from Trevor Westman in turn number one on those tires. And he just absolutely winds up that ZX10 and blows away from them. My man, Mr. Westman, the killer, makes his way into Quarry Corner. Jan Fourie's in there. And
Write it down.
Write it down.
We'll try and get the number for you. Who's gone down in, it looks like the exit of turn one there, Francois. So a good clean start for most of the field. Marshals are running 67.
That's Jonathan Schwerin. Poor Johnny, and he's not feeling well. So they're going to have to see if they can get that bike off the edge of the circuit. He's right out there where the guys exit. Yellow flags are out. Yeah, the rider is good. Johnny's got up, but he cannot be happy with that. What happened there? I don't know. I see the marshals now running to pick up the motorcycle, but came down into turn number 5. It's Trevor Westman. He hurdles down there. They all make their way into turn number 5. Looks like JP Frederick lies there in P3. Malcolm Rapson in P2. They come out at turn number 5 up towards the start-finish line, and Westman's leading out. We'll have a look, see what the time is when he crosses the line. Quick sectors in all the sectors. He goes out and finish lap number 1. Rapson 1.1 seconds behind him. JP Frederick 2 seconds. Jacques Ackerman a further 2 seconds behind. Those are your front line. Michael the Toys in 5 with that abscess in his mouth that is absolutely hurting him, but he's riding. And Westman is absolutely hurtling. Rapson is trying to throw the kitchen sink at this one. Have a look at JP Frederick. He's right there. So too Jock Ackerman. This is an exciting race. They make their way out of turn number 2, down towards the kink, down into turn 3. Interceptor corner. Westman leads up. The whole gaggle of bikers coming out of turn 2. There Westman goes into turn, making his way up towards turn number 4 now at the moment. Rapson trying to catch up, and Frederick is closing up on Rapson.
Pleased to inform everybody, just to confirm again, that Jonathan Schwerin is all right. So he's walking, he's fine. Of course, maybe just a bit of a bruised ego and not particularly happy about that. But looking at JP Friedrich there on the R1, Francois, 22.5, a tenth of a second off of second place man Malcolm Rapson, and 4 tenths off of Trevor Westman. JP Friedrich, of course, he's youngsters also racing nowadays in the mini motos. So what happens is we could have ourselves another Friedrich in the next couple of years. But let me tell you one thing, he's really pedaling it around here on bike number 24.
He is, as Westman crosses the line. He does a 1 minute 14. That's not too shabby in these cold conditions. I can tell you something, the track's a little bit green. And, well, he's going to have some conditions to be able to do those times. Rapson is behind him on a 1:13.3. He's 1.5 seconds behind Trevor. JP Frederick is a second behind Malcolm. And Jacques Ackerman is second behind JP. So the 4 bikes are pretty even. They're going into turn 2. There you see them on picture coming out of turn 2. There's Rapson. There's Frederick. There comes Ackerman. They're having an absolute ding-dong tussle out there.
And remember, Ackerman, that's on second-hand tyres, mix-match brakes. Let me tell you one thing, the ultimate budget racer at the moment, and he's pushing it so nicely, 1.5 seconds on that Kawasaki off of the R1 of JP Friedrich.
And JP's bike is properly sorted out. Right, so the leaders now make their way down towards turn number 5, per Tamina Fostron corner. Down the back straight they go. Into turn 5 goes your leader, Trevor, the Killer Westman, number 60, the Project 60 Team Wayward Kawasaki ZX-10R. He rolls out, and up behind him, Malcolm Rapson on the Suzuki GSX-R 1000, tries to reel him in. Rapson doing a sterling job. He's pulled away from Frederick. So Rapson's found his straps, crosses the line, and Rapson now does a 1:13.1, but Westman has gone sub-13 on a 1:12.9. So Trevor Westman is starting to light the circuit up, and Malcolm Rapson is trying everything in his power to try and reel him in.
Yep, rubber going down, the sun warming the circuit up, and that's why the lap times will drop.
JP Frederick's out. Frederick is out. He's gone off somewhere. He's leaderboard at an alarming rate. Either he's come in or he's gone down somewhere.
I see a photographer walking towards the circuit over there. Might be able to get a shot out of Pertamina Fastron. I speak under correction, though.
I don't know, but we've lost JP Frederick somewhere. He's gone right down the board. So,
well, that promotes Jacques Ackerman up into 3rd position. Michael de Toy will be 3rd in the Masters class as well, in 4th position on that R1 Yamaha. Now the leading Yamaha without JP Friedrich, of course, up in the top section there as well. It looks like JP, it's stopped. Jamie Hall is still in 11th position, so I think what happens is JP might be still out on the circuit. I speak under correction.
Michael de Toy is leading out the SPK Challenge.
Yes.
And he's leading the championship, and that is why he's here today. Sore mouth and all, because he wants to stay ahead of Libra and Tassani, who's his nearest challenger, who's 2 positions behind him.
Malcolm Rapson goes sub 1:13 as well, 1:12.9, a 1:12.8 though for Trevor Westman, but it's still 1.8 seconds between the Kawasaki and the Suzuki riders.
Well, Westman now moving towards some of his best times he's ever posted. He's done a 1:10, a 1:11 around Killarney. And Rapson is reeling him in for some reason, somewhere around the corners. So Trevor's got his work cut out. We've still got 5 laps to go. Anything could happen.
Well, just looking at the classes as well, the 37 of Mike Hunter, the Kawasaki ZX6R, he leads the 600s class. Of course, Ntisano is a master. He's not in that particular class, but if you go a little bit further down the field, it will be the 65 of Hall. It's Jamie Hall that will be second in the 600 class. And then we have Willem Binnedal on that Triumph Daytona, is the triple.
Yeah, Willem Binnedal's having fun. I spoke to him this morning. That Triumph absolutely properly sorted out. He's having lots of fun. But like we said last meeting, that this is a 600 circuit. Michael Hunter is just proving us correct once again. He's sitting up in P5. Fantastically well done on that Kawasaki ZX6R. And we know Michael Hunter can ride a bike. And he started from the back of the grid. So look where he is now.
Well, 4 laps left to go, including the one now Trevor Westman and Malcolm Rapson have started. Here comes Ackerman. He crosses the line on bike number 10, the Kawasaki. And then a bit of a gap between himself and Michael du Toit, who currently sits in the classic Superbike class in the 4th position overall, but in that class he is number 1. Westman, though, 7 seconds between himself and Rapson. 9 seconds further back is Jacques Ackermann. And then, as I say, 4 laps left to go. Still 1:12.830 from Trevor Westman as the fastest.
Well, Westman and Rapson are making their way into turn number 3 to go down the back, turn 4 into the back straight. So the leaders are really pulling away from the rest. They're nearly 9 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. Westman makes his way down towards turn number 5. He's followed there by Rapson, and we'll pick him up as they go into 5. Not on screen at the moment, but the screen will get there as it follows the rest of the pack. Now the leaders coming out of 5, making their way up towards the start-finish line. Trevor Westman, there he comes into picture, followed by Malcolm Rapson. They make their way. Have a look at that. Right up against the wall. Hurtling speed from Westman. Wow. Rapson kind of really mean, but Westman is absolutely on the money as he goes down into turn number 1. I hope he hasn't cooked his tires, because it looks like Rapson is just closing ever so slightly, but now it says 2-second gap between them. So Westman still on the fly. Man, oh man, is he doing a sterling job. The Project 60 Team Wayward rider now into Quarry Corner with Malcolm Rapson up behind him.
Yeah, Westman over there as well, matching times in the last sector with Malcolm Rapson at the moment. But where Malcolm Rapson lost his time was in sector 2, about 0.2 of a second. That's why it's 2 seconds between Trevor Westman and Malcolm Rapson at the moment. 3 laps left to go, Francois. Jacques Ackermann still hanging in there, 10.5 seconds back of the 2 ahead of him. Michael du Toit also 13.1 seconds back. Then we have Michael Hunter, only 7/10 off of Michael du Toit on, of course, that class on that 600.
Yeah, no, look, Michael Hunter doing a stirring job up behind Mike du Toit. It's brilliant stuff, so we'll have to see how that one's going to work out.
Well, a 1:12.830, I think that's going to be the fastest they will go today. I don't see Trevor Westman doing anything more now. He doesn't need to at this time. And as he goes down, he crosses the line of the 1:13.022, and only 0.2 of a second faster than Malcolm Rapson, where they have this lap and the next lap left to go. Jacques Ackermann, we wait a little bit of a while for him then too as well. Go through the classes. Ackermann will be 3rd in class. Du Toit, Michael du Toit will be the classic Superbike leader. When he crosses the line, he'll also be 3rd in the Masters section of this race as well. With, of course, Hunter, the man we've been talking about, 0.7 of a second between himself and du Toit. Let's see if that gap has shrunk. When they go across the line, we'll see it shortly. And I think what happens is he's now fighting his way back up the field.
Well, we have a look there at Michael Hunter going into turn number 1, coming up towards turn number 2. He's sitting up behind Mike du Toit as they work their way through. And Mike du Toit, I think in between them is JP Frederick. Frederick's worked his way back up the field. He made a mistake somewhere. He sits up behind Mike du Toit. So he's splitting du Toit and Hunter. And I'm sure Michael's not happy about that, because he wants to get up towards Mike.
Well, he's half a second off of Michael du Toit there, Francois. And with a lap and a bit left to go, he could still salvage himself 4th place.
He's doing fantastically well, is Michael Hunter. JP Frederick gets past Mike du Toit and now works his way down the back straight down towards turn number 5. As there you see them come into picture. There the 3 of them are, led up by JP Frederick, Mike du Toit and Michael Hunter. So they're having a classic tussle as they make their way down towards turn number 5. Mike Hunter is riding the wheels of that ZX6, doing a sterling job. And, well, right up there behind du Toit as they work their way out. So now they're coming up towards us, towards the start-finish line to start their final lap. And JP Frederick crosses the line, followed by Mike du Toit. Michael Hunter and ZX6 are absolutely hurtling around the track. So great rides coming out of those riders. And keep our eye out on the circuit. Libra and Tisana crosses the line. We try and pick up the leaders. Right, your leader, Trevor Westman, makes his way down towards turn number 5 on his final lap. It's the flag lap. The Wayward Racing Project 60 motorcycle of Trevor Westman down in turn number 5. He leads out from Malcolm Rapson. It's been a sterling race from start to finish here by Trevor Westman as he makes his way up towards the line. Trevor Westman now coming up towards us. He's hurtling up. The checkered flag beckons. It's going to go. Heat number 1. Trevor Westman crosses the line. He's absolute about 3 seconds ahead there of Malcolm Rapson who crosses the line. We wait for the 3rd place rider to come up towards us. That should be Jacques Ackermann on the South Superbikes ZX10. As we said, second-hand tires, but what a ride from Jacques Ackermann as he crosses the line. sterling ride there from Jacques Ackermann. Now we know that JP Frederick had some problem, but has worked his way back up the field. He's going to take P4 as he comes up towards the line. But up behind him, that's Scrap, Michael the Toy, and Michael Hunter. The Toy lights up that Yamaha as he gets ahead of Hunter. But Hunter, the first 600 home, a sterling ride there from Michael Hunter. The rest of the field cross the line. It's going to be Matthew Vanica, Gyan Fourie, and Sean McCrill, who is in the Masters category. I think he's the third Master home. Just ahead of Lubabalo Desano, who now crosses the line. We wait for Wayne Arendse. He'll be coming up towards us to cross the line together with Brad Bodsworth. There we go. Wayne Arendse, Brad Bodsworth, Jamie Hall crosses the line. And then it's going to be Willem Minadel on the Triumph who crosses over. Well, what a race. What a sterling performance there from young Trevor Westman from Project 60 Racing and Team Wayward. Absolutely mind-blowing. Rapson dug deep into the handbook but couldn't reel Trevor in. I think that was a fantastic race.
Well, you know, it just confirms once again why they call Trevor the killer, because what happens, he just killed that race.
He killed it.
You know what happens is...
I mean, 1 minute 12.8. I mean, that is sterling stuff in these conditions. So Trevor was on rails today. That bike, he sets his own bike up together with his dad, Alan. We know Alan is the master.
Very experienced man over there, Alan Westman.
Yeah, and well, they obviously did it right. So fantastic. So Byron, we're going to have a little bit of a drinks break, and we're going to a breather, and we're going to hand over to the other gents, the short pants brigade, as we call them. They are going to be doing Clubman's saloons, the Thermofires Clubman's. Gary Fleming and Frankie Innes.
A very big welcome back to Gary Fleming as well.
He's sporting his Irish badge on him. He's got his little, what do we call it, the clovers on him. So fresh out of Ireland.
Bit big for a leprechaun, if you ask me.
He's frightfully big for a leprechaun, I say. Yeah, he is.
Oh, Larry.
Right, coming up next is the Thermofires Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars. Hello everybody, Frankie Innes and Gary Fleming, Mike's side. Gazza freshly back from Ireland after being there for just over 2 weeks. And we welcome him back here to Killarney International Raceway. He missed the last two events, one due to injury, which he has now thankfully overcome. And then the other one when he was with his family, with his daughter and his son-in-law in Ireland. So, Gazza, welcome back to Killarney International Raceway.
Wow, what a sensation to be back here again. A big hi and welcome to you one and all from my side on behalf of Second Gear Productions. It's brilliant to be back here again, and well, in the last probably 2.5 decades that Frank and I have been commentating together, we normally have about 3 weekends a month, 3 weekends in a year that we're not commentating, doing 1 or 2 race meetings a day, sometimes here and then through to Worcester during the course of the evening. And yeah, to spend the better part of almost 3 months only having been to 2 racetracks, one of which was Montello Park out in Ireland, which was very interesting. I'll tell you a little bit about that later on. But to be back behind the mic again, it's really great. It's the first time for a long, long time that I managed to get back up the steps again, having missed 2 meetings. I haven't missed 2 meetings back-to-back at Killarney probably from the late 70s, so it's going to be all new out there. Thermofires, big thanks to them for sponsoring Clubman's this season. Not a large field, but a good quality field out there today, and it's going to be interesting to see how this one's going to pan out, with 22 of them being out there on circuit. A problem for Trappist van Tonder earlier on this morning, went out and then it was red flag, came back in. Then he was told by somebody, hold on a second, the guys look like they're going to be going out again. Managed to get back out on circuit, and then next time he came around, the checkered flag came out. That was the end of the session. So he'll be coming off the back of the pack. And as Frankie said to him when we were chatting with Ernest Page, with the IMUSAT guys downstairs this morning, as he said to Trappis, lots and lots of passing maneuvers you're going to make today.
Yeah, that was just an unfortunate situation out there for Trappis. He's going to have a lot of cars that he can overtake, and as Dexter Bruce said to him, you will also have a lot of fun out there to get past all the other drivers. So it is time. The Clubman's car's out on track, and as we talk about Trappis, he's making his way through turn 2 in that white polo hatch. Busy working his way out on the circuit. A big thanks to Johnny van Niekerk of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. It's the 9th year that Johnny has been the main sponsor here for the Power Series at Killarney International Raceway. So big thanks to him, to Pertamina Fostron, to Porsche, to Interceptor, and to the city of Cape Town. They sponsor the bridge. And then Afritech, they've always got a generator that's on standby in case we have a power failure for whatever reason, be it Eskom or be it some other reason. And then there's a lot of other sponsors as well that's always aboard. We want to say a big thanks to them, as well as all our class fires. In this case for Clubman's, it is Thermo Fires, that is the host family. A big thanks to them.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Stephen Gous is going to be out there in Class D. The qualifying times this morning, not that quick. The fastest, it was up by a 124.982, a 125.96 by Bruce Meyer. They'll be decked the front row of the grid, and rounding out the top 5 doing 1 minute 27. So a much slower lap times around the circuit than what we're accustomed to. Cape Industrial Flooring, Bruce Meyer puts that car on the front row of the grid. In there behind him will be Mr. Share in the number 30 car, and alongside him in the 222 will be the Jetta of Swart. In there behind that will be Paul Minnick coming up to the front row of the grid in the E36 Beamer. No, that's not E36, that's the two-door version, and that's Idris Ahmad, the Regen Services. That's a new name to us, not accustomed to that one. So wait for the rest of the cars to come up towards us. So the front row of the grid, Bruce Meyer and Idris Ahmad, and both of them within a second of one another, be decking the front row of the grid. Then Willem Swart and Shane Smith, Paul Minnick, and then on the outside of that, Noel Stunder. We're waiting for Noel Stunder to come through. It looks like that's him coming through now with the Polo. He'll just move across to the right-hand side. That'll be in 6th highest qualifier. It looks like our lady racer, Chiara van Niekerk, that's coming into her position. Well, Chiara in 11th position. That's a good one for Chiara. 1 minute 30.543. And that's in the 2-litre Golf 1. And she'll be on that inside row when they go down into turn number 1. So only 22 cars out there. Francois van Tonder, Graham van Rooyen, Gary Mayweather, and Stephen Close coming off the tail end of the field. I didn't see Stephen out early on this morning with the qualifying session. So I don't think that him, and in fact Rasli Harris as well, was Frankie says Rasik. I don't think Rasik was out either. Veldmeis coming off the back of the pack, Graham van Rooyen, Gary Mayweather, they're all out there. So Trappis going to have to really pedal it from the back of the pack, excuse the pun.
Yeah, Trappis will be starting at the back. He's the second last car out there on the track, as the Barry Williams E36 Rallycross car leads the field around. That is the safety car that's been used for today. Barry Williams, of course, out there in the other BMW. He's in there going into turn 2 next to Eugene Gasbury, as just behind Gasbury, as a matter of fact, as they work their way out of turn 2. So his E36 BMW Cup car is the safety car today. A big thanks to him for the use of that E36 car of his as the pace car or the safety car, as the safety car takes them uphill up the Tygerberg Straight past the main grandstand. A big hello, hi, and welcome to everybody around Killarney International Raceway from the entire commentary team, and to the people watching this production at home. A big hi, hello, and welcome to you. And a big thanks to IMUSAT for making this production possible. So, down the back straight they go. It is Idris Ahmad. On his outside is Bruce Meyer. Then it's Willie Swart. Then it is the number 30 in there of Shane Smith. As they work their way down the back straight, Paul Minnick is in there. And we also welcome to Clubman's Jean Farrell.
You realise that there's only one Class A car on the front row of the grid, and in fact Jess Huggett a further distance back. I saw him on the list. Now, I didn't notice him on the grid, so let's hope that Jess is actually there. Is he? No, I don't see the Jess Huggett car out there at all. He was out in the qualifying and came past us as we were having a chat downstairs by the Jean Farrell garage. Cape Industrial Flooring, sign writing on the side of that Bruce Meyer car. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. Jess would have been with the VW Jetta in 7th position. Sir Parker and Rassie Harris a whole lot further back. So here we go. Idris Ahmad, Bruce Meyer on the outside Swart, and Shane Smith. Shane Smith gets a good run. He comes across in front of Swart, trying to close it off. Locking up pretty heavily on the brakes there. Shane Smith doing pretty decent, but everybody making... Oh, we got one spinner, and that was from the outside line. I hope that is not Our Lady Racer. No, it's not. Brandon Geldenhuys as they go down towards turn number 2. Some brilliant marshalling we saw there earlier on. Oh, Minnick locks up and whacks into the back of Noel Stander.
Out of corner they come now.
Oh, spin as well in the middle of the corner, Frankie.
Oh, that is a bit of chaos out there. There are two of them. I think Gary Smith in the BMW is one of them, and I think it might be Ryan Lodge in the blue Golf. The two of them in trouble out there as the safety vehicles, the support vehicles get to that scene, but both Gary Smith and Ryan Lodge are on their way once again as the front runners, Gary, working their way down the back main towards turn 5, Pertamina Fastron.
The Cape Industrial Flooring car in the hands of Bruce Meyer down into Pertamina Fastron. Looking pretty good. Idris Ahmad in that second position takes the inside line. Smith runs the outside line. Swart coming through there as well. Out into the front main. It looks like it's Noel Stander. Then it's Minnick is the next one. And then Share in behind that. And I do believe that that Golf could be Jean Farrell. Let's just check. Yup, that is Farrell coming towards us. So Farrell having a go there with JP Share. And that head of the 117 of Barry Williams, the sister vehicle of the pace vehicle that we saw out there just before the race started.
As they work their way at turn number 1, just behind Barry Williams is Kiara van Niekerk, and she boats the best price for my car and Wingfield Motor sponsorship. But the leaders are working their way out of turn number 2. Up front, it's all about the Bruce Meyer, then Idris Ahmad, and Shane Smith is right there on his heels as they work their way through the kink, racing down towards Interceptor Corner. Then not too far behind them is a Jetta 2 of Willie Swart. Then it's a lovely fight going on in there behind him. It's Noel Stander that leads that group of cars out there. Right there behind them is Paul Minnick. Right on the case of Minnick is JP Share and Jean Farrell as that group works their way out of turn 4 out of Malmesbury Sweep.
So Meyer leads them out as he works his way down the back main. But Idris Ahmad, that was the P1 pole sitter, the fastest qualifier. He was just short of 1 second quicker than anybody else out there in the practice and, well, should I say, the qualifying session this morning. But coming to join them is Shane Smith. So Shane Smith's having a brilliant run right now. The three of them breaking just a little bit away from Swart, who was on the second of the grid on the inside line. Minnick is now got past Stander. Minnick past Stander. Look at that. And it's now going to be a 4-way battle that's going to go on with JP Share and Jean Farrell joining in with that 4-way battle. And that is for 5th down to 9th position going through turn 1.
Right, just in front of the leaders is a car that made its way out of pits. It's about 2-3 laps into the race. This guy comes out of pit lane and he rejoins right in front of our 3 leaders. He keeps right out the way of Bruce Meyer.
Oh, sideways Stander into turn 2. Frankie does a complete swapper, a 360. He keeps it on the deck and he won't go off the circuit, so he won't pick up dirty tires, but he's going to lose at least 3 positions.
Yeah, has lost quite a few positions there. Either way, our leading group is making its way up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 4. Working their way down towards Malmesbury Sweep. Out of Malmesbury they come now. Down the back straight they go. As they work their way down the back main, it is Ahmad sitting there on the outside of Bruce Meyer, being followed there
by Shane Smith down the back main. Then we've got that guy that just came out of pit lane now. We'll get his name for you as soon as we can. He has been overtaken there by Willie Swart as they head down into turn number 5. Then behind them out of Fostron, it is Paul Minnick. Right behind Minnick, it is JP Share. And right behind him is Jean Farrell, Barry Williams, Chiara van Niekerk. And now right on the case of Chiara van Niekerk is Trappist van Tonder.
Andre Diedrichs, the man they joined with a Class X73. That's the Polo 5 that he's riding out there. Andre Diedrichs was a Golf 5. No, in fact, that's a Golf 5 that he's got out there. So let's have a look at the classes right now. It's Idris Ahmad that's gone back to the front end of the field.
Sorry, Gary, slowing right down is Shane Smith as they head down into turn number 2. So trouble out there for Shane in turn 2 in Quarry Corner with the BMW. He's now been overtaken there by Willie Swart and now by Paul Minnick. JP Share will get past him, Jean Farrell and the rest of the crew. So problems out there for Shane Smith.
Idris Ahmad leading out that race and in Class A. Then there's 1, 2, 3, 4 Class B cars behind that. That's Bruce Meyer, Shane Smith, Swart, and then Minnick as well. And the 4 of them, there's nothing much in it. So that Class B battle working its way now down the back main. They've opened up just a little bit. Minnick with that gold-colored Golf starting to get away from the E36 Beamer of JP Share. Barry Williams moved up now in the 117 car up into that 7th position. Chiara van Niekerk's having a brilliant run so far. She's 8th overall out on circuit, probably her highest placing ever to be so far towards the front end of the field. So the lady racer fighting some ill health in the not too distant past, but coming out tops, always smiling and doing a brilliant job out there representing Wingfield Motors. 9 years down the line that they are our main sponsor here at Killarney International Raceway.
Right, so where are the leaders? We'll pick them up now. There they go, up the Jabez Straight towards turn number 2, making their way towards Quarry Corner. And it is Idris Ahmad from Bruce Meyer. Then Willie Swart coming through as well. The 3 of them are sitting 1, 2, and 3. Then a bit of a gap as they make their way through the kink. The next car we see, there's Paul Minnick. He's been hunted down there by JP Share, Jean Farrell. And then Barry Williams, Trappist van Tonder, and Chiara van Niekerk making their way through the kink now. All of them racing down towards turn 3. Interceptor corner as the leading group is working its way out of turn 4.
Well, Jean Farrell on our board shows as a Class X entry and pretty much right at the back of the field. Now it's just been reinstated, so there must be a problem with the timing on that car. He's just done a 1 minute 26.417, which is notably quicker than what he did this morning out there. So obviously the track temperatures coming into play, and it's talk about coming into play. Look at this coming out under the City of Cape Town bridge with the Wingfield Motors sign writing on it. Here comes our leaders, Idris Ahmad and Bruce Meyer, rejuvenated to the front end of the field. Willem Swart right in there behind that. So that's first and second in the Class B title. Minnick finds himself a distant 3rd. He's not been able to close up on the 2 front runners in Class B. JP Share is getting away from JP Share, but remember JP Share is in fact the leading Class C driver. Now keep in mind, 2 cars further back is Trappist van Tonder, who started off the tail end of the field, and Trappist van Tonder has got 1 car between himself and the leading car in Class C.
Well, Trappist started all the way down in 20th position. He finds himself now in P7, sitting 2nd in class as he works his way through turn number 2. That's at White Polo coming out at turn number 2. You'll pick him up. You should pick him up on your screen pretty soon. And then he will have right in there behind him as he heads towards Interceptor Corner, turn 3. He'll have Barry Williams and Chiara van Niekerk. There he goes. There the 3 of them work their way out of turn 3. Working their way towards turn 4. That's a Trappist van Tonder. Right behind him is Barry Williams. Right behind Williams is Chiara van Niekerk. And then that polo that you saw there coming to your screen, that is the blue polo of Noel Stander.
Well, there's 3 laps to go, coming back to the front runners as they come back out into the front main towards the City of Cape Town and Wingfield Bridge. It's the pole sitter that leads out. Now he's pulling away from Bruce Meyer in the Cape Industrial Flooring car. Then the Willem Swart in second in class, third on the circuit. Minnick has done a lovely job. Although he's falling off the back of that pack, he's still quick enough to hold on to that position. And JP Share in the 102 car in class C has not been able to close on him to date.
Right, the leading group is making its way now into turn number 2, into Quarry Corner. There they go into Quarry Corner now. They've got a back marker that they are busy passing. We are on the second last lap. This is the penultimate lap now. They're working their way through Interceptor Corner, so they have a lap and a half to do as they work their way up the Tygerberg Straight. Edis Ahmad sits out there in P1 from Bruce Meyer in second, from Willie Swart in third, and Minnick got that thing's tail all over the place. How the heck he hung on to that one, I don't know, but Minnick is still out there. That was a lovely catch there by Minnick as he races down the back main. This has brought JP Share right onto his back bumper as they race down towards turn 5, followed there by Jean Farrell as he heads down towards turn number 5. Then there's a bit of, that's a Pertamina Fostron, then Trappist van Tonder making his way down the back main, followed there by Barry Williams and Chiara van Niekerk and Noel Stander.
Chiara van Niekerk ahead there of Noel Stander. Remember, he had that swap, he did a complete 360 under braking into turn 2 on lap number 2, and that cost him pretty dearly, and he's not been able to make that position up from there. So on the last lap, he's coming out of turn number 1 and now on their way up the Joubert Straight from pole position and holding it there, from second position and holding it there, from third position and holding it there is the front 3 that have broken away. Minnick has moved slightly into that 4th position, although he got the tail end wagging pretty badly and got closed down pretty heavily from behind by JP Share in the 102. That is a Class B and a Class C entry, and I think JP Share fancies his chances of getting Minnick behind him before he gets back the checkered flag. Share's actually doing some pretty decent lap times. He's broken away from Farrell completely, although Farrell's got about 120 kilowatts underneath the bonnet of that Mark 1 Golf, and doing 1 minute 26s with 120 kilowatts on a Mark 1 Golf, that's pretty decent lap times.
Right, the checkered flag is out. This is the last lap as the leaders head down towards turn 5, towards Pertamina Fostron. The leaders heading into the final corner as the checkered flag beckons. The quickest man out there, just by the way, is Idris Ahmad with a 1:24.646. As the checkered flag has been ready, they make their way to the line. Then it is Idris Ahmad that comes home in P1. Bruce Meyer finishes in second. Willie Swart crosses the line in third. On track it is Paul Minnick just ahead there of JP Share, and coming down towards us. Winning Class X is the industrial flooring Golf of Jean Farrell.
Yep, he did a brilliant job to get through there, as did Trappist van Tonder off the tail end of the field without a qualifying time and making it across the line. And that just ahead of Barry Williams. I think that's second in class and right in there. Yeah, it should have been Stander that came through. Yes, it was. It was Stander. Stephen Close, the man from Thermophiles, coming through in 11th and 3rd overall in class for Stephen Close, that behind Williams and Van Niekerk.
Right, lovely stuff out there as the Clubman's guys work their way around. Pity there were problems out there for Ryan Lodge, and I see Eugene Gaspery also did not finish that one. Shane Smith also got classified as a DNF. He just went slow all of a sudden, and he was sitting in that top 3, top 5 once upon a time, but problems out there for him. And Harrison, Parker and Huggett did not make it out onto the circuit. I did see Parker and Harris go out for qualifying, but they never made it out onto the track for race 1.
And in fact, Huggett also came back into the pits as well, and all seemed to be fine. They didn't show any signs of stress when they came past the Farrell garage at the top end of the old pit lane. But yeah, definitely problems coming into play there. So the man that passed the most cars in this race, Frankie, as you said, it's going to be
Trappist van Tonder. Right, you have a look at a replay of some incidents happening. That was the situation between Gary Smith and Ryan Lodge in turn 2 Quarry Corner. You have a look at the replay of that. Big thanks to IMUSAT. And I want to say a big thanks to our photographers as well. There's so many of them out here today. Aubrey de Bruin is out there taking photos. Colin Brown, Frankie, Frankie's Funky Photos is there as well. I know Desmond Butler also takes photos, but he takes from the spectator side. And yes, Patrick for Mark. And there are so many. There are others out there, but those are the ones that come up to mind. And these are the people that make it possible for you at home, if you're on the different Facebook groups and pages, to be able to see all the photos. And big thanks as well, once again, to IMUSAT.
And a big thanks to the marshals, and they did 2 brilliant pieces of marshalling earlier on today, where we had incident in turn number 2, and the Chase Bucky was right in behind the Bijou Trustees cars, and they got to the scene very quickly, hooked up the Jaguar and towed it off onto the infield before the pack came around. And then the other incident where they also reacted very well was when the biker went down on the exit of turn number 1, and the biker just got up and walked away in utter disgust, holding on to his elbow. We have heard that he was complaining his elbow is a bit sore, and the medics were going to check it out, but let's hope that that's just a bit of bruising and nothing broken whatsoever. And once again, the marshals ran from the exit of turn 1 all the way up to level with the karting clubhouse, got hold of the bike and got it out of the way. It was just a static yellow at the bottom end of the front pit lane, and then single yellow in turn number 1, and before the guys got past the end of the pit lane, that bike was already out of the way and the personnel were moving away as well. So by the time half of the pack had come through, the yellows were taken away. So brilliant marshalling by the marshals here today, and just showing that they are of the best in South Africa. Having had an opportunity recently to go to numerous of the other circuits around the country and do comparison, I always thought, but now I know for a fact, we have got of the best here in Cape Town. Next up will be the V8 Masters, and nice to see that there's not much in the lap times up front with that. 0.3 of a second between Sean Moore and Fabio Tafani on the front row of the grid. Mark Ridgway and Jason Ibbotson once again doing very well. Jason Ibbotson still classed as a silver class racer, but getting himself amongst the gold class cars on a regular basis so far this season. He finds himself on the outside of row number 2. Then 2 gold class cars, Alistair Brown and Rob Warrington. They're doing in the latter 16s and early 1-minute 17s. Then Gary Thompson and Mike Brooks, Stuart Spooner, Marcel Angel, the second lowest of the gold class qualifiers. So he must have had a problem with the APV 347 IS earlier on this morning, because we know Marcel Angel as a driver is capable of running with the very best right up there up front. So keep an eye on Marcel Angel coming off the 5th row of the grid. And then we'll have Mark Voggett, Ilan Kaplan, and Rui Campos, another frequent flyer. He did a 1:27.8, so he must have either had a spin or backed out of it completely, because that's 12 seconds slower than Sean Moore and Fabio Tafani in the 1-minute 15s on the front row of the grid. So definitely Rui Campos and Marcel Angel from 11th and 14th on the grid, Frankie, going to be working their way through.
Well, Gaza, I see the first 3 guys there, Moore, Tafani and Ridgway, were doing 1:15.4, 1:15.6 and 1:15.7. So if you are doing 1-minute 15 odds around Killarney, you are doing an average speed of 156.82 kilometers an hour. Make it 1:57. That is an average speed. It's here in the program. From if you're doing a 1:06, and I know Stewie White did a 1:06 for the Janetta a couple of years ago, he was doing an average speed for that event of 178 k's an hour, not top speed, average speed of 178. So which means here, Sean Moore, Fabio Tafani, and Mark Ridgway is doing an average speed of 157 kilometers an hour on 3.267 kilometers of racetrack.
And it's not that warm either, so you've got to really hoof it. Stewie White going to be racing for Lamborghini this year. In fact, I think he is racing today, is Stewie White at Spa. So I have put out an invite to him to do a follow-up on the Second Gear Talk Show, and I will check when I get back to my phone, which is unfortunately at home. I will check if I've got a response from Stewie, because I mean, I'm pretty sure that he's going to be racing next week as well at Le Mans, so I'll see if I can pick him up during the course of now and Tuesday evening, maybe even do a pre-recording. And we did ask him the first time that he was on the show almost 2 years ago. One day when you become famous and you race overseas, don't forget about us back here in Cape Town. He said, Uncle Gary, don't you worry, I'll keep you guys up to date. You just tell the folks in Cape Town and around South Africa what we're doing. It'll be fantastic. So with a bit of luck, 8 o'clock on Tuesday night on the Second Gear Show, Stewie White representing South Africa, and he's got 2 big races coming up. One today and then the endurance event next week, Saturday. And that, in fact, Frankie, is the man that holds the lap record here and at 3 other main circuits in South Africa for overall ever fastest lap time. Talking about the fastest, it's Sean Moore, and well, that 70 car's got Seb Klaassen on the side of it, but that in fact is campaigned today by the man himself, Fabio Tafani.
Right, so it is Sean Moore, Fabio Tafani, Mark Ridgway, then Jason Ibbotson, then we've got the 22 out there, that is Alistair Brown, and then Rob Warrington is in there. That 69, I think that is, yes, it's Menno Parsons, and then Gary Thompson has showed him our program in the 17 car as they roll off the line. Then we've got the number 16 out there, that is Mike Brooks. And then Stuart Spooner in that 55. Dennis Gaidik is out there. And then we've also got Ian Kaplan. And then coming off the back of the field is the gold class driver, the Campos Transport APV Ford Mustang of Roy Campos.
Frankie, did you see Marcel Angel? I did
No.
not see him, and I don't see
No.
a dot next to his name.
No.
So Marcel Angel not only having problems with the quali session, looks like he's not out there on circuit, but still a nice sized field led out there by Sean Moore and the man himself, Fabio Tafani.
Yeah, Marcel did a qualifying time of a 1:19.364. That's not where you would expect him. So obviously qualified all the way down in 11th position, but yes, not making it out onto the track for race number 1.
It's almost like he didn't use the full gearbox there. There's something
No,
not right.
something is not right with that Ford Mustang of his. Well, it's going to be the sound of Rolling Thunder as these V8 Ford Mustangs work their way up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn 4, Malmesbury sweep. As they work their way out of Malmesbury, working their way down the back main, the BMW E36 Cup car, Barry Williams, that is the safety car for today. And he's got Sean Moore and the 7-0 car that's being campaigned today, as Gary said, by Fabio Tafani. Then Mark Ridgway, Jason Ibbotson is in that group as well. Man, it's going to be awesome stuff out there. Alistair Brown is in there in that red 22, the NAC helicopters and Air Excel aviation machine. Got a few guys that are connected to flying. I know Menno Parsons is one of them. So as the E36 BMW car works its way out of turn 5, out of Fostron into the pit lane, the lights here in pit lane is on, and we're waiting for this sound of Rolling Thunder to make its way towards us. If you're sitting out there in turn 3, you'll hear them when they drop the hammers, and away they go. The hammers get dropped, and it's now hammer time as they run it down into turn number 1. Into Holzhoek they go now. They are side by side coming out Holzhoek very neatly, very nicely indeed, and it's Sean Moore from Fabio Tafani. They are sitting in P1 and 2. Then it's Ibbotson. Right behind him is Alistair Brown, and storming through the field there in a big lockup. That's Menno Parsons. Surely that's not going to work for Menno Parsons, and it doesn't. He went into turn 2, Gary, very, very hot indeed.
It's almost like he missed the brake marker completely. Everybody was already on the anchors and he just kept on coming. Mark Ridgway dropping down 2 positions initially, smoking the brakes as he went down into turn number 1, drifted it very wide, almost took Fabio Tofani with him, and that brought Jason Ibbotson and Alistair Brown into play. Out into the back main they go now. And well, it looks pretty good for Sean Moore right now. He's ahead of the 70 of Fabio Tofani. Now, that's not Fabio's normal car that he races with. It's completely different colors and there's a different name on that motor car as well. The 2 of them have broken away from the rest of the pack. It looks like Jason Ibbotson is the next man that's in there. I'm surprised Jason's still in the silver class because he's gold class quality.
Right, here they come down towards us. Lap number 1 is in the bag. There is 7 more laps to go. As they run it down into turn number 1, they've got a challenge for the lead. We have got a challenge for the lead. Do we have a new leader? Yes, we do. Fabio Tofani's got his... Oh, there's contact. There was rubbing there between Tofani and Moore. Sean Moore will have none of this. Fabio Tofani will have none of this. That's game on now between Moore and Tofani. Tofani goes wide. He leaves the door open here for Sean Moore. Through the kink they go towards turn 3, side by side, and eventually it is Sean Moore that muscles his way back into the lead as they work their way out of turn 3, out of interceptor corner, up the hill towards turn 4.
Fabio actually rolled out of the gas as they went through the kink. He thought, nah, these 2 cars, these APVs are not going to make it through there alongside one another. Backed out of it completely and said, no, you keep on going. Sean Moore hell-bent on staying at the front end of this field, no doubt about it. They work their way down now towards Cape Town corner, turn 5, Pertamina fast run, hard on and brakes down through the gearbox. It looks like it's Rui Campos that's dived up on the inside line and is making up positions right now. So with Marcel Angel not out there to work his way from the back of the pack, it's Rui Campos that's come from the back and to that 7th position. In fact, he might be 6th here to us now. He's just gone past the 77 car of Rob Warrington and joins up with the back end of Mark Ridgway.
Quickest man out there with a 1:16.794 is car number 73, Sean Moore. He's the fastest man out there, but there's a lovely fight going into turn 2, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it is Ibbotson that leads him out there from Mark Ridgway. Behind Mark Ridgway is Alistair Brown, followed there by Roy Campos. Right behind him is Rob Warrington, as then the 17 car in there. And it is, yes, it is Gary Thompson in that 17 car as they head up the Tygerberg straight hill, leveling it out there in turn 4. Then they start dropping downhill again towards turn 5. Down the back main they go. And it's your leaders heading into turn 5, into Pertamina Fastron. And there is nothing between Fabio Tofani and Sean Moore. But Moore is the man sitting out there in P1.
Frank, you realize after that little tussle that they had 3 straights and 2 corners where they actually rubbed and made contact. Tofani hasn't gone for a passing maneuver again on Sean Moore. I don't believe it's because he hasn't been able to do it. I think it's because Sean Moore has turned up the fastest that time, a 1:16.003. And that is just 6 thousandths of a second quicker than Fabio Tofani. So they are out and out 6/10ths of a second quicker than the chasing pack, and that in the hands of the silver class entry of Jason Ibbotson. Ibbotson doing a brilliant job. Ridgway that had dropped down behind him is now having a look to have a look around the outside. Can you go 2 by 2? Well, that's just showing the boys that backed off going through the early on. Sean Moore and Fabio Tofani weren't prepared to do it. Well, Mark Ridgway was prepared to do it with Jason Ibbotson. Jason did not back out, climbed it over the curbs. It slowed both of them down, and that's brought Rui Campos from the back of the pack up to 6th now, a little bit closer, and he brings with him Rob Warrington as well.
Yeah, he also made the move there. Campos on Alistair Brown, and Warrington is joining that party as well in that yellow number 77. That's heading down the backbone. Not too far from them is at 17 of Gary Thompson as they head into turn number 5 into Fostron with Mike Brooks right in there as well. And then behind them it's Stuart Spooner.
Ridgway's attacking. Ridgway made the move as they came out of Protamina Fastron moves back up into that third position where he originally started the race. And says to Everton, you silver class, buddy, stay where you are. Campos from the back of the pack, doing 1 minute 17.1 on the last lap. That's 1 second slower than the two frequent flyers up front. Frankie said a lot of these guys are involved in flying. Well, there's a good couple of flyers out there today. The leading silver class car, Jason Iverson.
Iverson gets it wrong. He came out of turn 2 very, very wrong. And the Campos transport man, Roy Campos, says thank you very much as they head into turn 3 interceptor corner. And he gets his nose ahead there of Iverson. And now he's going after Mark Ridgway. We've got a spinner here in turn 2. And that could be the 55 of Stuart Spooner. I think it might be. We'll just verify that one.
Yeah, that's the dark blue car. He gets it going again. He's now last out there on circuit. So he'll come in behind Ian Kaplan. As we go back to our leaders as they work. Whoa, heavy lock-up by Campos down into turn 5. And he runs it off the outside of the circuit. So having come from the back of the pack, Campos takes the car and battles to get it back on track. He gets it completely sideways on the dirt and the dust on the outside. And that's just opened up the front end of the field. Mark Ridgway. Iverson leading out the silver class, 4th on the circuit and 3rd first in class.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Roy Campos is heading now into turn 1. He'll be absolutely gutted with what happened out there. But the leaders are making their way through the kink, heading down towards turn 3, towards interceptor corner. And Sean Moores are getting away under Fabio Tafani as they head
Spinner
up. Deal another
2.
spinner in turn 2, and that's a 77. That is Rob Warrington that has spun it there in turn 2. Surely there must be some substance down there in turn 2 quarry corner, because that is the umpteenth time we've seen a spinner in that part of the world.
Well, not impossible. Remember with Rui Campos going off circuit the first time first couple of times he climbs on the brakes, those air ducts are going to throw tons of gravel and sand and junk out onto the circuit, and that can affect the guys coming along from behind that. So going back to the front end of the field, and well, it's a two-way battle up front as the man behind all the great paperwork that you see from Killarney International, Dave Abrams, coming up to get the latest on exactly what's happening out there. 6 laps down, 2 laps to go. Our leaders working their way out of number 1. It's still all about Sean Moore. Oh, Sean Moore goes wide again. Fabio Tafani, Frankie, as I said earlier on, has not had another go yet at Sean Moore. Sean was hell-bent on staying at the front of the pack. I think Fabio Tafani hoping that he'll make some other form of mistake. Well, he hasn't made any mistakes whatsoever. He's done a 16 flat. The last lap, in fact, it was 0.6 of a second. Fabio Tafani closed up on the back of Sean Moore. That's for the lead of the race and in the gold class. And the two of them have up-dusted and disappeared from third place. Mark Ridgway started third on the grid, lost 2 positions, worked his way back up and back into third as they worked their way down the back main.
Down the back main they go towards turn number 5, towards Fostron corner. Not too far behind them is the chairman of the section, also vice chairman, Western Province Motor Club, and that is Mark Ridgway, working that car down into turn 5 as well, as the leaders make their way out of 5, out of Fostron, coming down towards us now under the City of Cape Town bridge they come. A big thanks to the City of Cape Town as they work their way into turn number 1. Sean Moore still a 116 dead in car 73. He is the fastest driver out there in this one. Heading towards turn 1 now, all on his own is Mark Ridgway. He's been chased down there by Jason Iverson. Alistair Brown heading down into turn 1 as well. Then it's a big gap before we see another fight under the City of Cape Town bridge. It is a 4-way fight heading down into turn number 1. And is Campos part of this fight? It is Roy Campos. He is that second car in that group. He sits in there just behind Gary Thompson, and then joining them as well is Mike Brooks and Menno Parsons, and Menno Parsons sits there on the outside of Brooks. That's his lovely 4-way dice heading out of turn 2, and Thompson slows down and Roy Campos takes that position away from him. as they work their way through the kinks. And now it is Campos, it's Thompson, it's Brooks, and it's Parsons that's working their way out of turn 3, out of Interceptor corner.
Last gasp effort down into Cape Town corner, and while we were expecting Fabio Tofani to have a look once more, and it's exactly what he did do. They come out, it's nose to tail as they come out towards us now. Sean Moore, Fabio Tofani. Sean Moore is going to get the win there from Fabio Tofani. A little bit further back, Mark Ridgway started third, front row of the grid on the inside. That's exactly where he will end. Jason Iverson leading the silver class. He's lost lap out there, 1:18.443, and he comes across the line to take that position. Alistair Brown, fourth in class, fifth overall on circuit. Now it should be Gary Thompson, but it is Rui Campos that comes through next recovery, a second recovery. One from the fact that he had a terrible qualifying, and from the fact that he went off in Cape Town corner. Campos coming back to a sixth overall from Mike Brooks, second in class, and eighth on circuit is Matthew Parsons from Gary Thompson, Mark Voggett, Ian Kaplan, and then Rob Warrington. Well, Rob Warrington didn't have a great session out there at all, as opposed to what we're accustomed to seeing. Frankie Stewart Spooner bringing up the tail end of the field in the absence of a Marcel Angel. Fastest lap, a 1:16.003.
Yeah, it's a confirmation that it was the 55, the blue 55 of Stuart Spooner that spun that car in a turn 2 in a Quarry corner. So lovely, lovely stuff out there by the drivers in the V8 Masters category. A big, big thanks to them. The big sponsor for them is Pirelli. Pirelli, the sponsor this year of the V8 Masters Series. All the drivers out there in the APV Ford Mustangs. Right, we get ready for the Alert Parts Volkswagen GTI Challenge.
Ready? Good morning, everybody. We're here with Rob Warrington and Mike, and they're part of the Masters class. Class V, or are you in class Gold class or Silver class? Gold class? Both of them, so they are the big boys. They are the big boys. So, in relation to the cars. But just quickly, Rob, with regards to your car, how's it like to drive one of these bad boys?
After 5 years, it's still scary. That's the reality. You know, these cars, no traction control, no ABS, no power steering. They're wild to drive, which is scary, but at the same time, it's part of the fun. Yeah. That's why we love it, because it's ultimately about car control, or lack thereof, should I say. Yeah. But yeah, that's why it's good. It's old-fashioned, ton of horsepower, and not much else.
Mike, and if I can bring you in on your, this is Mike. Mike, which one is yours?
The red one in the back.
The red one in the back. They're going to go out first because he's in front of Rob, obviously. Just with regards to the tires, you guys have just hooked a new tire sponsor, Pirelli. What is the difference you feel that has made to the car?
Yeah, the Pirellis are definitely quicker than our previous tires, probably a second quicker, which is quite amazing. They've got their own nuances, so they take a couple of laps more to go live, and when they're cold, we battle a bit, but once they get on, they are really quick. So yeah, we're enjoying them. Yeah.
Okay, good. Robin, in terms of the previous tire that you guys had, coming off, I think, what was it? Was it the Avon tire that you guys were running? So the Avon tire, obviously you guys have data for the Avon tire. With this, there's nothing. What are you guys going to go on in terms of setup?
Interestingly, setup doesn't change a lot. We tweak the camber slightly, a couple of degrees, but other than that, it is run as per the Avons. And as Mike alluded to, you know, the difference is when you go out on the Pirellis, it's like driving on ice for the first couple of laps, and then they suddenly kick in, and the grip is incredible. Okay. So yeah.
Do you have to be really neat with the sort of car, with the driving style of these? Because, I mean, the Clubman's guys, obviously, they bash tires all the time. So with this sort of driving and this sort of car, do you have to be very precise and neat?
Look, I would like to say that we try to be, but when you see the really fast guys at the front, you know, they really are not at the edge. They're pretty much over the edge most of the time. So, you know, it's a fairly sort of muscly car to drive, and it's not like a precise thing. The guys get a bit aggro, yeah.
Talking about fast, Rob, what sort of times are you guys doing with these monsters?
I think the guys, the front-running guys, are in the 115s now. In the Silver Classic, goes up to about a 119. For me, I'm deeply average. I'm in the 117s, so I sit right in the middle.
And in terms of, Mike, if I can bring you in here, who's your biggest rival for today?
Probably Rob. No, we've got about 4 or 5 guys who are within a couple of hundredths of a second in qualifying. So I think we're going to have quite a tight race, and yeah, it'll be fun.
Rob, your achievements, what do you want to achieve today? Do you want to get into the 117s? Can I throw it out there?
I want to finish. To be honest, that's you know. Listen, I mean, the last couple of race weekends, I've had a lot of mechanicals. I've ended up doing 1 race out of the 2. So for me, if I can complete 2 races, get some points on the board, that's ultimately what I'm looking for.
Today's your day, boys. I really wish you the best, and thanks so much for the interview.
Thanks so much.
Cheers. All the best. Cheers.
Well, next up will be the Formula Libras, and it looks like our iRacing guru Byron Mitchell's going to be on the front row of the grid with the legendary DJ Boyson, the Formula VW and the VW Reynard. The second row of the grid with the will be Elroy Weiss and Reino Pence. Wow, Reino Pence up on the second row of the grid with the VW Omega alongside the Formula Forza. Then it will be Zane Amundsen with Donovan Ramsey, Kelly Fletcher, our lady racer, with Nick van der Westhuizen, and then Luan van Heerden and Wynand de Ridder is going to be on the tail end of the field. That with the VW Omega and the Formula V Lantis. So 10 cars that's going to be out there, 8 laps it's going to be for the Formula Libras. And coming up to join us Mike's side is Byron Height. Byron, welcome back. Had some great bike action there earlier on. And now we with the Formula Libra, still looking for a class sponsor for them, but in a class of his own. Byron Mitchell, a 1 minute 10.084. That's within 4 seconds of the fastest laps ever recorded around this circuit.
And they're thinking 1 minute 9s in this race is also possible. Remember, it's gotten a bit warmer. Rubber is on the track. Tires warm up easier. Now, Byron Mitchell, Formula VW Reynard. 2 of them at the front. Of course, DJ Boyson's going to have a hell of a time trying to keep up with Byron Mitchell in the VW Reynard. So the 2 of them out there, 2-litre 4-cylinder motors, those. Then we have Elroy Weiss. So we have no Class B cars, and usually Class B is your Formula Fords that sit in that section.
Yep.
But mostly all Formula Vs in there. And that can be one hell of a class to actually watch. We have there, like we say, 7 of them out there. Reino Pence, who came from the short circuits. He came from the Formula M's. I don't think the Formula M's are currently running anymore. I haven't seen them. I commentated on short circuit last week. And I remember the days when the Formula M's used to run with the 125cc gearbox carts. And a lot of these guys came over to the main circuit. Reino Pence, DJ Boyson, you name them. But it's good to still have them around as well and applying their trade on the main circuit.
I think the main battle here is going to be at the front of those Formula Vs, because they are sitting on Elroy on a 129.5, Reino on a 129.6, Zane on a 130.3, and Donovan Ramsey on a 130.8. Now, a half a second is not enough to be able to get away from somebody that's sitting in your slipstream. You need more than that. So while they can hold on in the slipstream, and 4 completely different vehicles involved in that, Weiss in the Formula Forza, the VW Omega of Pence, the Repsol Lantis of Amundsen, and the Formula V Rima of Donovan Ramsey, 4 completely devoid of one another in terms of finer design and technique that's put into those motor cars. But between a 1 minute 29.5 and a 130.8 between them. Not that far behind them, Kelly Fletcher, and I mean the lady racer is getting quicker and quicker all the time. If she can hold on to the slipstream in the initial stages, she might just be able to do an upset in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yeah, no, never count her out, Gary. She's been amazing. She's been one of the major finds of the season in that Formula Forza. And then you have the likes of Nick van der Westhuizen, Luan van Heerden and Wynand de Ridder. Remember, these Formula Vs, most of them, it was always standard to have the 1.4-litre Chico engine with 2 side drafts over there, twin side draft setup. And what happens is we always have wheel-to-wheel close racing between them. We only wish, Gary, we could get more of them.
Well, if you think a couple of years ago, Formula Libra was 4 parts dead, and there was times that they, a couple of guys entered and then they didn't run the class, and it's just grown from there. and gotten better and better, and this is the smallest field we see for a while now. We've had up to 16, 17, 18. I think the highest I saw was around about 19 of them out there. So a bit smaller than normal, but still a great resurgence in the Formula Libra class, and would really be nice to see that we could pick up a class sponsor for these guys. And what normally happens is with the class sponsorship, they use of that class sponsorship money to help towards the entry fees and what have you for the drivers, or give some form of payout at the end of a race meeting, like what they do with the Thermofires Clubmans or Clubmans Racing throughout the years, where they try and give back to the driver a 2, 3, 4, 500 rand return on the 1,000 odd entry fee. And well, if you take what racing fuel's costing these days, it's getting very, very expensive. For all, when you've got those side drafts wide open down the back, man, you can go 1 rand, 2 rand, 3 rand, 4 rand, and then you go up a gear, and then you say 6, 8, 10, 12 bucks, 15 bucks, and you climb on the brakes, and then you say, okay, that's a bit of a cheap 100 meters, let's go again.
It's not 1 rand, 2 rand, 3 rand save there, I think, Gary. So what happens is, yes, single-seater racing is particularly expensive. It always has been. I know Cape Town has been majority a saloon car racing culture, but we do have the Formula Fords and Formula Vs coming out now, or Formula Vs I should rather say. Man, Formula Fords, there's Zane Munson in that orange and black, Repsol Lantis, and we have Donovan Ramsey in his Raymer, the Kelly Fletcher Formula 4s, as we say as well, VW Lantises and Omegas. But don't forget about Byron Mitchell. Myself and Francois were talking off air earlier on. We're talking 1 minute 9s, we're talking the stratosphere here as far as things are concerned. Byron Mitchell, he did a lovely job. Of course, he did a few runs here at the festival of Speed, and he went to Neisner as well to take that Reynard Formula VW up the short hill.
It would have been nice to have Andy Rackstraw out there to push him. We've had the opportunity to see that in February this year. February of 2022 was the last time, if I remember correctly, that we saw Andy Rackstraw, Byron Mitchell going one-on-one, and they were chasing one another with that 1 minute 10. I think Byron Mitchell knows that being 6 seconds of that quicker than anybody else out here, it's going to be a case of him versus the circuit, and I think he'll have set himself up for the long game and for his own personal interest to see if he can break that 1 minute 10 second barrier. A 1:10.084, that's 84 thousandths outside of where he would like to be. And I'm sure that Francois Butler would have turned around and said, I guarantee you Byron Mitchell's going to chase that until he gets to a sub 1 minute 10, and then he'll back out of it from there and just enjoy the race. But it's nice to see the likes of Rainer Pence and Elroy Weiss within 1/10 of a second of one another, and that on the second row of the grid.
Yep, 10 of them out there in all 5 rows. It will be 2 per row as always. And they will then make their way around per Tamina Fastron now, the long banked turn 5 here at Killarney. That's many names. You'll see from there Table Mountain in the background, pointing towards Cape Town. That corner is per Tamina Fastron. It is past the old bus stop chicane, which we used to use for the bikes. And then they will pull into their grid slots on pole position, as we say, Byron Mitchell. Off the racing line is pole position here at Killarney, but the corner advantage if you go straight. Then on the outside, DJ Boyson on the racing line. But let me tell you one thing, I don't know how much difference it's going to make for him. I don't think so, because DJ Boyson is going to struggle to hang on to the back there of Byron Mitchell in his familiar colour scheme as well.
Well, there's a whole lot of rubber on the Byron Mitchell car. Look at the size of those tackies that he's got on the back. And the wheel collision sponsored car, going to be P1 pole position. Byron Mitchell himself, the man, the Tiger car alongside that, as always, utterly perfect condition, and very shiny. So then without the aerodynamics on the second row of the grid, Elroy Weiss in the Formula Forza, alongside Rainer Pence in the VW Amiga, waiting for that 5th position car to come up into place now. That will be Zane Munson, that's the number 30, in the Repsol colours, the orange and black. Alongside that, the 95 of Donovan Ramsey, the 22 of Kelly Fletcher. So she'll be on the 4th row of the grid on the inside, the lady racer with the Formula Forza, the same as Elroy Weiss. Elroy doing a 129.5, Kelly doing a 131.6. So there's still a second or twice in that car.
Yeah, Frantra just noting over here as well, the first time she's on brand new tyres as well. That's going to now make quite a bit of a difference. She was 8/10 off in qualifying when it came to Donovan Ramsey ahead of her. She starts 7th at the moment. Vainant Loretta has been pushed into position now as well in car number 10. That is the V Lantis, but we are ready. The whistle blows. We wait for that 5-second board to get out of the way. We have 10 angry drivers wanting to get into that turn.
Some serious rubber on these two cars at the front. Oh, major Rainer Pence initially as they came off the line. Byron picking up massive amounts of a wheel spin. Well, it will be pretty interesting to see if he was just trying to get some temperature side by side, the two front runners as they work their way down towards turn number 2. DJ Boyson on the outside. He's going to have to back out of that. Byron Mitchell goes into the lead as they're going to turn number 2. But look at that battle in there behind them.
Yeah, look at the standing start. They already got a massive gap between themselves and a bunch of angry Formula Vs there as well. It looks like the likes of Donovan Ramsey taking them around. I think Donovan Ramsey's 95, excuse me, that little red number. And then going through into Interceptor now as they make their through on this first of what looks like 7 racing laps, Gary. And well, they'll go onto the Tigerberg straight now and into that double apex right-hander at turn 4.
Well, already out into the back main and flying down the back main is Byron Mitchell. Wow, I tell you what a move for him. It looks like he's got a problem with his transponder because it hasn't popped up on the screen at all. But I'm sure when he comes through, they will correct that one. Here comes Byron Mitchell up towards us, and already he has broken away. Look at the size of the number on that motor car as he comes past underneath it. Yep, that's definitely a problem. Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson's transponders. It doesn't show on the list by us. But here we go, the 3-way battle that's going there for 3rd position, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. In fact, make it a 4-way battle. Underneath it's Rainer Pence, then it's Donovan Ramsey from Zane Amundsen. And lock up as they go into turn number 1. That 4-way battle becomes a 3-way.
Well, looking at the fastest lap times as far as the Formula Vs are concerned here, Gary, Class V, it's a 1:33.481 for Donovan Ramsey at the moment. And that is, wow, that's quite a bit. That's about 7/10 of a second faster than Elroy Weiss. At this time, but that's the man ahead of him, a 1:33.698 for Reino Pence at the moment. He's 2/10 of a second when they cross the line ahead of Elroy Weiss.
Yep, nothing much between them. Kelly Fletcher holding on to the back of that pack. As we said, if she can stay close enough to make up the difference, she finds herself a little bit outside of the slipstreaming position that you need, but that group for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, they will remain pretty close, and still we don't have lap times coming through for Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson. Well, it now shows for the two of them. So Byron Mitchell already on a 1:10.495. That's just 4/10 outside of what he did in qualifying. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up doing a sub 1:10.
Well, Gary, let me tell you one thing. I was actually in my mind thinking this. It's a 7-lap race instead of an 8-lap race. What happens if they're starting Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson a lap back?
Well,
you know, that's also...
Well,
it's worth a thought.
Thinking that they are between 6 and 4 quicker than everybody else. On the first lap, they didn't show a lap time at all for Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson, being the only cars out there. They then came up on the board and show as 9th and 10th. So maybe to make it fun for the guys, I say, I tell you what, we're not going to score you on the first lap. Let's see if you can do sub 10s and take it from there. So DJ Boyson on a 1:15.075, which is already quicker than his qualifying time.
Well, that's amazing. Yeah, 1:10 and now a 1:09.579, Gary. He goes up to the sub 1-minute 10s and a 1:15.075 there for DJ Boyson. But looking still at the front, DJ Boyson comes through right now to complete his last lap. And then Weiss still leads the way, though, as far as Class V is concerned, by only 0.04 of a second over Zane Amundsen. Look out for that little orange and black Repsol Lantis, because that's going to be a hell of a ding-dong battle over there as well. I think we'll see them coming now into turn 5 per Tamina Fastron. Look at them, Gary, hooked up almost like a train.
Yeah, but I tell you what, that's a high-speed train. Francois Butler made the prediction it'll be sub 1 minute 10s. Well, Francois, with 2 laps down, he's already done a 1:09.579. Your next prediction, what's he going to get to his quickest?
Gary, I'd like to see a 1 minute 9 flat. That'll make my day.
I think it'll make his day as well. Alroy Weiss from Zane Munson, Donovan Ramsey, Rainer Pence, Kelly Fletcher's holding in. Kelly Fletcher, the lady racer, is holding in, but that four-way battle up the Joubert Straight, they're going to Alroy Weiss with Zane Munson in there behind him. Donovan Ramsey's closing. Donovan Ramsey goes for the inside line. Donovan Ramsey lines up on the inside, and Ramsey goes up into in the second position in that front group of 4. Now, Kelly Fletcher was a little bit slower than what they were on the last lap, 0.82. So about 1.8 seconds a lap slower than what they are. But remember, they now towing one another in that slipstream. And I don't believe, unless somebody makes a mistake, that group of 4 is going to break up. Remember, we said 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th place. There's nothing much in it. It was like 1.3 of a second. That's exactly what's happening out there on circuit right now.
Yeah, Donovan Ramsey briefly had 2nd place in the class there, Gary. And what happens is Zane Munson took it right back. But now Zane Munson fancies himself a lead of this race. He'll be on the outside. He caught the slipstream of Alroy Weiss. And they come around the outside now. And I would see Zane Munson take the lead in that orange and black Lantis ahead of Alroy Weiss.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if you look in your program. Formula 1 lap record, Ian Schechter in the Lotus 72D 108.09, and well, that is just like 1.5 seconds quicker than what Byron Mitchell has done on the previous lap. He just did a 110.85 seconds, 857, and that is without having Andy Rackstraw to pressurize him as well. So it's man versus machine, as Kelly Fletcher has Donovan Ramsey's dropped behind Rainer Pence. Kelly Fletcher still in 7.
A more modest lap time from Byron Mitchell. He had traffic as he was coming through. Remember, he's involved now and he's trying to carve through that private battle, and they're not going to want to give any of their places up there, Gary. And what happens is this is an inconvenience for them. Thankfully for them, Byron Mitchell has made his way through.
Well, he's actually taken a lap out of everybody right now because they didn't score Byron Mitchell on the first one, and DJ Boyson as well. So DJ Boyson also putting in pretty quick lap times. Well, Byron Mitchell's now got the hammer down, having passed that four-way battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. He's just done a 20.3 in Sector 2. That's a purple sector time that he's got there. That's more than 5 seconds quicker than anybody else on that sector with the 2.
I see Donovan Ramsey's on the inside for turn 5. Tamina Farstron. We have 3 abreast in that section as well. Donovan Ramsey takes the lead of in 3rd place overall, of course, but he is leading Class V at the moment. Yeah, they come out. Right behind him will be the likes there of Reino Pence. Zane Munson will be actually in 2nd at the moment. Now then it will be Pence, and then it will be Alroy Weiss as they come across the line.
So Donovan Ramsey now up to the front of that group. Oh, look at that, 3 abreast as they go into turn number 1. Nothing much in it. All 4 of them up the Joubert Straight. They go up towards turn number 2. There's nothing between them right now. Donovan Ramsey, Zane Munson, Rainer Pence, Alroy Weiss. Nobody can break away from anybody. Some go in hard and come out slow. Some go in slower, come out fast, but they stay glued together. Donovan Ramsey and Zane Munson now breaking slightly away from Rainer Pence and Alroy Weiss.
But a minor inconvenience for them is coming now, Gary. We have DJ Boyson is about to unlap himself, and he's going to now get in between the group over there of 4.
I think he's going to back out as they go into the double right-hander, out into the back main, and then just get the hammer down as he works his way up the back main. Yep, he goes across to the inside of the track. Are they going to try and use his slipstream straight away, diving in behind him to try and pick up that slipstream as they work their way down the back main? And, well, whoever can make the best use of that can maybe get to the front of that group of 4. Ramsey, Munson, Pence, and Weiss. We predicted it. There's nothing in it. That's 1 to go.
Well, back to a 1:09.843 for Byron Mitchell. It's not the fastest, though. He's still 3/10 off of his best lap time at the moment. And Byron Mitchell crosses the line. Zane Munson still leads the Class V section.
And he's just lost that lead now as they go through. It was Alroy Weiss that went to the front end of the field just ahead of Zane Munson.
Yeah, magic stuff there from this group of 4. I can see there Donovan Ramsey as well was also hanging about there. I think he is now currently in the lead. Zane Munson on the outside in turn 2, switches lines onto the inside. Who will poke the nose ahead? It's going to be Donovan Ramsey still that will make it right through into the kink. Watch out behind him. That's the likes of Elroy Weiss and then Rainer Pence just barely hanging on. Wow, that was a quick race. We have Byron Mitchell that's just taken victory.
Yeah, Byron Mitchell that worked his way at sub-zero all the way around the circuit. Amazing stuff, breaking that 1 minute 10. Well, the next man is going to come through is going to be DJ Boyson in the VW Reynard, coming in second behind the Formula VW of Byron Mitchell. As soon as he comes across the line, we're going to go back to that massive battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
I'd like to extend extreme gratitude to Frankie here for pointing out that the flag had just come out. DJ Boyson comes across the line. He will be 31.8 seconds further back. Of course, the whole continent and everything like that in between. DJ Boyson still putting in a valiant effort as always. But now, here it comes. Zane Munson will take victory ahead of Reino Pence. Elroy Weiss in the 3rd placing class. But what happened in the Donovan Ramsey? Plus 1 lap. I wonder if Donovan either pulled over or pulled into the pits.
Yeah, dropped out of that one. Kelly Fletcher comes through. She finds herself 14 seconds further back. Nick van der Westhuizen is in the last one across the line. So Donovan Ramsey that dropped down to the tail end of the leaderboard and has not been able to complete this race. Double waved yellows at the bottom end of the back main as the 2 lead cars in the hands of Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson work their way down towards the in-car area on the inside of Perimeter Fastron corner.
Right, folks, it's time for the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge. And when the challenge cars get to the grid, all of the Volkswagen GTI Challenge cars sponsored by Alert Engine Parts will cut motors, and then they will stand on the grid together with the marshals. We can have a minute silence, first of all for the passing of Adrian Burford, and then for the victims of the Volkswagen South Africa truck, the incident that happened on the road from PE up to Colesberg. There was a tragic accident there involving the Volkswagen Motorsport team of Roger van Schalkwyk and Floyd Sapinu. So the Volkswagen GTI Challenge drivers will come onto the grid. They will cut motors, and then we will have a minute's silence for these people, as well read a piece for them and for Adrian Burford. And it's fitting that we do this now, because this entire class is Volkswagen product related, the GTI Challenge, as Yuri Swart and Jason Kutsia lock out the front row. And the moment all these challenge cars are in their positions, all these drivers will cut engines, will do the minute silence, and then the brains will go back into racing mode, and they will race as hard as they can, specifically for the victims. Yes, for Adrian Burford, but specifically for Floyd and for Roger of the Volkswagen Motorsport team, Gaza.
Yeah, unfortunately we've had to get accustomed to saying goodbye to very well-known people and legends in motorsport with what's happened with COVID recently. And this is unfortunately the not so nice part of doing commentary and presentation of motorsport in South Africa. A big thanks to Alert Engine Parts and GTI for the sponsorship of the GTI Challenge, and thank you for them making their class available for us to just speak about the people that we've lost. The condolences to the families of Adrian Burford and the VW SA crash victims. We were all saddened last weekend by news of the tragic accident involving one of Volkswagen Motorsport SA's transporters, resulting in the deaths of 3 people, including VW Motorsport staffers Roger van Schalkwyk and Floyd Sapinu. Their loss and the loss of the racing cars they were carrying is a huge blow to their loved ones, their colleagues at VW and South African Motorsport. Our thoughts and prayers are with their families now. That's been written by Killarney International. Frankie, I'd just like to add to that. You speak to the Voice of Choice, Greg Maloney, and people like that that go around South Africa to all the different circuits. They will tell you that these 2 guys actually became very well known, not just for VW Motorsport, but early hours of the morning when the sun's busy coming up, everything's wet and damp and cold, and these guys are walking around doing what they do best with smiles on their faces and welcoming all the stars that get acknowledged on a race day and the chief mechanics and what have you. And this is the real basis, like the Western Province marshals, of what makes it possible for a race day. And this makes you realize that, yeah, we get spoken about and we get the limelight, but it's people like that that are the real ones that make it possible. So Roger van Schalkwyk and Floyd Sapinu, yes, you are missed not only by VW SA, you are missed not only by your families, but you're missed in motorsport circles for what you stood for on the basis of what happens on a race day.
And then as well to Adrian Burford, it's with sadness that we learn that Adrian Burford, vastly respected by his peers in the SA Guild of Motoring Journalists as a master of his craft and a true gentleman, passed away suddenly this week. Adrian was a successful part-time racing driver and a regular visitor to Killarney through his involvement in the national level Vodacom Power Series, the Super Series, and more recently, the Extreme Festival. He later also became a driving coach through his business, Stigworks, and when not behind the wheel, he was a super fit runner and a competitive mountain biker. But most of all, he was a devoted family man, and it is to his family that we send our prayers and our condolences. Rest in peace, Adrian Burfield, and then to Roger and to Floyd of Volkswagen South Africa. And we'd now like Gary to have the moment silence.
I'd just like to take this opportunity as we go into this moment silence, each and every one of you here at Killarney International and the folks at home, the motorsport people around the country, take this opportunity to go back to your guys in the background that make it possible for you to be the star, and go and say thank you to them while they are there and they're helping you in your racing. A minute silence.
Right, folks, if we can all around the racetrack, remove your headdress and let's all have a moment's silence for these people. Thank you very much. May their souls rest in peace.
Yeah, that's the not so nice part of doing what we do on a race day. The fun side of it is what's about to come up now. Probably going to be one of the best races that you're going to see here today. Your Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge Race #1. They'll go off in classes. And, well, I think it's a pretty good initiative that there was a while back when we had Class C and Class B cars getting intermingled amongst one another, and it affected other people's races. And have a bit of a gap between them when they come off the line. Given that it's a one-make motorsport and it's one set of rules for each class, Frankie, we have a situation where the Class A's are all very close to one another, the Class B's are all very close, and the Class C's are all very close. So it's a spectacle of speed that you get out there with 3 different races going on at the same time. A couple of changes that we've seen happening with the drivers moving up in class. Not a lot that's gone down in class, more that's gone up into the different classes, and the likes of Umpi Swart, Jason Kutsia, Colin Meader, Nathan Victor, Dani Sunderberg, great to have him in there as well, Dylan Jabir and Kai van Sail in that Class A battle.
Yeah, Class B is going to be hectic stuff out there, keeping an eye there on Eden Thompson. He'll be in that fight together with the likes of Carl Walsher, Ian Cup, Tate Bishop. That's going to be a lovely rumble out there in Class B. Class C, Skull Keldernace will be in that fight. Chasey Herald will be in there, Matthew Rowe, John Henry Vorm, Dylan van Eerden, Seth van den Abile, and we're just going to have a look and see who else. That's going to be a lovely, lovely dogfight out there in the Brat Pack that is Class C. We'll have a look and see who is all in there. There's quite a few cars out there in this one altogether. We'll wait for the monitor to change. Here by us, there is supposed to be 26 cars out there. Suleiman Effendi is also now in a Class C. Jade Lynch has joined up as well. Chasey Herald is the man that put the car in pole at the previous event, both Class C races, and had the quickest time in Class C, and walked away with all the honors, and he would love to repeat that today in his class.
Well, I think he's got the fastest qualifying lap time in Class C, but I see he's been placed on 26th position on the grid. So yeah, definitely that doesn't make sense. There might have been some other type of situation that played itself out. So we also know that Dylan Jabir has got a faster lap time than what actually reflects out there in his position. Also a slight technical issue that came into play that's put him further back in the pack. So that Class A runners that's going to be coming off the line first, the Summit Racing car of Umpi Swart. Alongside that will be Jason Kutsia. Nothing much between the two of them. Colin Meader Jr. in the 11 car. and then alongside that, Nathan Victor from Class C now up into Class A, and I believe that this boykie is going to be one of the front runners in the class. Dylan Jabé in there directly behind him.
Right, I just Johan Quinlan was showing me, Gary, from the down here that and he showed a slap on the hand and he showed at the back. So clearly Chase had infringed some kind of a rule or regulation or whatever the case may be. We don't know up here what it was, but yeah, the bottom line is something, he didn't do something correct as far as the stewards were concerned, and therefore he was placed at the back of Class C. But it's going to be interesting to watch him work his way through to the front of Class A.
Two of the cars having moved over the line, and Arlene Brown going, walking down the pack quickly and just pushing the cars backwards. So it's going to be Umpi Swart and Jason Kutsia, National Polo Cup racers side by side. Colin Meader and Nathan Victor, that's the front four in Class A. The Summit Racing versus Mint Rap Works as they're going to work their way down towards turn number one. A beautiful pull off the line there. Already dives out towards the outside line. It's Kutsia on the outside. It's going to be a one-on-one. Here comes Crosby.
What a lovely start off the line there by Carl Walsh. He placed that car. He's facing inwards. Got a beautiful start off the line, and it's he and Tate Bishop that are side by side into turn number one. Bishop's on the inside. Walsh sits there on the outside, followed there by Ian Thompson. That is the first of the three of the Class B cars heading up towards turn two, Gary, as the Class C cars move off the line.
Oh, John Henry Vaughan made up two positions off the line, got himself tail end happy going into turn number one, held onto that one, and he's moved up into that third position. So he's done a pretty decent job so far as John Henry Vaughan, as the Class C cars work into turn number two. We go back to the Class A's as they work their way out.
Right, down the back man they go with his Umpi Swart from Jason Kutsia. Then it's Nathan Victor. Right behind Nathan Victor is Dylan Jabé. He's got Colin Meader sitting there on his outside. That's that first group there, followed by Kai van Zyl. And then Donnie Sandenberg as that group of Class A cars work their way out of turn 5 out of Fastron.
We got a Class C car that's gone off, and that's on the outside of Interceptor corner, gets it back on circuit. The Class C battle now working its way down the back main, going up to the front main. Let's see as they come across the line. Jason Kutsia. Then it's Nathan Victor. Wow, Nathan Victor is in Class A, and he's holding out some pretty big names there. Colin Meader Jr. from third position's got himself now down to fourth with Dylan Jabé and Carl van Zyl, and then Sanderberg, the new guy on the block with the old shape car in there behind all these new young guns.
Right, to watch out for these Class B cars that's working their way out of turn number one, out of Olzuk. They are working their way now towards a turn two, and Tate Bishop leads there from Carl Walsh, then Ian Cup and Mark Thompson. That's the first four cars coming out of turn number two. Then Brett van der Skyf is in there and heading down into turn number two as well. Grant Klute has also dropped a bit further down, and right behind him, it's his first four Class C cars, Gary, heading out of turn two.
Now John Henry Vaughan's done brilliantly up until now. He's got himself up already up into second position in that Class C battle as they work their way towards somebody that's just backed completely out of the gas. I think it's a Class B car that's running slow all the way around the outside of Interceptor corner. So Seth...
That's Eden Thompson.
Yeah, so Seth van der Abile, that was the fastest man in the qualifying session, holds on to that, but he'll be very aware of a John tenths of a second in that class. Frankie, back to Class A as they work their way through turn number one.
Right out of turn number one they come now, and right up front it is still Umpi Swart that leads, heading towards turn two. He's been chased down there by Jason Kutsia. Then behind Jason Kutsia we have got Nathan Victor. Behind Nathan Victor, oh, take a look at this, going high, going wide. Is that Colin Meader? Yes, he goes wide, and that opens the door there for Dylan Jabé, and right on their heels is a Kai van Zyl, and they are followed there by Donnie Sandenberg as that group of Class A cars work their way out of Interceptor corner, up the Tigerberg straight towards turn 4, Malmesbury sweep.
Not that far behind them, it is Tate Bishop that leads out as they go through the kink down towards Interceptor Corner in turn number 3. Tate Bishop has updusted and disappeared as he works his way up past the main grandstand and then ahead of Kyle Wilcher. Now Wilcher was very good on the takeoff. He made up a couple of positions, but Ian Cup has come into play now, and Ian Cup is on the same pace as Wilcher, all over his back bumper. Tate Bishop, as we said, he's like distant down the road, but it looks like Wilcher's got problems because that man that's in there behind him, Ian Cup, is having a look around the outside of him, and in fact he rides right around the outside of Wilcher, crosses around the sideline, going into Pertamina fast run and up into second in Class B.
Class C is working its way down the back straight, and it's a heck of a fight down the back main. They go with Seth van der Nabili. He's been chased down there by John Henry Vaughan. Then behind him, we've got the 55 of Dylan van Eerden, followed there by Ryan van Eerden. That's the first 4 in that class, heading out of turn 5, out of Pertamina Fostron. That's first, second, third, and fourth in Class C. Heading out there. There you see them go past the Fostron board. It is Seth van der Biele that leads them under the Wingfield Motors and City of Cape Town Bridge. John Henry Vaughan is right in there behind him. Then it's a 2 Van Eerdens. That's Dylan and Ryan van Eerden, as these 4 Class C cars are nose to tail and side by side heading through and out of turn 1 Holzhoek.
John Henry Vaughan tried to cut it just a little bit tighter on Van der Biele. It didn't work. They actually touched and that dropped him back into the clutches of the 2 Van Eerden cars. Van Eerdens are coming. Ryan van Eerden on the inside line, his brother on the outside. They climb the curbstone, bang into the side of John Henry Vaughan, and that's going to open the road for Abile, as he's now got a bit of a gap. John Henry Vaughan's going to have to hold out on Van Eerden. Van Eerden's on the inside as they go up into Interceptor Corner. He's made up all these positions. Well, he's good and late on the brakes, and he makes it back into that second. But that has released Van der Biele as we go back to Class A.
Right, the Class A cars are busy making their way out of turn number 1. And it's Summit Racing's Yuri Swan Jr. that leads them out of turn number 1. And it is not Umpi Swart that leads them. Umpi sitting in that 3rd position. I do apologize. It's Jason Kutsia. Jason Kutsia that sits out there in P1. So Yuri has lost a lot of ground. He sits down in that 3rd position. As a matter of fact, Nathan Victor is there in that 2nd position, with a Swart in 3rd, and right behind them, here we go, Dylan Jabber is right in there with them as well, and behind Dylan Jabber is Colin Meader and Kai van Sale. It's a lovely fight in that Class A group that's heading towards turn number 4 out of Malmesbury. They come now, working their way down the back main, and it's still racing down the back straight there in P1 and P2 in Class A. It's Jason Kutsia, followed there by Nathan Victor.
Coming past the main grandstand, the Angry Jeep Class B up front and running away from everybody else. This is the most dominant that we have seen him up until now in that motor car in class. He's up dusted and disappeared at the front end of Class B with that Mark II Jetta, and he's left Carl Wilcher in his dust. Carl Wilcher has been nibbled from behind there by Ian Cup. Ian Cup's actually run and he has not been able to get through, but Frankie, one hell of a battle at the back end there of Class A. Dylan Jabber, Kai van Sale, Colin Meader Jr. swapping positions and rubbing paintwork as they work their way out into the Jabber straight.
One massive fight going on down the back straight of Class C. Oh, they're rubbing each other down the back, man. They are 3 abreast down the back. This could end in tears.
Accident.
Oh, it's a huge accident. You knew this was going to happen. Oh my word, Seth van der Biele is gone. Ryan van Eerden is gone. It's a massive, massive one down the back main. Well, they were 3 abreast. They were leaning on each other at one point in time. The cars are standing dead still on the track. And I don't quite know if the marshals are going to clean this one up in time.
No.
Those cars are standing dead still on the center of the racetrack. And the red flag has been called for. Yep, the red flag is out. The race has been stopped.
Well, the red flag's only coming out now. And the guys coming through there at a massive pace. It's open. Everybody gets past there. They were so close as the Class A guys was not under red by that stage of the fight. That was the Class C battle. Now, looking at the lap times that the Class C guys is doing, you'd be running 4th gear all the way through the double right-hander out into the back main. You would have got just gotten up into 5th gear as you go over the tunnel. So you're doing pretty much around about the 5.5, 6,000 RPM in fifth gear. You'll be doing around about 170, 175 kilometers an hour at least in that Class C car where they started touching. It was John Henry Vaughan that was on the outside, and they were 2 abreast, then they were 3 abreast, and I think the buffeting of the air between the cars caused them to start moving around. At that stage of the fight, Van der Biele was pretty safe at the front end of the field, but with them having caught up to him, it was then a case of contact between them, and from there on out, well, it's a case of skittles. NASCAR style, you way over the top end of the amount of grip that you've got from those tires underneath you with the weight of those motor cars. Van der Biele got out the car and smashed that door closed. If nothing else in the car is badly damaged, the right-hand front door is definitely damaged. He was massively, massively frustrated, but that also is a case of nerves and adrenaline rush. Being in a high-speed accident like that, they were then stranded across the circuit as the rest of the cars were oncoming. You can't bolt out, buckle out of the car at that stage of the fight. You have to stay seated in the car and just hope that nothing hits you.
Well, drama and chaos out here on the back main, and I saw it coming. When they worked their way out of turn 4, out of Malmesbury, they were rubbing and leaning on each other. John Henry Vaughan was being leaned on. He leaned back like, if you're going to lean on me, bud, just take that back. So you knew it was going to happen. Just before they ended the second sector to start sector number 3, they were already 3 abreast and leaning on each other. And somehow you just knew that they were not going to make it all the way down into turn 5, Fostron corner. And well, the rest is history. There was dirt and dust and body panels flying down the back straight, bumpers all over the place. As a matter of fact, Ryan van Eeden hit the Armco and he ricocheted back across the circuit as well.
Well, there we just see, I actually missed the beginning of that. If our IMUSAT guys, I'm pretty sure they're listening to us, if we can just have that replay again. So that was Seth van der Biele, that was the first man that came to a halt. One of the cars dived across to the left-hand side. Here we come now, let's see what happens. Van der Biele on the right hand. Oh, John Henry Vaughan. Oh. No, it was...
Yeah, John Henry Vaughan, they leaned on Vaughan. And then into the Armco goes Ryan van Eeden and ricochets right across the circuit and bang, right again into the side of Van der Biele.
Van der Biele was reversing back off the inside barrier, and well, he came across and right-hand front to right-hand rear, and that pushed the whole nose across. But now with the dust, you can see everybody coming through there. For the folks at home, a lovely replay they picked up from that camera. Yeah, it was Seth Van der Biele and John Henry Vaughan, I think, was in the initial contact that turned them all around, and from there on out, well, it was just skittles. Massive impact with that barrier on the left-hand side, and then picking up literally a 45-degree whack on the right-hand front corner of that motor car. That's very big damage, very, very big.
Right, so at least from what we were told here, Tiny says that all the drivers are okay. That is the most important thing. But yeah, we've lost at least 3 of those cars. We've lost Seth van der Biele, we've lost Ryan van Eeden, and I'm not sure if John Henry Vaughan is back out there again. I was having a chat with his dad earlier on. Just before the race event got underway.
We can't see his car, but he is definitely part of it.
Yeah, no, he was part of it. As a matter of fact, I was having a chat to his dad in the pit area just before the race event got underway. And he said to me, watch out for the orange car. I said, we'll keep an eye on it. It certainly will be out there in the front end of the field, which it was, until that situation played itself out down the back straight.
Whew. Hectic stuff. Yeah, I think there's a couple of people that are going to feel completely aggrieved with this one, that they were involved with it through no wrongdoing of their own, but such is motorsport. That's the way it is. There's nothing much you can do about it. See, Carl Walcher had his phone out and he was showing the guys the replay. Jason and Nathan and Oompie were having a look to see what actually happened down there. And yeah, you can see them just shaking their heads saying, oh, that shouldn't have happened. Well, what a lovely battle out front with the Summit Racing car of Nathan, the Mint Rapworks of Jason Coetzee, the 77, also the Summit car of Umpi, and then the Euro Blitz and Tax Steel car of Dylan Jabé.
And the powder coating works, powder coating world, also part of the sponsorship there on the Dylan Jabé outfit. Well, as we have a look at these cars standing out there, Jason Coetzee in the Mint Rapworks car and Yuri Swart in the Summit Racing. Gary, as you also know, when it comes to iRacing and Extreme Festival, these boys are part of Garth de Villiers' Durant Motorsport as well. And it's not only just Jason and Yuri, Byron Mitchell is part of that group as well. And so is Julian Familiaris, and that's just to name 4. And so these guys are awesome iRacers as well. As a matter of fact, on Wednesday we had the GTE series backed by MSA as well as the Porsche Cup. And if you didn't watch it, you can still see it. It's on Sports and GT page. It's on Second Gear Talk Show. It's on Western Cape Motorsport Commentators group as well. And it is absolutely brilliant stuff. There were 33 of them that entered. And the names is the who's who of iRacing in this country and real-time racing. You got the likes of Jason Coetzee, you got Yuri Swart, you got Byron Mitchell, you got Julian Familiaris, you've got Leighton Fourie. Gary, let's go through some more of them. You got Johan Fourie. You have got Chris. Is it Chris or Matt Shorter? It's one of them. Matt Shorter, yes. His brother Chris doesn't race that. Nati and Samanga is in there as well.
Nati's one of the guys that lost their car in that VW Transporter accident. Then you're not even talking about the Swijs Joubert, Johan Engelbrecht, Francois Joubert, Mike Verrier, Peter van der Spey,
Sander Bakari,
all of these guys, and Sandro's brother as well, Leonardo Bakari, who's moving in, I think it's this week now, he's moving permanently to Portugal, if I've got it correct.
Yeah, this Chris, Bradley Liebenberg, that's another name that is involved there. And the list just continues of the who's who in SA Motorsport, real-time and sim-time racing drivers that take part in the iRacing series. And that is brought to you every Wednesday by Gary Fleming, and the commentary team is also Gary Fleming, myself and FCA Nivout. On this coming Wednesday, as a matter of fact, is the iRacing Master Series. That is the one that is put on the map there by Dr. Mike Verrier and by Sander Bakari. A big thanks as well to people like Luke Lucchesi and Jaco Steyn. Jaco, of course, up in Joburg, and our condolences to Jaco as well in the passing of his mother during this week. And these are the people that make the iRacing Master Series possible. And this coming Wednesday will be the first one of the new series. And as a matter of fact, this coming Monday will be the first round of the Jaco Steyn's one. That is the South African Touring Car Racing Challenge. And there's a big sponsor on board for that one. And I guess, Gazza, we can make that sponsor know now for the Touring Car Racing Challenge. It's a pretty big one, Gazza, and Castrol South Africa is on board for that one, and a big thanks to Jaco Steyn for organising that.
Yeah, Castrol South Africa and Canvas Intelligence being the two main sponsors there.
Yep.
So that footage, if you guys want to see it, you can get it on Second Gear Productions on YouTube on 108p. HD. It's some brilliant footage that we've managed to get together for that one, and you can pick it up, as I said, on YouTube. Go to YouTube, go to Second Gear Productions, and then the Canvas Intelligence round 5. Yeah, it was round 5 that we had. So Monday night we'll be going out also on Second Gear Productions and on Sports and GT Western Province Motor Club, as well as SA iRacing South Africa for the next round of the touring cars, which is sponsored, as we said now, by Castrol South Africa. So the big boys getting involved with that one. And it's so nice to see that we've got all the top racing drivers in South Africa that's involved with that one. The likes of what you see here in front of you, Jason Gutsia, Umpi Swart, and we're hoping to get Chase Herald into the series in the not too distant future as well, because he's also a top iRacer.
I know that Jano van der Westhuizen is also just waiting for his new sim rig to arrive, and then he will also be part of the sim. I think he'll have to start off in the Porsche Cup and then prove himself there and then move on. Now, Gary, I've seen something on the grid here. You'll notice that there are two Dani Sandenbergs out on the track. One is Dani Sandenberg Senior, one is Dani Sandenberg Junior, that used to race oval track at the old Tygerberg Raceway. As a matter of fact, the number 70 Jetta 3 is a Dani Sandenberg Senior. I can see him stand right up against the wall here having a chat to his crew. And that is Dani Sandenberg Senior that used to race late models back in the day at the old Tygerberg Raceway.
Also a stunt driver as well is Dani Sandenberg.
Yes,
so nice to have a father and son combination in there, while Carl Walcher has a chat there with Chasey Herald. Both of them are pretty hot in the iRacing industry. I think what we must do, in fact, on a Tuesday night, Frankie, is the guys that were involved, Seth Bealey, John Henry Vaughan, and guys like that were in fact involved.
Ryan van Eerden.
And Ryan van Eerden as well. Ryan van Eerden also involved with initial stages when COVID-19 came up, with Carl Walcher, Ryan van Eerden getting involved with the Assetto Corsa racing.
Dario Bussi.
And Dario Bussi
TMSA.
as well. The whole TMSA thing that started out, and while it's evolved from there through to Assetto Corsa Campione, and then the guys moved on to iRacing, which is it's the most expensive format of that form of motorsport, but it's the most realistic as well. And then with a big fire from the West Bromwich Motor Club Sports and GT section coming on board, upgrading all the equipment that we have to hand, and making it then possible to have some brilliant racing out there with the best of the best in South Africa. So that Porsche Cup series is the precursor to the GTE race on a Wednesday night, which is once a month that comes up. And the guys in the Porsche Cup, I mean, that is a list of the who's who, and that's just the guys that didn't make it into the top 32 to go into the GTE series, and that in fact carries an MSA COC that is on board and handing out drive-through penalties, etc. During the course of the races. So if you're not up to date with it, you'd like to get the latest info, join in with us at 8 o'clock on Tuesday evening for episode 70, season 3 of the Second Gear Talk Show, and we'll bring the latest information on what's happening with the GTE, the Porsche Cup, the Touring Cars Series, and then also
iRacing Masters,
the iRacing
and
Masters,
the 6 hour.
Well, the iRacing Masters based on Mike Verrier from West Bromwich Motor Club, Killarney International Raceway, who actually started the whole thing out, and getting help now from other people to just expand it into the 6 hour, the West Bromwich Sports and GT Masters, the Touring Cars, the Porsche Cup, and then the GTE series as well.
As a matter of fact, this coming Monday is round 1 of the new Touring Car Racing Championship, brought to you by Canvas Intelligence and Castrol SA.
And that you can pick up on the Second Gear Productions on YouTube, or you can go and have a look straight on Facebook, West Bromwich Sports and GT Facebook page. And in fact, they're going to have the Ons AC 100 just a little bit later in the racing program today. That's going to be...
And people that do the iRacing will be involved here as well. Peter van der Spey is going to be in. Dr. Mike Verrier is going to be on board as well with all of this. It's going to be lovely stuff out there. Colin Plitt will also be racing in there. So, yeah, they're all going to be in there. And these are drivers that are also seasoned top-class iRacing drivers as well.
And the other one that we forgot about, Julian Familiares, also in there as well.
I mentioned his name earlier on as part of the Durant Motorsport team, but yes, he's also part of that setup. So Umpi Swart about to climb into his car. Jason Kutsia just gave us a wave from down there earlier on. He's putting his helmet on, And
we just got clarity on that now, Frankie.
Yeah.
The reason why he's dropped down, he says he's actually lost 4th gear.
Yeah.
So he's going from 3rd to 5th. Now, 4th is what you would use from by the start-finish line by Cape Hell drivers, 4th gear all the way through interceptor corner, up past the front of the main grandstand, into the double right-hander, out into the back main, up until where you would then get to the bridge. And that is the gear that he's missing, is the main gear. So yes, he's got problems.
So this is where his karting experience is going to have to come in now, to be able to carry that momentum, even though he has lost that 5th gear. And we've only got 2 seasoned karters out there, and that is Yuri Swart and Jason Kutsia. And Umpi, knowing that that 4th gear is gone, that's now where you've got to learn to use all your karting knowledge, all of his karting experience, you'll have to use right now to at least hang in there with Jason and not lose another position. But trust me, Nathan Victor is quick, Dylan Jabir is quick, so was Colin Meader. And Kai van Sail, so Umpi's going to have to work very hard to at least end in that 2nd position.
I somehow think that it's going to be between Jason Kutsia and Nathan Victor, and if anything, Jason's going to have Nathan flying high. This is the highest that he's been all along. I mean, he was always at the front of Class C, but that's Class C. This is Class A.
Yeah.
And Jason, being a National Polo Cup racer, he knows there's a massive target on his back with Nathan Victor wanting to take that Summit Racing 71 car to the front end of the field and get his first Class A victory. I cannot see Umpi stands any chance against him whatsoever without that 4th gear. If it was a 3rd gear, or something like that, it wouldn't have been as bad. You only use 3rd, 4th and 5th, and 4th is the main gear that you need. So he's either going to rev it to pieces, which you can't afford to do, or you've got to go to 5th gear, and that makes it a labor, not a labor of love, a labor to try and get that car to carry, as you say, the karting experience now coming into it, to carry that speed through the corners.
But yeah, he is teammate of Nathan Victor. The 2 of them are representing Summit Racing. So yeah, we'll have a look-see. And Nathan is not going to back out for Umpi, that's for sure. But yes, I do agree with you, Gary. In theory, it should be between Jason and Nathan for 1st and 2nd positions. And Umpi will do well to hang in there in 3rd place without that 4th gear. And as we were saying earlier on, he's going to have to use all and each and every single experience that he's got now that from karting to at least keep him in that 3rd position.
I pretty much think, if you think how Dylan Jabir, Kai van Sail and Colin Meader Jr. were having a massive battle, chopping and changing positions. Remember, they had got dropped by Umpi and the boys up front, and I'm pretty sure on a straight restart, they're going to be all over Umpi, and I think he's going to battle to hold them out as well. I think he's going to be dropped further down the field. Carl Wiltshire is going to be in a much better position than what he was. He's a lot closer to that.
You're joining me live. Yeah, I'm with Nick Adcock. Nick, unfortunately, you are out for the race. What happened?
Oh no, such a shame. Such a shame. Put it on pole this morning with a little Ligier there. Such a big power deficit to the Craig Jarvis Ginetta. I pipped him by a 10th, and I thought this is going to be a good, strong race. But unfortunately, when it came to warm the engine up, the timing chain has slipped, and it takes you long to get into the engine. So that is it, and that is racing, unfortunately. Bitter pill to swallow.
Bitter pill to swallow, but I'm sure that you're going to be back. Just a little bit about the background between you and Craig. There was a bit of thing brewing there, a little bit of friendly fire between the two. We actually picked up a story between the two of you guys. What, in your mind, was possibly going to happen?
Okay, so he's got a big power advantage down the straights, but my car's better on the brakes and in the corners. So I needed to make a break in the first lap and be braver. and try and break the toe down the back straight, and then he would have hunt me down. Alternatively, if he'd have got past me as soon as he started hitting traffic, because he's just got such a big car, then my more nimble car, I would have caught him and tried to get him then. So, but it's come to naught.
It's going to be a good race. The Owens AC100, it's a 100-kilometer race. If you work in the race, what would have been your strategy going for? Remember, this is live, so the guys probably can't hear, but what would be the ideal 100-kilometer strategy with regards to your car?
First is to get enough brake and tire temperature on your outlap, so you can go at it 10 tenths from the green lights going. And then, I'm used to racing a lot longer distances in Europe, so to do a 50-minute race, it'll just be banging the laps in, and then once you are hitting traffic, making sure that you're not mad about it, but you're decisive in the traffic. And traffic management is a big part of getting to the checkered flag first.
And your car does what sort of times?
So it'll do a 10. Craig should be able to do an 8. So he has got an advantage, but it will all come down to traffic. So listen, let's see what happens in this race. I should be an interesting spectator. A frustrated but interested spectator.
It's the worst to watch yourself racing. Thank you so much and really appreciate it, and hope to see you at the next one. Nick Adcock.
Not out there, hopefully we'll see him out there for the second one, but we'll just make double sure on that one. So the boys are all strapped in again, ready to go racing. Jason Kutsia, Nathan Victor, Yuri Umpiswar, Dylan Jabir, Colin
When you're ready, you got me? 1, 2, 3. All right, so we've had a red flag at the GTI race. I think this is the first race of the day. We've had 3 cars off on the back straight. Pretty bad impact. I've got Craig DeToy with me. Craig, the 3 guys involved, who are they?
It's Seth van der Biele, I think is his surname, Ryan van Eden, and John Henry Vaughan.
Car's pretty bad. Do you think it's repairable? You the master behind the scene?
Well, I actually built those 2 cars. And I doubt Seth's going to be back today. Ryan will assess when he gets back to the pits. John Henry managed to drive away, so he's got a bit of door damage, but he's probably reformed on the grid.
And in terms of what actually happened, was there the contact with one of them or what?
I spoke to one of the drivers, and I won't put any names to it, but he reckons they were coming down the back straight 3 wide, and the one driver tagged another one, and it caused a chain effect. So,
listen, you know GTI Challenge, and you know what happens after the races, like in the paddock area when the guys knock each other. What is the vibe like going to be now in the paddock area between these 3 boys?
Yeah, some noses going to be out of joint. I won't deny that. Obviously, when you come out, this is amateur racing. No one's professional here. So it's amateur racing, and now you've got a whole lot of damage to sort out. So yeah, there are going to be a few noses out of joint, but hey, it's the game we play.
Craig, if anybody can pull it right, it's going to be you. Thanks so much, bud. Appreciate it.
Cool, bro.
So this should be interesting stuff. It gives a second chance to Chase Herald. That started a long way back as well from the Neander Toy stable. And yeah, a couple of hours of work that's going to have to go down in the Neander Toy garage with a lot of the cars that he is looking after. I see John Henry Vaughan, we haven't seen any footage of that car at all. He's not made it back to the grid. He did have the right-hand back door had been knocked in from that previous contact that we watched with him as they went to turn number 2. I think it was around about lap number 3. Let's see if Donnie Sunderberg can get the car off the line. Donnie Sunderberg standing on the line.
Yeah, that's Sunderberg Senior. Is Sunderberg Junior out there? There goes Sunderberg Senior. Yes, there's Sunderberg Junior in the B49 Golf.
I think that Sunderberg vehicle is in fact the ex-Jarno van der Westhuizen Jetta. That's the only one that I can think of.
You could be right, yes.
They were going to take the stickers off and respray it white, so you'll probably find that's the ex-Jarno van der Westhuizen car. He's got new shocks, back shocks, for the latest generation stuff that's out there now. Expensive shock absorbers. He's already got the back shocks in his car, but he's unfortunately moving this weekend to Killarney. He's been offered a very lucrative post there, looking after a whole lot of expensive machinery for one of the mega farmers in the area. So he'll be going to stay permanently for now in the holiday house out at Killarney. And he says, well, it's going to be come down to Cape Town on a race weekend and come and enjoy from the next meeting out.
Gary, I speak under correction, but that B49 Golf that's being campaigned there by Donnie Sandenberg Jr., if I look at the color scheme of that car, didn't Jaco Lambert campaign in that very same car in Class B? I do speak under correction,
Possible.
but I think that might just be the ex-Jaco Lambert car. But yeah, I cannot confirm that one. I'm just shooting off the hip here.
Well, cars that have been built for this class are pretty much built for one format, one formula racing. So you'll normally find that if they get sold off, they end up in the class with somebody else behind the steering wheel, or goes obviously then to Clubman's. But you'll probably find it is the exact same motor car. So on the grid they will stand. It will be a standing start, Class A, then Class B, then Class C. And it's going to be race 1, part 2, as they have it on our board. And then I take it you'll probably find that for an overall result, they will take the total race time that there was last time they came across the start-finish line under racing conditions. They will add the race time for this 4-lap sprint, if you want to call it that, to that time. And that total time will then give you the answers which you require. Having said that, that means, Frankie, that in Class A, having lost that 4th gear, you might find if Oompie can hold on to that 4-way battle of Kai van Zyl, Dylan Joubert, Colin Meader, that in overall times he might then hold on to that 3rd overall.
Well, that's what he will be aiming for, 3rd. I doubt he'll come 1st or 2nd. The best he can do is 3rd, and then hopefully between races they can get that gearbox sorted out. That's what I'm really hoping for, because we cannot afford to lose him. We already don't have Jano van der Westhuizen and Marco Busi out here today, so we do not need to lose Summit Racing's Yuri Swart. So I'm almost certain between races they will attempt to get that gearbox of that 39 Polo sorted out. Right, we're about to go 4 laps of mayhem in alert engine parts, GTI Challenge. The second part of race number 1, as Gary said earlier on, is about to get underway. It's a 4-lap dash to the checkered flag, and it's going to be very, very close and very tough indeed.
The mintrapworks.com 77 Jason Coetzee car, alongside him Nathan Victor, the first opportunity that he's had ever to lead out a Class A race. Also with the Summit Racing on the side of the motor car, Yuri Oompie Swart, 2nd row, minus the 4th gear. Alongside him, the Euroblitz of Dylan Joubert. And I believe that they have bought the Jason Coetzee car, which they will be acquiring after this race event. It'll be interesting to see exactly what they intend to do, which car is going to carry on. But the 5-second board comes up. Can Nathan Victor head out Class A for the first time in his racing career? He gets of A, B, and C all moving away together in this run as they work their way down into turn number 1.
Right, this time they're all together. Let's have fun, boys, for 4 laps. And it's Jason Coetzee in P1 from Nathan Victor in 2nd. From Oompie Swart in that 3rd position. And Colin Meader sitting there on the outside of Oompie Swart. Right behind them there is Dylan Joubert, followed there by Kai van Zyl and Donnie Sandenberg Sr. Then behind Sandenberg is the 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Class B. Tate Bishop, Ian Cup, Carl Walsher. Right behind him is Eden Thompson, followed there by Mark Thompson, and then Donnie Sandenberg Jr. is right in there with Brett van der Schyff having a squiz up on his inside.
Going back to the front end of the grid, the double right-hander going out into the back main. Can Jason Coetzee hold out the flying Nathan Victor? Yes, he does. The two of them have made a bit of a game. Umpi Swat, oh, he gets a bit of a rub there from Dylan Jabir, while he had to go from third up to fifth gear, and you can see how that's affected him. While in fifth gear, it's pulling pretty decently, but the change between those two gears is massive, and that's going to cost him very, very dearly. How he's going to stay ahead of him, heaven alone knows. I think he's the only man that's got any idea of how to do that. Out into the front main, Jason could see leading Class A on this 4-lap sprint. Down towards us, they come down. Nathan Victor's right in there behind him. It's Colin Miller Jr. Then it's Dylan Swat and Donnie Sunderberg. But the first of the Class B cars is already closing up as Sunderberg gets it completely sideways and locked up just ahead of the Angry Jeep entry of the leading Class B entry. Brilliant drive there so far. Tate Bishop.
Yeah, Bishop sitting out there in P1 as they work their way up the Jabir straight towards turn number 2. Right behind him is Ian Cup. Right on the outside of Ian Cup there we have got, is that, no, it's not Cup, I lie, it's Wilshire. Then behind Wilshire it is Eden Thompson. Then we have got Cup. He's dropped right down into the clutches there of Mark Thompson, leading Class C. Well, here he goes. And that is a Chasey Herald as they work their way through turn 3 interceptor corner. And already Chase has got a commanding lead there in that C division.
Yeah, only Matthew Rowe that's close to him. And then Van Schaefer and Sunderberg that have been caught up in this restart where they were all together on the restart. I haven't seen that for quite a long time. So Carl Wiltshire down in not where he would like to be, not at the front end of the field. Tate Bishop definitely the class leader for this event. But talking about class leader, overall race leader, Jason Kutsia coming down towards us. Nathan Victor doing everything he can, but not really putting major pressure on Jason Kutsia. Jason's just going from strength to strength, and I don't think he's going to be able to really head him off with just 2 laps to go.
Right, out of turn number 1 they go. There's a change of surface flag being showed at the end of a pit lane, so there must be some kind of debris laying on the track there, going through turn number 1 as the leaders are heading out of turn number 2 now. And it's all those Class A hot shots, and you've got to feel so sorry for Umpi Swart. He is second last in Class A, and he's an absolute sitting duck. Yes, he's using all his karting experience for sure, but it's not going to help much if you have lost that critical, crucial 4th gear. But he's not going to give up, that's for sure. He's going to drive that thing until the gearbox falls out if he has to. Through turn 4 they go now. Out of turn 4, Malmesbury sweep down the back main. And Nathan Victor's all over the back there of Jason Kutsia, followed there by Colin Meader. Behind Colin Meader, Dylan Jabir, Kai van Sail, and Yuri Swart, followed there by Donnie Sundenberg Senior. And right behind him is the Angry Jeep Jetta, the Class B leader. That's Tate Bishop as they work down, Gary, into turn 5, Pertamina Fostron.
Carl Wiltshire managing to hold on just ahead of ex-champion Eden Thompson, and the two of them have broken away from Ian Cup that was looking really good initially. Ian Cup not being able to stay with that front 3 in front of himself, down in the 4th position, going back to the leaders as they work their way out of turn number 1 out into the Jabir straight. It's still Kutsia that's up front. It is the last lap. Can Kutsia hold out Nathan Victor? I think he can. It's the last lap. This will be Colin Meader Jr.'s best result for a long, long time as well. He's lying in 3rd ahead of Dylan Jabir and then Kai van Sail. And then Umpi Swart with 1 gear less trying to do his best. Donnie Sunderberg Senior in the ex-Jana van der Westhuizen car just ahead of Tate Bishop. But that massive battle going on behind that, that's Wiltshire and Thompson that's broken away from Cup. Wiltshire holding out with 2/3 of a lap to go. Ian Cup finds himself 2 seconds further back, so whatever he did all right in the first half of this race, it hasn't worked out for him in the second half. And then Chase Herald coming through very strongly, 12th overall, 1st in class.
Right, so the Class A fight is busy making its way down the back main. This is the last lap. The checkered flag will be out as the Class A cars head into Pertamina Fostron. Into turn number 5 they go for the last time in the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge Race number 1. As they work their way towards the checkered flag, it's still touch and go. Here comes Nathan Victor, but Jason Kutsia has done enough. He'll put that car on the center line. Kutsia P1, Victor P2, followed by Colin Meader, Dylan Jabir, Kai van Sail, Ailing Umpi Smart, and the last man in that class is Donnie Sundenberg Senior.
Well, the leader in Class B, the Angry Jeep entry coming through and taking it there. That's Tate Bishop, Wiltshire just ahead of Thompson. Cup holding on to that one position down, but eventually coming through.
Class C has been won there by Chase Herald. Matthew Rowe will finish in second. Third will go to Dylan van Eerden, and then it will be the 10 car of Skulk Geldenhuys that will cross the line there just behind the 55 of Dylan van Eerden.
Wow.
Wow, man, brilliant stuff out there. GTI Challenge, sponsored by Alert Engine Parts.
And how's this for a turn up for the books? Fastest lap, Colin Meader Jr. Well done, Colin.
Yep.
125.936. Yes, in the absence of some of the big hitters up front, but still, you've got to be there on the day. He did it right. He did the homework. He got the lap times in. A 125.936. Colin Meader for part 2 of race number 1.
Good morning, guys. I'm here with Michael Hitchcock, and he's driving a 67 Mustang. Mike, this car is the epitome of beauty. What is it like to drive a 67 notchback?
Well, you sometimes forget because you go into a complete other zone. You know, if you're just in it and you feel it, I mean, all you can see is that little space between your windscreen and dash, and then you go. Yeah, no, the car felt awesome. I qualified well, finished first now with my first race, and she was awesome. She was just lekker, very lekker.
So Mike, we've got the bonnet open here. We're going to try to get into the nuts and bolts. What exactly is it? A 350? What are you running over here?
Okay, this is a 351 Windsor. Bored out a little bit, so it's not major. It's about 358, and yeah, we've got some nice stuff in it just to take the RPMs and try and put the best things in for reliability.
I see you running AFR heads on here. What sort of carburetor are you running to complement heads?
I've got an 850 double pumper Harley, and yeah, at the moment everything is gelling well. So touch wood. She's very nice at the moment.
Power-wise, what are we looking at power-wise?
Power-wise, I would say she might touch the 500, maybe just over 500. I've never had it on a dyno. We do it all ourselves and just do the normal timing and yeah, and see how the pipes burn, you know, and plugs.
Old school does it all the time. Absolutely. So tell me about the gearbox. Are you running a Hirsch shifter? Are you running a stick? What are you doing?
Okay, so it's a MCO gearbox. It's based on a Jericho MCO. It's the same straight cut gearboxes. The same the guys in the States use.
Clutchless.
Yeah. Normal clutch, normal lever, yeah. So there's no centrifugal. It's just normal clutch, normal selection like any other car. The gearbox can just take the punch. Because, yeah, you work it hard sometimes. I mean, it's your anchor as well, and your brakes and everything sometimes.
And I assume that you're running a 9-inch at the back?
Yeah, 9-inch, and yeah, it's the only div that lasts in this game. So, yeah, no, she's on song today, and I'm very happy about it.
That's so good. In terms of the times that you guys are doing with the Stang, where are you at the moment? What times are you doing?
I was on constant to 123s, 24s. I had one very good 122.9 lap, which is my personal best. Yeah, so she was consistent today. The car was very consistent.
And who's your main rival? Because I see in the Ford realm we've got Jacques Blom here in his 4-cylinder turbo. I think he's running with you, am I right? Yeah. Jacques running with you. You've got Ferry's running with you as well.
We've got Charles Alton with the Datsun. We've got Frank Denario with the S-Escort, that little Mark 1 Escort, the Killarney Ninja.
That thing runs amazing.
We call him the Killarney Ninja. Ninja through all the turns and corners, and yeah, so I finished ahead of them today, and I'm stoked. It's an honor to drive with old drivers like that. I'm like 3 years in the game now, so to finish ahead of them today, I'm going to have a cold one off after this.
But Mike, you say you're riding for 3 years. You're actually an old dog. You've been riding for years. You're quite quick. He knows it. So guys, again, I really want to encourage you, come check out Mike's car. It is an amazing 67 notchback, running 500 horsepower, running good times. Get out here, come say hi. The people are going to come say hi to you, definitely. Thanks so much, Mike. All the best, eh?
Thank you. Cheers.
Right, next up, the Spitfire Furniture and Onsa AC100 Sports and GT from West Province Motor Club, Killarney International Raceway. Let's hope that Mike J comes and makes a turn by us here to give us the latest information in the commentary box. He is pit crew and helping numerous different people out there on circuit, but it would be really nice if he comes up and gives us the latest inside line. The likes of Nick Adcock in the Ligier JS, the 53 Evo 2 version, believe that he sees that motor, and unfortunately he's not going to be able to be out there for this one. That's a big pity. Craig Jarvis in the Janetta. Wow, haven't seen Craig Jarvis since the beginning of COVID, when he went back to Mauritius and then couldn't get back this side of the world for a long time. For the first time that we see him out again in that Janetta G57, surely he should be the fastest man out there, apart from the likes of the Opel Maloc Mark 14B of Steve Humble. He will be the leading Class A entrant. Remember, Craig Jarvis is the Class S. Francis Carruthers in the Paulbeam PM84. That car has been driven before by Steve Humble as well. Gary Kieswetter in the Porsche GT3 Cup. Peter van der Spey, a long time out of main circuit racing. The Juno S83, is it a SS3? SS3 by the looks of it. And that car he bought a year and a half ago, and they've been doing lots of work to get that one sorted out. He was out on track on Wednesday for the first time with that. Peter van der Spey, a Golf jet pilot that flies worldwide for dignitaries and billionaires. So they come and down towards turn number 1. 30 laps for this group of cars that's going to be out on circuit. Ray Farnham, that will probably be one of the very much stable entries out there. He's not a man that takes stupid chances whatsoever. He's normally very, very consistent. Nice to see the Porsche out there, the GT3 Cup Porsche of Gary Kieswetter, and then also Yanni Hatzi in the Nissan SX 200. That's the S14 version. Yanni Hatzi, a hill climb specialist, and it's nice to see that Yanni has now eventually made it out onto the main circuit. So 12 entries there was going to be out there on circuit. As far as we know, Nick Adcock not going to be able to take part in this one whatsoever. So big thanks to Spitfire Furniture and Onsa Hasey, as they have once again managed to put this race together for us. Just 11 cars out there. Let's see who comes up towards us first time around. Yep, but as we expected, a two-way battle up front, and it's going to be Craig Jarvis. Just 3/10 of a second between the two of them. As we said, that's the guys that we would expect to be the quickest. And then Francisco Runners. So one Class S and then 4 Class A's, one behind the other. Gary Kieswetter has been around the circuit on many occasions with the Porsches before. It's his favorite choice of vehicle. In there behind him, Mike Verrier. Now the 8-call 24/7 owner, Mike Verrier, the man that started West Province Sports and GTI Racing, and then Western Province Sports and GT Masters iRacing Series. Dr. Mike Verrier, that car of his, we were told, was up for sale, and we were expecting that it was not going to be coming back to Cape Town after the endurance event that was up at Killarney. This is Shelby Can-Am from the Shelby Can-Am series from years gone by, and that sale eventually fell through on that motor car. He was set up to be buying another car, but that sale fell through, and well, I don't think it's all bad, because it's lovely to see a Shelby Can-Am and hear a Shelby Can-Am circuit, as Craig Jarvis already on a 6 as pulling away from Steve Bumble in the Opel Maloch Mark 14B. Now, we're accustomed to seeing Steve Bumble up front, but that in the absence of a Craig Jarvis. So now, post-COVID-19, and race that Janetta G57, which is pretty much built for endurance racing as such. Francis Carruthers in the Paul Beam PM84 will be on a fairly similar kind of lap time to that of Steve Humble. Steve preparing both of those cars to the best of my knowledge, and having driven both of them as well. Just a little bit further back is Gary Kieswetter, 3rd overall in class, 4th out on circuit with a Porsche GT3 Cup. A beautiful colour scheme on that motor car, iconic Martini colours, pretty much the same as Peter van der Spey had back in the day with that car of his. Peter van der Spey out on circuit with a Juno S. It looks like it's a SS3 is the version that he's got, and that car has been a year and a half under construction. Jarvis comes through a 1:11.375, just building a bit of temperature up and getting it going. Then it will be the Opel Maloch, then the Paul Beam of Francis Carruthers, Sveta in the Porsche, Mike Verrier in the black 33, that's the same livery as what he uses for his iRacing. Dr. Mike Verrier. Now comes Peter van der Spey, so long that he's been out of racing. This man flies golf jets for a living, and lovely to see. Just then Colin Plitt. In fact, I think Colin Plitt and Peter van der Spey pretty much arriving at the racetrack together this morning, and expecting to be on pretty similar lap times as well. Then Louis de Jager and the Lola T212. Wow, that car's been around this track on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of laps before. I don't think Louis Diago will ride anything else for the rest of his racing career from here on out, subject to nothing going wrong with that lower T212. I think you're going to find that that's his car of choice, that's his car of favour, and that's the one that he's going to stick with. Ray Farnham not making it out to start this race. That would have been 7. That's got a 2-litre power plant in there. Craig Jarvis completes yet another lap and goes fastest once again on a 1:11.263. Then the Mallock Bull beam battle between Steve Humble and Francis Carruthers. Between the two of them, Gary Kieswetter in the Porsche just a little bit slower than him, about 0.8 of a second, but that will play itself out. Mike Verrier finds himself in no man's land right now, doing 1:17s, notably quicker than the likes of Peter van der Spey. That's got to get accustomed to the new car and also get accustomed to the speed. Speed is something you grow accustomed to. And Colin Plitt now moving up in there behind Peter van der Spey, going past Yanni. Oh, Yanni, I see, locks it up. Going into turn number 1. It smoked that left-hand front, almost went into Colin Plitt. And Colin Plitt gets it past the Nissan and the SX200 and takes up 1 position further forward ahead of Yanni Hatsi, and now going in search of Peter van der Spey. Peter van der Spey, let's hope that car holds. They've only done 1 shakedown session on it, and they had to come in a couple of times, change settings on the computer, on the motor itself, and that too much time to be able to do proper shakedown on that motor car, but they've done as much as they can in the amount of time that they've had. And Colin Plitt now closing up onto the back of Peter van der Spey. Colin Plitt, another man that joins us with the iRacing on a regular basis. So nice to have the Spitfire Furniture Ons AC 100 with well-known names, cars, drivers and faces from the West Province Motor Club Sports and GT section that's taking part in this one. So joining me on for the next couple of laps will be Frankie Innes, the voice of West Province Motorsport. Well, looks like Mike Verrier is running into problems.
I just heard here from Tiny that Mike Verrier, the man himself in that 33 Shelby Can-Am, has picked up a problem. He did come past us very slow the previous time. These yellow flags waving down in turn number 5, and that could be for Verrier. No, it's not for Mike Verrier, but either way he has got an issue out there. So yeah, it's sad to see that Verrier that's worked so hard in that motor car has got trouble out there, but there's a bit of a fight that's raging on here for 2nd and 3rd position, and that's making its way into turn number 1. That's going through turn 1 out of Holzhoek corner, and it is the Mallock versus the pull beam, and the pull beam is being campaigned there by Francis Carruthers, and just ahead of him is the Mallock that's being campaigned there by Steve Humble. They are sitting a 2nd and a 3rd, and there was a 1/10 of a second between the two of them when they crossed the start-finish line to start another lap. Well, the safety vehicle is out on the track. The fire bucky, Fire 1, is out on the circuit. It's busy making its way through the kink now, so the fire bucky is making its way to a situation out on track. We'll have a look, see what that is, as the fire bucky is still making its way out. Looks like there's a problem somewhere there in turn number 1. So it's pulled off there as the rest of the field is busy making their way around. But up front, it's all about that Janetta of race leader Jarvis, Craig Jarvis. He's working his way towards turn number 2. All on his own through turn number 2 is your leader in that lovely Janetta LMP2 motor car that's heading down into turn number 3 into Interceptor corner, and that car is capable of 1 minute 06s. He himself has done a 1:08. That's his personal best, but there's one fight raging on, and it's working its way now towards turn number 3, towards Interceptor corner, and the pull beam of Carruthers has eventually got his nose ahead there of the Mallock, the Opel powered Mallock of Stevie Humble, as they work their way down out of turn number 4, down the back band, and I pick up a very slow moving vehicle out there, and that is Peter van der Spey. Peter van der Spey is going pretty slow down there into turn number 5, into a Pertamina Fostron corner. I just saw him come out down the back main, and he's done a lot of work there on that Juno SS3, the ex-Pal Enrico Barlow racing a Juno SS3. And it's lovely to have him back racing. Yes, he's coming past us. That Juno doesn't sound healthy at all of Van der Spey as he makes his way through turn number 1. So yeah, trouble out there for him. But heading towards turn 2 now, as you see on your screen, is 2nd and 3rd places overall. It is the pull beam that's been campaigned there by Francis Carruthers, and not too far behind him is the Juno, not the Juno, the Mallock, the Opel-powered Mallock of Steve Humble. Sitting out there behind the two of them in a lonely 4th position is the Gary Kieswetter Porsche, as they work their way down the back straight towards turn number 5 into Pertamina Fostron. And we should pick up that Porsche now that's heading down the back. There it goes, down the back straight. That lovely Martini Racing coloured Porsche of Gary Kieswetter going past the Wingfield Motors board that you see there at home, racing down towards Pertamina Fostron. That's a lovely shot there of that Porsche, the Martini Racing coloured Porsche of Gary Kieswetter, as he's going to pick up and put a lap there on the Alpha, I think it is there, of Eric Salomon. Yes, it's the Elf S06 of Eric Salomon, as that Porsche works its way now towards turn number 2. Right, but have a look and see, not too far behind him, heading towards turn number 2, is the Juno, that ailing number 6 Juno of Captain Peter van der Spey. And as you have a look at Captain Peter van der Spey work his way around, there he comes into interceptor corner now. He's also one of our top iRacers in the Master Series and in the GTE series as well. And why do we call him Captain Peter van der Spey? Well, we call him that because he is a qualified pilot. He flies private Lear jets for people all over the world. And they give him a phone call and they say, Peter, will you come and fly our jet for us? We want to go here, there and everywhere. And then Peter van der Spey flies the Lear jet, any type of Lear jet, although he mainly flies these Gulf Air Lear jets. And that's why you'll hear us refer to him on iRacing and when he races here in the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT class. We refer to him as Captain Peter van der Spey, or just Captain Pete as we like to call him as well. Now ahead of him you see that Elf coming out of turn number 1, and that is campaigned by Eric Salomon, the Elf S06. That is a lovely looking motor car. Now, Eric Salomon is a senior chartered accountant. For those people that don't know, yes, we all know that Malcolm Rapson that races motorcycles is an accountant, and as he was called by Nick van der Meulen many years ago, the fastest accountant in the country, and that may be so. But Eric Salomon, also a senior chartered accountant, owns his own company out there in Century City. He loves his motor racing. He's been racing for decades and decades, has Eric Salomon, in that number 23 Elf S06 of his, as they head down towards turn number 5 Fostron, and they are having a lovely little dice out there. As a matter of fact, it's Van der Spey that's just putting the move there on Eric Salomon. Well, it's all happening out there, and I'm looking for that 75 car of Colin Plitt. Then we can get the camera on that motor car. As a matter of fact, it's making its way now up into turn number 2. Yes, it is. There it goes. That is the 75 car there of Colin Plitt. That's also a Juno SS3. Now, Colin Plitt's been racing sports and GTs for many, many years. He's a Colin, and also races in our iRacing series as well, the Master Series and a few of the other series as well does Colin Plitt. So there's quite a few of these drivers that are involved in iRacing as well. They love their real-time racing, they love their sim-time racing, as I call it as well. As we wait and have a look and see, there's Colin Plitt going down the back main. Haven't seen him race for a while, Colin, and obviously that car's not working for him at this point in time as he's going pretty slow down the back straight. But just some information there on Colin Plitt in the AutoFit production and RB Racing Juno SS3, the number 75 of Colin Plitt. Right now we have got 18 laps still to go. The quickest man out there with a 1:10.177 is race leader Craig Jarvis. Pick up Craig Jarvis. If you heard the car thunder past, there it makes its way now into turn number 2 into Quarry Corner. That is the Janetta G57 Janetta there of Craig Jarvis, a man that races here in Cape Town at Killarney International Raceway. But the last that I heard is the fact that he's resident in Mauritius, lives on the island of Mauritius, does Craig Jarvis, and comes and joins us on a regular basis here at Killarney. He hasn't been racing at Killarney for quite some time as a Craig Jarvis, as we see the Janetta blast down that back main. And his quickest time today so far is a 1:10.177, but he has done a high 1:08 around Killarney with that Janetta of his in the past. That's about, what, maybe 3-4 years ago. So as the Janetta makes its way down the main stage, crosses the start-finish line, with 17 more laps to go, he is still the fastest man out there on a 1:10.177 seconds for the 68 Janetta of Craig Jarvis, racing out there in Class S. I did get a WhatsApp earlier on from Mike J, who is the chairman of the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT Car section, and Nick Adcock in that Ligier blew the motor during the qualifying stint this morning, and that would have been a very quick Ligier of Nick Adcock and A-Call 24/7 and Rico Barlow racing machine, but sadly, due to popping a motor, that number 3 Ligier in Class A did not make it out on circuit. Gary, we've got, when Craig crosses the line, we'll have 16 laps to go.
Yep, in fact, he's just crossed the line not that long back, and Craig Jarvis, having done 14 laps of the, and still 17 to go, so he's almost at the halfway mark. Janetta G57, and Craig Jarvis leads out very, very easily with that motor car. That massive battle for second position, and leading out in Class A, as we said, Francois Carruthers and Steve Humble. And the two of them are pretty much within a second of one another between the Pullbeam PM84 and the Opel Mallock Mark 14B. And, well, you wouldn't expect much more than a second between the two of them. When Steve Humble is out on circuit, he's blindingly quick with either of those two motor cars. Gary Kisvete in the Porsche, we could see straight off that he was going to be just off the pace of those guys up front. And he's held on pretty well. He's been doing some very consistent lap times in the Porsche GT3 Cup car. The last lap was 1:16.117, and that's a very consistent lap time that he's putting in there. He finds himself one lap behind the frequent flyers up front, but still in the top 4 as such. He should be coming through in the not too distant future. In fact, here he comes towards us now, under the city of Cape Town and Springs. That's Gary Kisvete. Yanni Hatzi, the leading Class C car. Remember, Yanni Hatzi, Louis De Jager, Peter van der Spey, and Eric Salomon are all in Class C. So he's looking pretty good. He's Yanni Hatzi in the Nissan SX200 S14. And he's just put in the last lap period was a 1:24.5.7. That's pretty quick. Louis de Jager, second in Class C, 6th overall out there on circuit, 6 seconds further back, and he's just put in a lap time of almost 4 seconds quicker than Yanni Hatzi, the man that he's chasing down. So has Yanni Hatzi slowed down, or has Louis de Jager picked up the pace? Well, I think Yanni Hatzi has probably slowed down just a little, because Louis de Jager is closing and closing fast. So not letting his age get to him whatsoever. Louis de Jager in the Lola T212, 4 seconds quicker than Yanni Hatzi in the Nissan. And visually you can see that that Lola is pretty much being pushed hard at the moment by Louis de Jager. Unfortunately, Peter van der Spey finds himself in the pit area, and I believe Jess Huggett and the rest of the guys are with the Juno SS3. And, the first time that car's been out on circuit, as we said earlier on, was in fact on Wednesday, but they had a couple of niggling issues that they had to get sorted out. And well, what happened with that was that they didn't get that much running time in on that motor car.
Yeah, so Colin Plitt is out, that 75
so it's
car.
fact, well, there the correction coming through, Frankie. It's in fact Colin Plitt that's out, not Peter van der Spey. So our leaderboard is in fact correct, and it's Colin Plitt that is in the pit area.
Yeah, Plitt is out, Vera is out, so the two of them will not be classified as finishers, and sadly Ray Farnham and Nick Adcock did not make it out on track. So from 10 cars, we are now, from 12 initially, we are now down to 8 cars, of which the last man out track is Eric Salomon.
Oh, sorry, Frank, it looks like we might have another change up. Yanni Hatzi going past there by Louis de Jager. So, yes, Louis de Jager was on the same pace, and Yanni Hatzi has in fact slowed down with the Nissan. Let's hope he'll be able to make another 13 laps around the circuit with that Nissan.
Well, talking about Louis de Jager, he's making his way down the back straight now. I'm sure our camera crew will pick him up. There he goes down the back main, Louis de Jager, and we'll watch him here on our screen. Louis has been racing for decades and decades, and I mean absolute decades, and he builds them fast, he builds them quick, and he builds them reliable, does Louis de Jager, and he has a lot of fun out there. As a matter of fact, Louis is racing in Class C together with Eric Salomon and Yanni Hatzi, as he brings that Lola T212, and I do believe the last time I heard he had a Toyota engine in that Lola, and I think he might still have one. Yes, we've got trouble in turn 3 in Interceptor corner. I see it. It is the pull beam of Francis Carruthers that is spun there in turn 3. Well picked up there by Emil Tiny Brunt, representing the commentators and Tiny's pit box. And that motor car, that white car, is right up against the tyre barrier. You can see him there for you people at home in the center of your screen, right at the top. That is where the pull beam is standing, and he was involved early on, Gary, in a lovely fight out there with Steve Humble for first and second in Class A. That was a good couple of laps ago, and sadly it's all come to a horrible grinding end for Francis Carruthers.
Yeah, pointing in the wrong direction at this stage, so it doesn't look like they're going to get that one going again. Yeah, it's on the curbstone on the outside of the track. In fact, there the fire bucky comes closer now, so it looks like they're going to be under waved yellows that side to be able to get that car sorted out from there. It's in a dangerous position, but yeah, I'm sure they'll sort that out as quick as they possibly can. Yanni Hatzi has retired the Nissan SX200 into the pit lane. They've got the bonnet open, and I think it did start, if I heard correctly with the headphones on, it did start sounding a little bit rough towards the end, and looks like that car of that is not going to go any further. Yanni Hatzi, Colin Plitt, Mike Verrier not being able to continue, with Ray Farnham and Nick Adcock not being able to start. So it looks like the safety car might be brought out.
Yeah, we're either going to have, there's the safety car board being brought out, but that's going to make this one interesting, because we have got 11 laps still to go, or 10 and a half laps basically still to go. And they've got the double yellows waved there on the entrance of a turn 3 interceptor corner, but they have to because we're under full caution yellow and the safety car board is out, so the safety car will be deployed. Yes, I see the officials down at the start-finish line is displaying the safety car board to the drivers. So we'll have to look and see exactly when the safety car is standing at the exit of pit lane. So that safety car will come out. Now I'm almost certain that they're going to pick up Craig Jarvis. They have to pick up the leader when the safety car goes out. The safety car is making its way out of the pit area.
See, they're coming out of turn 5. Frankie is in fact our leader, Craig Jarvis, and he slowed it right down. And yeah, the waved yellows as he comes through there underneath the City of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors sponsored bridge. So he'll slow the whole thing down and say, okay, right, let's just take a bit of a breath with 11 to go, well, 10. So they've had 20 laps, 2/3 of the way with the Spitfire Furniture Ons AC 100 Sports and GT race from Killarney.
Now remember, unless it's really, really necessary, you do not red flag an endurance race. You go to full caution yellow and you go to safety car and the laps count down. The only time that they would red flag an endurance race is if it's really, and I mean the utmost necessity. Otherwise, you don't red flag an endurance race. You go to full course yellow and you bring out the safety car and the laps count behind the safety car. So as we said, the safety car will pick up the leader, which it's done, going into a turn 3 interceptor corner, and he's picked up the Janetta there of overall leader Craig Jarvis.
So Craig Jarvis from Steve Humble, Gary Kisveta, Louis de Jager, wow, leading class C car in the Lola T212 with the absence of Yanni Hatzi. That's moved him up to the top position. Eric Salomon on 18 laps. Peter van der Spey also on 18 laps. Peter van der Spey doing 128.5. So Eric Salomon on a 128.5 on his slowdown with the Alpha S06 of Eric Salomon. So Francis Carruthers had done 17 laps before that spin. And looks like they're not going to get that pull beam PM84 going again, and that's a big pity because that and the Opel Mallock in the hands of Steve Humble was a lovely dice. There was nothing much between them in terms of running second and third overall out there on circuit. It was very even lap times between them consecutively, lap for lap for lap. They were literally running within a second of one another.
Yeah, as you at home watch these sports and GT cars come out of turn 5 Fostron corner, I'm looking out the commentary box window towards the north side of the circuit there by turn 3 interceptor corner, and they are still busy trying to recover the Francis Carruthers pull beam that is still stuck and stationary there on the outside as you enter interceptor corner. The safety car is taking these cars out. There's only 5 cars that I see out on track at this point in time. Here comes De Jager and Louis busy coming through. He's going to have to catch up to the back of this group that's heading now towards turn 2 as Louis cruises past us. He's going to have to pick up the pace. It's not a virtual safety car where you hold your speed. It is a full safety car, so he can pick up the pace and catch up to the back end there of Peter van der Spey.
Well, he'll actually, Frankie, be able to see them now, and you'll realize that it's the E36 of Barry Williams, the safety car that's leading them around, even with the barriers that's there for the World Rallycross, which hopefully will be coming back to us again next year. And he's just idling it around, so he's not trying to pick up the tail end of that field whatsoever. So for returning to motorsport, Peter van der Spey, he's not a young man. I think Peter's around about 64, and but he is
a very fit 64-year-old. Yes,
I was going to say maybe it's a nice break for him to be able to just get a bit of a breather after 20 laps, back in the seat after virtually 2 years of being out of it. But then again, as you say, a very, very physically fit man is Peter van der Spy.
Physically and mentally.
Yes, no doubt whatsoever. And he's obviously done a lot of racing on the iRacing simulator, and I've actually had a chance to be on that simulator of his. And those load cell pedals are set up so hard. You've got to apply something like 85 kilograms. Well, at that stage of the fight, that's the settings that he had. He said it's about 85 kilograms of pressure that you have to apply on that brake pedal to get any form of brakes. So coming with a G920 system and going onto Peter's rig, well, the first time I climbed on the brakes, I said to him, something wrong with your settings, there's no brakes here. He said, no, you don't understand. This is my second workout machine. You've got to stand on that pedal. And it's pretty much to replicate what he's accustomed to with the Porsche that he raced all the years here at Killarney, and now with the Juno out there. So it's a very stiff brake pedal that you have to use. It's not just a case of lightly tipping it with your foot. You've got to stand on it. But it's lovely to see Peter van der Spy back out there on circuit again.
Yeah, Gary, I think Louis de Jager is misunderstanding the safety car. He's maintaining the speed that you would maintain if you get shown the 60 km/h board, which is the same as a virtual safety car. Then you have to do what he's doing, unless he's in fuel saving mode, which is also a possibility, seeing that we are running out of laps. We have got 8 more laps to go, so that could also be a strategic plan by Louis.
Well, look, he was 10 seconds quicker, Frankie, on the last lap than was Craig Jarvis. Craig did a 2:07, Steve on a 2:06, Gary on a 2:06, Louis de Jager doing a 1:57. So he did close up by 10 seconds on the tail end of the field. But then again, at the pace that they're running now, you can just as well put it into top gear, and that car idles at the pace he's doing there now.
Well, he has picked up the pace somewhat now, because there the bunch goes into turn 5, into Pertamina Fostron. And Louis can now see the last car going through Fostron, so he will pick up the 6th car of Peter van der Spy before we go back to green. Hopefully, we will be able to go back to green before the checkered flag comes out, because when this group crosses the line, which they will do now, we will only have 7 laps to go.
Well, at the pace that they're going now, 2 minutes a lap, but 14 minutes to take them. The pace that they're going now to end up with a non-restart as such. Francis Carruthers' car, you can't just hook it up behind a breakdown van and ride away with it. It's not that form of a vehicle. You have to reverse it up onto the flatbed. That's exactly what they're doing. So must be a reasonable damage to that motor car that they haven't been able to move it at all. It's purely straight up onto the flatbed. And I'm pretty sure they'll get that sorted out. You should have about 5 laps, racing laps to go once they get restarted with this. Then we'll go into the lunch and interval. For those of you that have just joined us at home, welcome. We are then going to be halfway through the racing for today when we come back to you after the interval break.
Right, so 6.5 laps to go. Here you have a look at the stricken pull beam that the WPMC marshals and the entire safety team is trying to get onto the back of the flatbed. One of the marshals is also displaying the safety car board there on the back of the fire bucky. A big thanks to Spitfire Furniture. They are the official sponsor of Sports and GT, as well as Onsa Hasey. This is the Onsa Hasey 100 kilometers, which is 31 laps, which is equivalent to 3 sports and GT races all in one. So down the back straight, the entire Spitfire Furniture sports and GT class moves. They're working their way out of turn 5 as they come out of Fostron corner, heading down towards us, and still the marshals are battling down there in interceptor corner to get that pull beam onto the back of the flatbed. Well, Craig Jarvis did a 1:10.177 seconds. As I said, he's done about a 1:08.6, I think, is the fastest time that Craig, that car you see right there just behind the BMW E36 Rallycross car. And he's done a personal best of a 1:08.6, if I'm not mistaken, or 1:08.8, somewhere around there in that car. His PB now is a 1:10.177, which is also the quickest time for today, as Craig Jarvis takes that car out of turn number 2, out of Quarry Corner, through the kink into turn 3 Interceptor. There you see they're still working, and they've got that car onto the back of the flatbed. They have eventually got the pull beam onto the back of the flatbed, and hopefully we'll clear that situation shortly, and then we'll have a dash to the line. If they can get that lot sorted out, we could still maybe go for 5 racing laps, hopefully. If not 5, definitely 4. As the BMW E36 Cup car, which gets used for rallycross testing by Barry Williams. He's not driving that car today. He's racing his other BMW in Clubman's. So we have the safety car work its way out of turn number 5, out of Fostron Corner. And as I have a look, that situation has been cleared. That situation has been cleared. It's a clear track down there in turn 3 in Interceptor Corner, so I'm almost certain the safety car will come in at the end of this lap. The safety car rolls through, and we've got 5 more laps left to go. So the safety car, I've just been told I'm quite right in what I was saying, just confirmed here by Tiny Emil Brandt, that the safety car will come in at the end of this lap. The lights are still flashing on top of the roof of the safety car, so I'm almost certain that the safety car driver will put those lights off. And when those lights do go off, if that is the case, then the drivers will know it. Normally the safety car puts the lights off. Right now, with half a lap to go, the safety car driver has not switched those lights off yet. And we will soon get this lot sorted out. He'll pick up the pace, the safety car, and try and disappear away. Jarvis must just not go with the safety car. He must literally bunch the pack up, let the safety car disappear, and then when it's all systems go, he can go. But the safety car driver has not switched the lights off. He'll just peel off as they head down into turn 5. I think the lights is off now. The light is off. Yeah, the safety car has switched the lights off. The drivers put the lights off. Jarvis will now know that that safety car will pull into pit lane, and we will have 4 laps of action. Safety car peels off. Jarvis can pick up the pace now if he wants to, which is exactly what he's doing as we go green. 4 more laps to go on the Onsa AC 100 as Jarvis leads them out, Gaza out of turn 1, out of Holzhoek, up towards turn 2.
So as we expected, around about 4 or 5 laps that would still be to race once they get going again. That's exactly what we have got. So Craig Jarvis, the only Class S car out there, Janetta G57, back from Mauritius after a long break, is at the front end of the field. And Peter van der Spey in the Juno SS3, also back after a long break, even longer in fact than that of Craig Jarvis. So these two guys getting opportunity to get back out on circuit again, which is fantastic. Craig Jarvis works his way down the back main. Steve Humble in the Opel Mallock Mark 14B. Next man that's in there behind him, he's leading Class A car. And we're accustomed to Steve Humble being pretty quick around the island. The Harp Motorsport head honcho, very well adept at the maintenance, upkeep, and race of top motorsport vehicles around Killarney International. They don't do the normal 9 to 5. All the vehicles that they've got is pretty much one-off amazing stuff. So as the laps tick down, just 3 more to go. Gary Kieswetter second in Class A, and the Mallock 14B of Steve Humble. He's doing 1:15 right now. Gary Kieswetter in that Porsche GT3 Cup. That's something that's really going to pull at your heartstrings when you see a Porsche and you hear the sound of a Porsche working its way around the circuit. It's just iconic stuff that a Porsche brings your blood temperature up just a little bit and your heartbeat. There's nothing like Porsche in terms of motorsport worldwide, and it's always nice to hear and see the sights and sounds of a Porsche circuit. Here he comes past us now. Distinctive sound of the Porsche GT3 Cup motor. Louis de Jager's had a very good session up until now. He's just been passed by Peter van der Spey, Louis de Jager, and Salomon are the last 2 cars at the moment. So Peter van der Spey moving up ahead there of Louis de Jager and Eric Salomon with just 2 laps to go.
Right, so this one is almost in the bag, and Craig Jarvis leads this one from Steve Humble in that second position. Then Gary Kieswetter in third. Remember that they're all running here in different classes, with the Class S entry of Craig Jarvis, and then first and second in the Class A is Stevie Humble and Gary Kieswetter, and then Louis de Jager leads Class C from Peter van der Spey in second and Eric Salomon in third. Jarvis still the quickest man out there with a 1:10.177, and this is indeed the final lap. So let's pick up the race leader. This is the last lap into turn 2. Into Quarry Corner goes your leader, the Janetta of Craig Jarvis, as he makes his way through the kink and heads down into turn number 3, into Interceptor Corner. Up the Tigerberg Straight he goes, or as I like to say, up the hill, because it literally is an uphill there. Levels it out there in turn 4. Malmesbury sweep, and makes his way down the back straight towards Pertamina Fostron. That's turn number 5. He would have turned everything down by now in that Janetta. No need to wind that thing up anymore. He's achieved what he needed to achieve through the kink, under the set of Cape Town Bridge, towards the checkered flag, and victory goes to Craig Jarvis, winning Class S and winning overall in the G57 Janetta. So coming towards us now, here is Steve Humble, crossing the line second and first in class, and right behind him is the Martini Racer Porsche, third overall and second in class, 4/10 of a second, nearly 5/10 of a second behind Steve Humble. Well, here comes Peter van der Spey. Peter van der Spey is a lap down, but he is second in Class C. He's Peter van der Spey with a car that was giving him trouble early on, and here comes the man towards a checkered flag that will win Class C, and that is the T212 Lola of Louis de Jager, and right behind him is Eric Salomon. You see the two of them in your shot there, and Eric will finish third in Class C. Well, it's a pity we lost Francis Carruthers. I think that's the only 6 cars that made it to the checkered flag. We lost Carruthers, Hatsi, Colin Plitt, and Mike Verrier, and sadly Ray Farnham and Nick Adcock did not make it out onto track. So that ends the 31 laps. That is the Onsa AC 100 Sports and GT class, sponsored by Spitfire Furniture. We're going to take a lunch break now, and then we'll be back with you for race 1, which will be in the classic and fine cars. But there's also going to be a parade lap coming up now, which is also going to be part of the lunch activities. And that will be a parade lap by the Alpha Club of Cape Town. So enjoy the parade lap, enjoy the break, and then the first race after that will be Lauda Classic Cars and BJ Trustees Fine Cars. We'll chat to you later.
Welcome everybody. We're back here for the pre-race show for the race 2. Race 1 was a bit of a handful. We had the GTI guys giving us a really good show as usual, and so it's such that we actually got Marco Busi here to join us, and he's going to talk us a little bit through about why he wasn't involved in the first race. Marco, where have you been?
Just getting prepared. We're going up to Joburg next weekend to race at Swartkops with the Paybar VW Challenge. So to save a bit, so we can get there. It's always been something on my bucket list, so you know what I mean. So it means a bit more to me to go up there next weekend and give the guys from Joburg a run for their money on their home track.
So you're obviously a Class A competitor. In terms of the Class A competitors that we have over here and the guys running on that side, I mean, what is the differences like in terms of the driving styles on them?
Drivers, I think we are, obviously I'm a bit biased, I think the guys in Cape Town are at a higher level.
You better be.
The level is high in Cape Town.
Yeah.
We have top drivers like Yuri, Jason as well in there.
Yeah.
And the guys that are coming up through like Colin, Dylan and Nathan. So I mean they're always getting faster and faster. The pace has been dragged forward at quite a rate, you know, over the last year.
And obviously, like in terms of the two different tracks, without giving too much of your own personal information away, what is the difference in terms of setup between Killarney's circuit and Swartkops over there?
Killarney's a high-speed track, so the setup is slightly different. The driving style is a lot different. Where Swartkops is a lot slower and I think a bit more technical. So our alignment would change a little bit and tyre pressures and stuff like that. But we'll have to see that when we get there on Friday.
Absolutely. And in terms of the power that your car's making, are you bang on power, or are you going to weight reduction, or what's the story there?
For Cape Town?
For Cape Town, yeah.
No, in Cape Town, all the power, all the Class A cars power are the same. They run on a dyno.
Yeah.
So after the heat or after the day, the car's getting pounded, or straight off the heat goes straight to the dyno, and all run on the same specs, so they have to come within 3%.
And between our rules and their rules, are they exactly the same, or are there a little bit of different changes?
There's a slight difference. The cars are the same. They run slightly lower and slightly wider.
Okay.
They don't have a power limit, but they have an RPM limit of 7.2. So it limits the car's performance at that point. So the cars can only make so much power with that.
For sure, for sure. Are we going to see you at the next one though?
Definitely.
Power Series.
They are coming down here to the VW Challenge are coming down to Cape Town on the 9th of July.
Yeah.
And a bunch of us Cape Town boys will join them when we race here. So it will be Cape Town versus Joburg.
Always exciting to see you drive, and I hope to see you in a Super Polo soon.
I hope so too. Thank you very much.
All the best, all the best. Thanks so much. That's Marco Busi, one of our top drivers in the GTI Challenge. Really puts on a show for quite a bit of the people. I'm joined, Danny.
Hey.
How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good. I'm excited about these races. How about that leader that we just saw win the race by a lap and a bit?
It was amazing. We got to see Craig Jarvis in the Janetta. That is an amazing car. It costs a uber lot of money. And he literally gave, I think the second place was Steve Humble, which he knew. He gave him a good hiding.
Yeah.
To the tune of a couple of laps. I think he must have lapped him 3 or 4 times already. They did now the 100, Ons AC 100 race. Was amazing. And first time you've seen the car. So what did you think of the car?
I loved it. I saw it drive past earlier, and I was like, is that what I think it is? And you were like, yeah, that's a legit, like LMP1 car. That's what I know it as, you know.
Yeah.
But like, that is a proper race car, and it was a very impressive.
It's a proper race car. It's got all the right bits in it. It's fully carbon fiber, fully everything. So it's really nice to see cars like that out here by Killarney. And Killarney is a really short circuit, but yet he was still putting in amazing times. I think second was Steve Humble. Third, I think the pole beam actually fell out. So third was one of the other guys came third from the Harp Motorsport garage. Yeah. Fantastic to see those cars out, and it was really amazing.
It was really nice to watch. I think we've got another interview.
Yeah, we do. And
why don't you join us?
Just spot a seat next to me here. Why don't you just introduce yourself to everybody? Hi.
I'm Craig Jarvis.
Dexter. We were just speaking about your car right now, Craig. What an amazing car.
It is amazing car.
What an amazing car.
Yeah.
Give us a little bit of background as to what the car is. I mean,
so Janetta developed an LMP3 car, and then at some point they just decided, let's throw the rule book out and see what we can do with this. So they put in a big Chev engine and put a lot more aero on it and so on, and they called it a G57. So that's what that is. We've developed it a little bit, not much, but we've put in a new engine and so on, and as it stands now, that's holds the lap record in most of the circuits
Wow.
in South Africa. Not in my hands, mostly driven by Stuart White.
Okay.
But amazing car to drive.
You
It's
wouldn't
really
slow
special.
in the car, to be very honest. And one thing I noticed about the car, it's very wide.
Yeah.
It's a very wide car compared to,
Yeah.
let's say, the Malak of Stevie or anything
Yeah.
else, or the Paul Beam even. Was it difficult with the kind of a narrow track like Killarney for them to even come past you? I know you got more power, but do you necessarily need to make the car wider than what it is?
It obviously isn't wide enough because he managed to squeeze
I
through on the
saw,
start.
I saw.
But obviously being wide means that it's really got good road handling.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say it's a challenge on a track like this.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
too bad. Yeah. I mean, this is my home track, so I'm used to it.
Yeah, I want to geek a little bit about the engine. I mean, you mentioned it's an Alice. I'm an Alice guy by heart. LS1, LS2, LS7, where we at the moment?
Sure. You know, I have to confess that a lot of these details are a bit
Oh, you're
lost
just
on
the
me.
driver?
I'm just the driver.
All right,
I think it's an LS3.
LS3, okay, cool.
We had it specially built in the States and sent out. That was actually cheaper than sending the engine back to Janetta. So,
Right.
And it's a much more powerful engine than the original.
Okay.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, it makes about 470 horsepower.
Oh, it's decent.
And the car weighs about 900 kg, so it really pulls.
Sure.
Gives you a bit of a neck ache.
It does, it does. And it's full carbon fiber, obviously, you know, for the people out there. I mean, it's full carbon fiber.
And it's a full FIA specification, so you know, they have to crash test them and so on, which makes the whole thing a lot more expensive, but it makes you safe. So.
Yeah. Well, talking about expensive, just give us a little bit as to what does it cost to run a car like that? In rands. Not
Okay,
in
so
some.
it obviously depends on what kind of race you're doing. So
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you're doing a sprint race, you're probably talking about 60 or 70,000 rand for the weekend.
Right.
And then when you start getting into endurance racing, which is actually what that car is for,
Yeah.
then you're talking like the 9 hour, you might be spending 700,000.
Wow.
750,000.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
it's
a lot of
it's
money.
big numbers. Now, little birdie told me that that you and Nick Adcock were going to have a little bit of a ting-dong battle, but even though you've got more car, he did mention to us that his car is a lot more nimble than your car.
Yeah.
Do you think you'd have been a rival for you in the last race?
I was really looking forward to that. So I was very, very disappointed that his car broke
Shame,
before
yeah.
the race. That was really disappointing for
Yeah.
both of us. And I was just chatting to him about that. I think we would have had a good dice. I'm a bit off the pace this weekend. I haven't been driving much in the last while, so
Yeah.
I think I'm a bit rusty.
I think you need to come to Rallycross to get some fitness going.
I've done rallycross.
I know
I've got
you
one standing there.
I know you do.
So, yeah, I agree with you. Look, the problem I have is I live in Portugal now.
Right.
So it's a bit difficult to access Killarney, but
Sure.
yeah, I think Nick and I would have had a good race.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
And in terms of the Lotari and in your car, we've seen the Lotari not too long ago at the hill climb. We've seen it at the time attack. How far is, we can kind of gauge how quick that car is of Hubert. How compared to your car, what is it like?
So obviously, being a GT car, it's more compromised than an LMP car.
Yeah.
But when he used to race it in Sports and GT, I think he got down to about a 9.5.
Right.
In my hands, the Janetta can do a 8 flat, so it
Wow.
is still quite a lot faster.
Wow.
In Stuart's hands, it's done a 6.5, I think.
That's incredible. That's one of the
Yeah,
quickest.
that's very
Listen,
quick.
Craig, it's been a blast talking to you. Thank you so much. All the
thanks
numbers
very
blow my mind, and I'm sure yours too. But nice to chatting to you. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you very
Craig.
much.
That's Craig Jarvis in the absolutely fantastic looking and well prepared Janetta. That Janetta is so beautiful, guys. I mean, you love the car, right?
I love it. I saw it. I heard it. The LS sounds amazing. You know, it's that American V8 that you just like,
Yeah.
you know, you really.
It's
beautiful.
he says it's a LS3, and I'm gonna chat a little bit to Steve Humble a little bit later. Steve Humble's one of the guys that actually looks after the car, and the car kind of parks by him, and he's gonna obviously give me the full information as to what the car is all about. But it is probably the fastest car here today. Let me see if I can get Steve. Steve, would you come and join us? He's a little bit old, so he's a little bit slow, but we forgive him because we love him. King of Killarney, Mr. Steve Humble.
How you doing, Dex?
Very well yourself. How was the last race, firstly?
Hard work.
You're tired now, eh?
I am. I'm pedaling around a nearly 50-year-old car with no power steering, no power brakes, no
Listen,
traction control.
I saw you diving down the inside into turn one, giving the Ginetta a bit of a hard time. Was he easy on you, or did he make it hard for you?
I have an advantage. I'm half the weight of his car.
Right.
So, no. I mean, within half, we all race together. We all race firmly but fairly.
Right.
You get in front and you're in front.
Yeah,
if you're behind, then the person's not got to pull over no matter, and nobody wants them to. We're racing.
You know, just talking about your car in particular, you mentioned to me a little bit earlier that next year is going to be 50 years old, your car, the chassis, and there's never been really wrecked at all. It's the same chassis?
Yeah, no, it has been wrecked, yes. No, it has been wrecked, but it's still, I think, actually, you would say, 90% of its original chassis. Yes, unfortunately, it got wrecked a few years ago with a guy from Holland, but... yeah, no, he did.
So just give everybody a kind of idea as to how long you've owned the car.
Okay, so I bought the car into South Africa in 2007.
Yeah.
And started racing the car then.
And it's the engine is a C20XE.
Yeah.
That's the Opel Superbike.
Yeah.
Pretty much, and I assume that it's not standard.
No, it's not standard. I mean, it still uses the Opel crank, but it's got steel rods and forged pistons in it and a good cost-cast head, but it still runs carburetors.
Yeah.
We run Delotos.
You run Delotos.
Yeah.
And what is the series like for you, the sports car and GT series? Just give us a little bit of a background as to what you guys...
So it's a great series. I mean, the beauty of it is we've got a huge collection of different cars that all compete together on the track. There's a huge amount of respect from the drivers because they know there's guys with very valuable cars, but they also know there's guys in very vulnerable cars. And hopefully never the twain shall meet. There has been bumps and so forth, but as a whole, no, we don't have problems like that.
And in terms of how difficult is the car to drive compared to, let's say, like the supercars, the Owen Asher supercars? Are your cars very twitchy, or are they set up for big aero that they can actually grip a lot? What is it like to drive one of those sports and GT cars?
Okay, so they're all different, and I probably had the privilege of driving 90% of the grid at one time or another. So I think the only one I haven't driven is Gary's Porsche.
Okay.
So I've driven all the rest of them.
The Martini Porsche, the GT3. Yeah.
So, and they're all different, and they all have their pluses points and their negative points and so forth. It's fun getting into a car with aero, but it's also hard work learning to trust the aero.
Right.
And that's the big deal.
Right.
So
let's just jump ship a little bit here quickly to Rallycross. Now, I was talking to Craig Jarvis, and he mentioned to me that he was tired, that he was spent, and I'm out of breath. And I said to him, listen, you need to get yourself into your Rallycross car. Just give the viewers a little bit. You and I, we raced Rallycross together. How much of a good time are we having? I mean, what's the best way you can describe with everybody out there?
It's, politely, it's probably the best fun you're going to have with your clothes on. For also the least amount of money.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the beauty with Rallycross. You don't need to have an expensive car to go out and enjoy yourself. You know that I drive an Opel Astra with a 2-litre 8-valve engine in it, and no, it's nothing special.
Yeah.
But we have an enormous amount of fun. There's a lot of guys that come and they'll say, you know, at the end of the day, even though we're only doing 5 or 6 lap races, and we do 4 or 5, sometimes 6 in a day.
Yeah.
You are absolutely spent after that.
Yeah.
It's the best fun.
The jump and the bumping and the barging, I think that's all part and parcel of the fun, and we love it. You always knocking me.
Oh,
do you know
so
how much
that's
white
why
marks
I've got
on
red paint on the back of my car.
I mean, I had a brush in my hand at one point in the paddock area, and I was painting everybody's car red, so it wasn't, you know.
No. It's yes, you're going to maybe pick up a little bit of panel damage occasionally, but there's nothing ever frantic and there's nothing ever vindictive about it.
Yeah.
So when you get 6 cars all piling into what is effectively the turn 1 for Rallycross, the turn 2 for main circuit.
Yeah.
And they've all got to get round there as fast as possible. There's going to be some exchanges of paintwork sometimes.
Yeah. And Killarney's just spent a fair bit of chunk of change on resurfacing. Tips to them for doing it. We really appreciate it.
Yes, they have. I mean, to be fair, the circuit needed doing. It was last had a major resurface prior to the WRX in 2019. And we've been using it continuously since then. It needed doing. And the guys have come in and done it. They've done a fantastic job. It looks really good. It'll have a proper dry out. So for the meeting on the 25th, which we're all looking forward to because it's going to be an all-day meeting.
Absolutely.
And we've got a few interesting things with a ladies' race.
Yep. And
so that doesn't mean you can put a skirt on.
Who said so? I got to close the helmet. You got to open that one. No one's going to know. So to get started, I mean, where can if people want to get involved in rallycross? What do they need to do? How can they get hold of you?
Easiest thing is to get hold of WPMC. They'll put you in touch with me, or if you know my number, give me a ring. I'll happily give you all the details. The rules and regs are up on the WPMC website.
Yeah.
So and they're very simple and uncomplicated and cost effective.
Last one, without being biased. What is your weapon of choice for a rallycross car? What would be like the ideal? And don't tell me your Citroen, because that thing is far from a rallycross car as a supercar.
Yeah, no, that's
something
too scary to drive.
that we can buy. What do you think is a great starter?
So a good starter car. Obviously, you've got the Volkswagen Golf. There's plenty out there.
Yeah.
And they make an ideal car from a Class C point of view. The Class C rules is up to 2 litre, 8 valve, 16 valve, front or rear wheel drive. So it's fairly liberal in what you can bring.
Yeah.
Which is say no trick shock absorbers, maximum 130 kilowatts. So you can buy various cars. You mentioned Craig. He's got a Peugeot 306.
306.
So that thing made virtually the 130 standard.
It was a good car.
And it's a very good car. So there's lots out there. The front-wheel drive cars are as competitive, if not more so, under certain conditions than the BMW.
I find that as well,
They are. So the Opel Astras work well, but there's a number of cars out there that could all work well. We've seen Hondas out there.
Maxima, we've got a couple of Maximas.
In the bigger engine class. I mean, those things are really surprising.
Yeah, and I mean, when Wilson dips to him, he's actually one of the quickest around the him. Yourself, I mean, you guys are doing like, what, 51s around
I can't remember. I tell you, one of the most fun cars I ever drove, which is when we first started, was we used a Honda Civic CRX.
Oh, wow.
And it was absolutely stunningly quick.
Yeah.
I don't know what the time was, but it was only a second and a half slower than an R2 rally
I can imagine. It's pretty light. It's a pretty light car, and I mean, power to weight ratio must be everything. The jump, how big is the jump and how bad is it for you?
The jump it's underrated from the point of view that we all enjoy it.
So it's not Travis Pastrana kind of a...
No, you're not going to wreck your car.
Right.
This is the whole... Guys are sort of very wary of the jump. Oh, I don't want to do that. I might wreck my car.
Yeah.
But honestly, you're not going to.
Yeah.
You're really not. When I used the CRX, it was a main circuit fine car with lower suspension. I never once touched the ground.
So you can pretty much come with whatever you really have, I suppose. I mean, an old Clubman's car will be fine.
Old Clubman's car's absolutely fine. Class C, GTI, absolutely fine. Any of those cars, absolutely perfect.
Thank you so much, Steve. This is Steve Humble. So I'll see you guys on the 25th of this month.
Yeah.
All-day event. If you want to enter, Steve's the guy to chat to. Get us up on Facebook, get us up on the website, and we'll see you there. Thanks so much, Steve.
Cool.
Appreciate it. All right. That's the king of Killarney, Steve Humble, Harp Motorsport. He just finished his 100 lap. 100 kilometers, sorry, on IC 100 kilometer race that we just spoke about now.
Yeah,
and he's actually he looks after the Janetta and all the other cars. So it's really nice to have a chat to him. He's a very technical person. And you know, funny story with him is that when I first got to Killarney, he was one of the intimidating characters, because the cars that are around him and the workshop and everything, you just walk past and you look inside the garage, and that is as far as it goes. But truth be told, I mean, he's probably going to watch us, but he's a very, very nice guy. Once you get to know them, they're fantastic oaks.
Yeah, I know. You've really got to get engaged in the community, talk to people, and just meet the people around you, meet the people you're racing with, and just build that community and that friendship.
Absolutely,
for sure.
and that's the thing about motorsport. We're a big family here. We help one another. We engage with one another. We try to exchange lap times and see what we can do to better one another, you know, from the track days all the way till the race day. So it's so lovely to see that.
And then on race day, it's really competitive.
And now, when you put the helmet on, they say the horns come out, which is what it's about, really.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if you guys saw, but the GTI Challenge, there was a bit of a ding-dong battle between three guys, and they're busy protesting at the back there and busy filling out all sorts of forms about being my fault or your fault or whatever it is, you know. But at the end of the day, it's all for fun, and we have a good time doing it.
Awesome. I think we've got another interview.
Do we? We got another interview? Yes, we do. We do. Yeah, we do have another interview.
I think that's a Max Verstappen hat, eh?
Gary, we want to talk to you. Come squat a seat next to us. Introduce yourself to everybody.
Peter van der Spey, Racing Sports and GT. and I was racing a Juno today.
You were racing the silver Juno. Right. How did it go?
It went well, and they obviously had a sensor problem.
Yeah.
So one of the sensors was reading a limit somewhere, and it put it into limp mode.
I actually heard the car spluttering. I heard the car spluttering quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's when it goes into limp mode. So it's just an engine protection system.
Right.
But I mean, the main goal for today's event was for me, it's the first time I've raced a car in 6 years.
Wow, that's
so we
stunning.
spent a hell of a lot of time rebuilding it.
Yeah.
And so today was a good test for the car.
Yeah.
So a little sensor here and there that just needs to be tweaked.
Teething issues, Peter. Teething issues.
Finished.
What kind of engine are you running up there?
A Nissan V6.
Okay. Is it similar to the Can-Am setup, or is it not?
It's similar.
Yeah. I would imagine.
I mean, they're also running a Nissan V6 engine.
Yeah. The VQ.
VQ35.
VQ35. There we go.
I've got a VQ35, but with all VQ30 engines.
Right.
High compression pistons.
Yeah.
Which brings it down to 3 liters.
Yeah.
And a lightweight crank.
Yeah.
And, odds and sods. The only thing we haven't done is the heads, because we decided to keep it.
Okay.
To keep it
pretty.
It's about, once we've done the heads, we're short about 80 horsepower, which we'll get if we do the heads. But we're going to keep it like this because.
And in terms of the weight of the car, I mean, surely it's a Sports GT. Most of the cars, they are well under a ton. So you must be 600-700 mark. Are you thereabout?
Yeah, exactly. They're about 700 kilos. Yeah.
And the gearbox, are we running a normal H pattern or a sequential?
Sequential box.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
Newland 6-speed sequential box.
Stunning.
So it's and that car's it's properly designed for endurance racing.
Yeah.
At least it was the only one that finished today.
You guys had a bit of a ding-dong between the Can-Ams at the back there.
Yeah, it's a bit about Mike, whose brakes failed.
Sure.
There was a race, and then Colin Plitt was also a race.
Yes.
And he had a spin out. So, and Nick Adcock's car.
Unfortunately, we had a nice conversation with Nick, and unfortunately, he was out just having a chat to Craig Jarvis about his Janetta and so forth. He was just sharing a little bit of numbers in terms of what does it cost to run a car like his. We would really like to know, what does it cost to run a car like yours on a race like today?
What numbers did he give you for his car?
It's well over 700,000 for like a sort of a 9-hour race, and back down to about 60-70 grand for a race like today. In terms of fuel,
I can tell you how I've calculated. I've basically taken the yearly running cost.
Right.
And divided that into the laps that I've done.
That's a very good way of looking at it.
So
smiles for miles.
Wait for it.
Smiles for miles.
It runs at about 1,000 rand a lap.
Wow.
Over a year, if you average it all out.
That's a very interesting way of looking at it.
30 laps today, it's 30 grand.
30 grand, yeah.
Plus
26,
27 grand for tyres.
Yeah.
But that's average over a year. So, today's race will probably cost 60,000.
60,000 rand, yeah.
Next race may cost 10 grand. And fuel, 3 grand.
Yeah.
But it averages out over a year.
And is it one of the cars that you always wanted to drive? Is it I mean, I'm sure you sort of saw the Can-Am series from back in the day.
Yeah, no, I wanted this Juno. I mean, I bought it from Francis Carruthers a bunch of years ago. And it was a championship-winning car. It was the insurance car to run. And it had won various championships.
Yeah.
And then I've just subsequently rebuilt it.
Yeah, okay.
It was pretty run out when I bought it. So I've just... And in the meantime, I raced a Porsche RSR Turbo.
Yes, I know.
That big old thing.
That's beautiful. I love it, with a big bumper on the front and the big scoop.
Yeah, and then massive tail at the back.
Stunning car, stunning vehicle.
I've parked that car now, and I'm finally finished rebuilding this Juno. So I want to do the 9-hour at the end of the year.
At the end of the year. So you're going to do the Africa 9-hour?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And the car's got lights and everything, so it is an endurance car, so it's pretty cut out. Fuel-wise, I mean, you're running a big fuel tank in there for a race like today?
120-litre tank is in there, which is one of the things we did now.
Yeah.
We reinforced the uprights.
Yeah.
It's bigger wheels, bigger tires.
It really is something interesting because, you know, a lot of the times we can relate to cars that we know of, like BMW E36s, Golfs and so forth, because, I mean, our parents drive it, we drive it. But having to chat to someone with a sports and GT car, it's really great to see the numbers. And if you kind of see that it's kind of in your reach, if you're able to do it, it is really an amazing race car compared to tin top racing. I mean, you've driven the Porsche. Compare the Porsche to sort of your sports and GT. I mean, what is it like between the different aero packages and so forth?
Yeah, this is actually I was quite a lot quicker in the Porsche than I am with this at the moment. I mean, I'm running 21s, 20s actually was the best time I did
That's
today.
seriously quick. That's very quick.
But this car's done a sub 10.
Wow, so, that's incredible.
But we've, as I said, we've downgraded the power on the engine by about 80 horsepower. So, but we should get it back to the 15s with this power setup. But it'll run all day long.
I mean, if I can give you guys an idea, the bikes are lapping here at about 1 minute 15s, 1 minute 13s. That is a car that weighs, nearest makes a difference, 700 kilos?
Yeah, 700.
Power-wise, what are you looking at, 250, 300 kilowatts?
It's, kilowatts, yeah.
And Peter is not the smallest guy around. And he's lapping faster than a motorbike. I mean, that is unbelievable, to be very honest with you. That's crazy numbers, you know.
I'd rather be sitting in that car than on one of those bikes, I must say.
I'm sure. Yeah, I know those guys are born differently to us. Eh?
Yeah, they've got what I don't have.
Peter, listen, it's been amazing. Thank you so much for giving us a little bit of insight into your car and your life in racing. And it was really great watching you out on the 100. And we're going to see you at the next one, are we?
Yeah. I'll be here.
You'll be here?
I'll be here, yeah.
Come say hi to Peter van der Spey. I mean, if he's not in the Porsche, he'll be in the Silver.
Juno,
he'll be in the Silver Juno. Thanks so much, Peter. Great chatting to you.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That's Peter van der Spey in the Juno. He did so well in his car as well. It was absolutely fantastic. Well, we're about to get started now with the second part of the day. Danny, it was absolutely great just having a bit of a chat to the people. And I think it's nice being real to kind of gauge and see, like, you know, what does it take to run a car? What are they paying? Because a lot of the times those guys, you just see the guy in the car, on the helmet, but now we put a face to the name.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, exactly. You got to get that personal connection when you're watching on the live stream. Now we can chat to them.
Absolutely.
We know who they are. We know a bit about their story, so we can follow it with more interest.
Absolutely. Well, let's sign up. Nice chat to you guys, and we're going to head back to the racing, the start of race number 2.
All right, let's go.
Alphas that almost 1.3 litre Morris Minor. Here come the fine cars at Mercedes E-Class as well. 928 Porsches, you name it. So Eckhart von Rennen is the man in that 190E. And then Anton Relino in that Morris Minor. Datsun Triple S of Brian Birdin. Saw that on the tarmac earlier on there. He's along with the Alpha GT Junior of Ernst Foyun. Italian colours. There's the Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings, of course, father and son battling it out in the VWs amongst each other, the Type 1 Sirocco versus the Mark II Golf, both 8-valve.
Byron, I was fortunate you were down there as well with me on the fan walk. We went to go and have a look-see at those cars. A couple of models were open. Must admit, some beautifully turned out motor engines there in some of those cars. Some people go to a lot of trouble to make the cars look
Well, the thing is, Francois, the problem is there's so many cars, so little time, and like I said, sensory overload earlier on. You can't get your head, you're just soaking it all in as much as you can.
I went to have a look there at the Jag. I spoke to Clint. I did a video. I'll put it on social media later.
What happened actually? I saw the back end stepped out in turn 2.
The brake bias was set the wrong way around. Instead of 70, 30, 30, 70, so the back end stepped out. He said nothing wrong with the car, he ran out of talent. He was honest. He's out now.
Well, reboot that talent, I can tell you that much.
No. Clint Derry is in picture with a big Jaguar, the Tom Aldershaw Racing replica XJ12S. Beautifully prepared machine. I'll put some photos out there. There you see the car going down the main straight in the picture on its own. There come your fine cars, Theo Clarkson, and the rest coming through there. And Also going to have some lovely racing again. Heat number 2. Heat number 1, I spoke to Michael Hitchcock. He's got the brakes sorted out. Do you remember I spoke about the brakes?
Yes.
So they actually found an air bubble in one of the tracks, which they managed to sort out.
To bleed that one.
They bled it out, and he says now he's got a lot of brakes. He says now he can step on the loud pedal, and he's got something to turn the volume down when he goes into a corner. So we're looking forward to some fantastic racing. Right, they're coming up towards the line, and expect nothing less but full-blooded red-hot action as post-luncheon interval, heat number 2. Louder classic cars and Bijo fine cars. Here we go. Watch the lights. The lights go off, and away we go. Michael and Eric van der Merwe will take it down into turn number 1 and work their way around out of Hole's Hook, as we probably know, the historical name, up to your bear straight towards Quarry Corner. And Donadio slides in the second ahead of Charlie Arton as the fine cars leave us.
Yeah, fine cars. It's going to be Theo Klaassen that takes the whole shot into turn 1, but it's going to be that 928 that will slot into 3rd position. Then Toscano in the MX-5 Mazda finds himself in 2nd place in class. Eckhard van Reenen should be holding it on in that section as well. He was also on the parade earlier on. I don't see him out there in the 190E, but it looks like a good clean start from everyone over there. Like I say, that 928, just to see who that's been campaigned by again. I do know, but I'll get back to you on that one.
Right, so the classic cars make their way down the back straight. They've been led out there by Michael Hitchcock. Charlie Arton steps on the loud pedal of the 240Z Nissan, and he takes it down into turn number 5. Right up there behind them, Frank Donadio, Eric van der Merwe, Trevor Momberg, Dave Aladef, and Ferdy Maton all work their way into turn number 5 as they roll around. So a good tussle there between Charlie Arton and Frank Donadio. Up front, Michael Hitchcock steps on the loud pedal, a nice 5.7 Mustang rolls way down into turn number 1. 240Z Nissan. Then a Mark 1 Escort, 2-litre Mark 1. Eric van der Merwe in the Porsche 994 gets in there. Trevor Momberg in the Ford Capri V6 3-litre, dancing Dave Aladef. He's in the 325i Shadow Line. And up behind him in another 67 Mustang, Ferdy Maton. That is your front row runners, and they make their way up here into Quarry Corner on screen. There you see Eric van der Merwe coming up towards us. There is Trevor Momberg in the Ford Capri, the Suburban Space Ford Capri, rolls out there out of Quarry Corner down into Interceptor Corner. Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang leads out from Charles Arton in the Nissan. Frank Donadio's there as they work their way through. Eric van der Merwe just a little bit off the pace there, sits in P4. Trevor Momberg, Dave Aladef, Ferdy Maton, they work their way up the Tigerberg straight up into turn 4. Malmesbury sweep. It's a double right-hand apex corner as they work their way down the back straight. How's the fine cars looking, Byron?
Well, my sincerest apologies to Koenraad Protea. He's the man, of course, behind the wheel of that V8 928, and he finds himself in 3rd position in the class at the moment. 2.7 seconds off of Robert Toscano with that Imperial Japanese flag on that Mazda bonnet. And then still leading it away is the GTX Skyline there of Theo Klaassen. But Stephen Manuel finds himself in 24th place overall, 4th in the class. And I did say Joe Andrew was in 5th place in that particular section as well in that Golf.
Fantastic stuff. Michael Hitchcock still leading out there. They make their way up now into turn number 2. They're in picture. Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang. Steps on the brakes there, brings it in. Right up behind him there, Charlie Arton. There's Frank Donadio in the Mark 1 Escort, the Donadio Plant Hire Escort. Up behind him, Eric van der Merwe in the Black Widow Sport Porsche. He brings it around. There's Trevor Momberg who sits up behind him. There's the Suburban Space Capri. Down into Interceptor Corner. In picture, Eric van der Merwe leads out. They make their way up turn 4. Here comes Trevor Momberg. Up behind him, Dave Aladef in the 325i. The leaders now make their way through Malmesbury down the back straight towards the Tamina Foxtrot Corner.
Well, Stephen Manuel is the man closing up on the back of the 928 of Koenraad Protea. And they find themselves on the Joubert straight now. The next gap, of course, will be to Robert Toscano. And looks like the fine cars are actually mixing it with the various classics cars. There's the Sierra Cosworth, the Ford Sierra Cosworth of Jan Blom. I see yellow flags, though, Francois, are waving in turn 2 at this particular moment.
The Bedin Datsun is off there, the outside of turn 2.
skirting.
Byron Bedin, there we go, he's in picture. You see the beautifully turned out Datsun.
Sounds lovely too.
1.6 Triple S stands there. And Byron Bedin, unfortunately, something going wrong there. He's out. He's trying to get the car start. They're going to push him out the way. It's a dangerous place to be. If someone runs off, they will totally the car. As yeah, you can see some of the leaders coming on. Lights ablaze. Michael Hitchcock into turn 2. There we go. Quarry corner. Up alongside him there. Charlie Arton sitting just there beside. Then Frank Donadio looking for a way past one of the slow markers. He works his way around. Here comes Eric van der Merwe. They make their way down into the center corner. Michael Hitchcock leading loud and proud in that big Fiat Mustang. Up behind him now, Charles Arton and Frank Donadio. That's that three-way tie for the lead. They make their way up the Tigerberg straight up towards turn 4, Malmesbury corner. In that double right-hander, you see the escort there. Frank Donadio really murdering it nice and hard as he works around. Trevor Momberg coming out of turn 3 up to 4, but the leaders make their way down the back straight to the Tamina Fostron corner.
I mentioned there for Roger Lewis in that MGA as well. He's having a time now being lapped at the moment. He's finding himself ahead of the 190E Mercedes of Eckhart van Reenen at this time. They round off the class as it is in the fine cars section, but only a small little gaggle of them over there looking at 6 laps left to go, including the one they're on. I see Joanne Ferry in that Golf Mark II going incredibly slowly. She's still on the racing line though, and it looks like your guys over here, the Classics, Francois, are going to be putting a lap on her.
A couple of cars out, Byron Bedin, Anton Rolino, Clinton Lawrence out with a Jag, Roger Lewis and Eckhart van Reenen. I spoke to Clinton, it's teething problems, they're going to have to work through it. They've got a couple of things, they had to look at the track to see what is happening there, and they've worked it out. But still, going into turn 2, there we go. He's Michael Hitchcock. He gets a foot down there. Charles Arton chasing hard in that coupe Nissan as they work their way down towards intercept the corner. All the way back is Frank Donadio and Eric van der Merwe. Going into turn 2 now is Trevor Momberg and Dave Aladef follow them, Ferdy Maton. But on picture, there goes Eric van der Merwe as the camera peels around up towards the Tigerberg straight. Donadio making his way up there towards Malmesbury Sweep. Through Malmesbury Sweep, here comes Eric van der Merwe. He makes his way down as the leaders make their way down towards turn number 5.
Yeah, just looking at the classic side there, Francois, 1:23.330. That's the fastest lap of the race by Michael Hitchcock in that V8. Of course, the Mustang over there as well. Looking a little bit of movement down in the fine car section. Stephen Manuel, of course, Jan Blom falling a place down. He's not amongst the fine cars because he is a classic car.
You help me. Theo Claassen, 1 minute 33. Best time of the day for Theo Claassen.
Oh, somebody's run off. That's a Porsche 944 looks like it. And I have to get that one. I have a feeling it's the number 84 of Pelé. It's Pelé that is pulled off onto the engine oval, the Porsche Turbo, and that's out of the race. So yellow flags should be waving in that section, I would think.
Yeah, the yellow flags are waving, but it's off the circuit, so it's not any problem. It's out of the way. The real problem is Ferdy Maton crosses the line. There's a beautiful shot of Jared Thompson's Ford 3-litre S coming out there out of turn number 5. Works his way out there. And Jeff Beal followed there by Lane Hutchings. Here comes Trevor Hutchings. Let's have a look, see who's up behind Trevor. Trevor Hutchings is Martin Bench. No, I lie. It's not. It's going to be Arends Viljoen in the little Alpha. Sorry, that was Arends Viljoen, the Alpha. There's the screenshot. All the cars diving down into turn number 1 holes. They work their way out of holes up towards turn number 2. Jared Thompson 9, turn number 2, working his way through. So all still being led out here with 4 laps to go. Michael Hitchcock leads out over 1.7 seconds over Charles Arton. 4 seconds back, Frank Donadio, then Eric van der Merwe, Trevor Momberg, Dave Aladef, Ferdy Maton, Jared Thompson, Fields in 9th, and Lane Hutchins is in 10th. Trevor Hutchins is in 11th. Well, Jeff Beals got past Lane Hutchins. There's a little bit of a scrap ensuing. There goes Trevor. There goes Arends Viljoen. And up behind Arends, there's Martin Bench in that Ford Capri. They make their way up now towards Malmesbury. And they take a double right down in picture. Lane Hutchins. There comes Trevor. Up behind it, Trevor Hutchins there. It's going to be, once again, Arends Viljoen. Yeah. Oh, and it looks like Trevor Momberg slowed down on the back straight.
Well, the Capris are not having a good time, Ross. So sorry to say, because Martin Bench is also smoking, and they're going to have to bring him in because he's got the orange and black flag.
Oh, my word. So something's happening. Might be talking. Trevor Momberg pulls off the circuit. That car is about as reliable as my clock, you know. It doesn't stop. So I don't know what's happened there. Pity for Trevor. But hopefully he'll be able to sort it out and bring it back to the next meeting. But still, Michael Hitchcock leading out.
Yeah, sorry to jump in there, Francois, early on. But it is 3 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on at the moment. And as far as things are concerned in the fine cars section, Klaassen still leads in the GTX Nissan Skyline. 5.4 seconds ahead of the Mazda of Robert Toscano. And then third place in class is still Koenraad Mathieu in the 928. 3.1 seconds ahead of Stephen Manuel's four-door Skyline. And then a few classic cars in between there as well. Fourie was going a little bit slowly earlier on the number 72 Golf Mark II. And then ahead of Roger Lewis in that MGA Van Redden is going to be rounding everything off in the 190E Mercedes-Benz.
Well, I'm having a look. I'm missing Franco Donadio. I'm not seeing him in the pack. So Franco Donadio has pulled off the circuit somewhere. Not picking him up. There's Eric van der Merwe. So Donadio has gone wayward. And Charlie Arten's there behind Michael Hitchcock. Then it's Eric van der Merwe, so I don't pick him up anywhere. He might be in the pit lane. He might possibly have come into pit lane, I'm not sure. But we don't see Franco Donadio on circuit. He's down in, he's on turn 3. He's off the circuit. So maybe something wrong with that car. There we go on your screen, up on the left. There's Franco Donadio's car parked. So also a bit of a race of attrition here in the second heat, Byron.
Well, the thing is, Francois, usually reliable cars are now basically finding themselves, finding themselves at the side of the circuit. North Fords for now, at the moment, 2 Capris and an Escort. So what happens is there are still
Hello. Don't start that argument. Please don't start that argument. You know the Alphas and the Ford guys are going to be at it in the pub tonight. Yeah, you drive a Ford, it breaks. I drive an Alpha, it works. Here we go.
You can break up the fights tonight there, Francois. I'll leave that to you.
I don't have the energy, Byron, but as we go, we've got a lap to go. Michael Hitchcock leads out over Charlie Arten, Eric van der Merwe, Dave Aladev up into 4, 30 Maton 5, Jared Thompson sits in 6, Jeff Beal 7, Lane Hutchings 8, Trevor Hutchings 9, and Aaron Sviljoen up in 10th place in the GT Junior Alpha.
Well, yeah, no, we got the Alpha still running. The Julia of Neil Maton is also coming across the line right now. But that is the last lap of the race. The flag will be ready, Shirley.
I wish you wouldn't call me Shirley.
No, I was just wondering if they're taking maybe a little nap down there, but lunchtime is over.
Yeah.
Shirley.
Yeah.
And,
well, I'm going to call you Roger. There we go. So great stuff. Lovely second heat here out of the classics and the fine cars. The classics, Michael Hitchcock in that Mustang. Really showing everyone a clean pair of heels as he makes his way down the back straight for the final turn number 5 down in Patamina Fostron. Charlie Arten pursues him as they work their way into 5. Stomp on the brake pedal there just to dial it down a bit, work their way out of turn number 5. And coming up towards the line now, Michael Hitchcock, heat number 2. He's going to make it 2 out of 2 for the day. A wonderful event here for Michael Hitchcock. Lights ablaze as he comes towards the line. Checkered flag beckons. Michael Hitchcock takes it. Second will be Charlie Arten. And a third will probably be Eric van der Merwe coming now to turn 5 in the Black Widow Porsche as he makes his way towards the line.
And at the same time, here comes the Skyline over the line of Theo Klaassen. Yeah, he wins fine cars, by the way.
Right, coming up towards us, some of the other cars coming through. It's Robert Toscano and Andre Delaporte to make their way over the line. Here comes one of your fine cars up towards the line.
That's Koenraad Mathieu going to come across the line. That should be third place for Koenraad Mathieu. That, of course, will be the Toscano Mazda in second position in class.
Dancing Dave Aladev brings the 3 to 5 hour shuttle line over in P4 in the classics. Here comes Ferdy Maton. I had a chat with Ferdy earlier and I said, come on Ferdy, get stuck in. He says, I might break out into Class A. Now, Why not? Fatty Maton, first in Class B, up over the line. Jared Thompson will be the next man around. There comes the 3DS Cortina. A beautiful rendition built here by Jared and his dad. Comes up towards the line, crosses the line, doesn't miss a beat, sounds absolutely crisp as it makes its way down towards Holdsco.
That's a fifth generation Cortina, I would think. The Jared Thompson one. So yeah, 3 litre.
Beautiful stuff. Lane Hutchins over the line, then Trevor, and up behind him there is Aaron Svillion in the GT Junior Alpha. Aaron's having a whale of a time out there. Chatted to him a bit earlier. He just loves his racing, and that's what it's all about.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny from Wingfield Motors here. After 33 years of service to you, we make everything about cars even better. We buy your car, we sell your car, we finance your car, we service your car. Through our Race Post One Call app, we sell your car while you are driving it and return you much more money. And we can even rent you a car while we clear your credit score. Wingfield Motors is the best price for a car will keep you driving no matter what. Wingfield Motors is the authorized FSP.
Well, folks, for those of you that joined us in the second half of the program for today, Killarney National Raceway, it's going to be the bikes that's going to be up next. We've had one class that's had both their races for today. And one of the events that there was earlier on, the Onsa Haysi Spitfire Furniture 100. It's 100 kilometers, 30 to 31 laps around the circuit. One of the people that was out there for that one was a man who's been out of motorsport for a long, long time. Peter van der Spey. We know he was captain by captain, man from iRacing South Africa. Peter, fantastic to have you back in the circuit with the racing overall on. What's it like after such a long break to be back out on circuit again?
Well, Gary, it was quite an experience actually. I've been offline for so long. We've been rebuilding this car for about 5 years now. The last time I was really on the circuit was just before lockdown with the Porsche. And so finally we've got this Juno up, everything replaced, repaired, overhauled, and today was its first test day. So feeling great.
So how long have you actually been away from the circuit for in terms of behind the steering wheel with the racing overall?
That was the last season just before lockdown. Was it 2019? Yeah. Wow. It was the last time I was on the circuit. And so I've done probably 20 laps in preparation for the race.
Wow, that's like one per month since you last raced.
Yeah.
Coming off the Porsche, where is the Porsche that you campaigned so successfully back in the day?
Well, I've sold it. It's an international guy bought it from me just after lockdown started. We were a little bit nervous about what was going to be happening during lockdown and this whole story. And this guy came out of the blue and offered me a really nice package price for the car, so I couldn't resist that.
Seeing that you were semi-grounded from a flying point of view at that stage of the fight, I suppose, you
that's
do
correct.
what you've got to do. But as you say, the Juno has been, is it the SS3?
Yes, SS6, I think.
On the screens we had it as a SS3, but getting accustomed to the speed again.
Yeah, it's I'm probably about 5 seconds off the pace with this car. We've depowered it by about 80 or 90 horsepower because it's really been built for the endurance series, and we'd like to do the endurance the 9 hour at the end of the year. And so I thought the better way to go is to depower it. Everything else is built for endurance. The fuel capacity is there, the shocks, the uprights, all those things. It's purely built for endurance. So as far as the speed is concerned, being the first race after so many years in that car, I chose to really keep it conservative. I can certainly go a lot faster, but I'm being very shaky on the go ahead.
Peter, we are 5 seconds away from the bikes going live. We're going to come back to you folks after this race about the iRacing South Africa.
Well, it's a good start. Strata Technology, Clubman's and Breakfast Run Motorcycles, and as well as the classics. Francois, right to go. Oh, somebody's pulling off the circuit onto the grass. I have to pick up actually who that is. And
looks like Wayne Gress.
It does. Yeah.
Wayne Gress got a bit of a problem. So he's off there on the start line, possibly electrical issues. As the riders now make their way into Quarry Corner, they roll out there. We'll try and pick up who's in front. It looks like it could be Nico Venter. No surprises there. Up behind him, Nick Ben. They make their way into Deceptor Corner. Hang a right hand down in third gear. When you come out there, you want to roll it on 4-5 up towards Malmesbury. And get the full tilt out of their motorcycle now as they hit that double apex right-hander. There you see on your screen, guys, going through turn 3 up towards the Tigerberg straight. The leader's now coming out of turn 4 down the back straight.
Yeah, it's a 9-lap race. Some cloud cover coming over. We've been lucky to not have the strongest wind today. And let me tell you one thing, they all make their way through the double apex right-hander at turn 4, and they will open up on the back straight. As we say as well, there's going to be Clubman's, Classics and Breakfast Run motorcycles all split over those 3 classes, and already, as we said, 1 casualty. But looks like the bike gets going again there of Wayne Gresser. So thankfully that problem was only short-lived.
It could be the start sequence module when you started up that he couldn't get through it, or that it jumped out of sequence. He's back and running, but he's got the leaders coming up behind him. Wayne's not a slouch. He's going to get out there. Nico Venter, Sean Harris back into one. boom, on that BMW, and look at the wheelies up towards turn number 2. Sean Harris, this man is a new revelation here to the Clubmans. I've got a good feeling that this man's going to break out and make his way through to the Superbike section as he works his way through the kink down towards turn number 3, Interceptor corner, and rolls his way around there. All the bikes on screen going into turn number 2, mid-pack. And almost a bit of a knock up there on the right hand side for one of the riders. He manages to collect it and he works his way back down through the kink. There we go into turn number 3. The leader making his way down the back straight. That BMW is seriously quick, and that is already is clearing up the sector. Good time in sector 1 and sector 2. Sean Harris down into turn number 5, rolls down there, and I think he's got Ben up behind him, Donovan Stevens, Nick Venter, they're all there with him. Wesley Hendricks sits there in 5, Willem Lowe in 6. So things are happening out there now as they come up towards us. Harris gets on the gas. Let's look up behind him. And Harris and Nick Ben up over the line. Followed there by Donovan Stevens. They work their way around. And Nico Venter, Hendricks up over the line. Sean Harris really pummeling that BMW 1000 R. Guys are trying to reel him in. He's pretty quick. Nick Ben sitting there with him. And, well, Harris is getting away now from Ben as he lights it up through the kink down towards turn number 3, Interceptor corner.
Yeah, it was 1.7 after the first lap, Francois. Now it's 3.3 seconds between Harris and Nick Ben. The BMW really taking charge of this race ahead of that Suzuki. Stevens and Venter will take 3rd and 4th in the standings at the moment, but Wesley Hendricks is the man that not only is 5th overall but leads the breakfast run class. He's 1.3 seconds ahead of the 86 there of Willem Lowe. That's of course on the ZX6R, and then Hanu Ferreira, or actually that's Mario Ferreira, excuse me, on his BMW 1000 is leading the classics class at the moment ahead of Juan Smith, who's not a classic. He's 2nd in the breakfast run class at the moment.
Byron, I must admit, what's really impressing me, those Boxer Cup motors on those 1000, those boys are riding the wheels of those bikes. They're really having a lot of fun out there. I listened to them chatting in the pits early on. You can hear that the excitement level is at 10-10. So lots of fun out there. They're doing well. They're sitting mid-pack. It's absolutely nothing in the top 10. John Kosterman's out there in 9th on the Suzuki. I said hello to John. John's having fun. As a matter of fact, I think he's in picture at the moment between the BMs there. There's John Kosterman coming out on your right-hand side of your screen as he rolls out. There we go. So, and then you see the Boxer Cup beamers coming through there. So, lots of fun being had out there, but all on your screen. There's the Boxer Cup on your screen working its way down. And they are really running. Look, those BM Boxer motors run sweet.
Oh, they're 1100s. So what happens is those are the gaggle of 1100 bikes. Hanu Ferreira on one of them as well. Mario Ferreira also hanging in there as well. I think Morris is the other man that currently finds himself on one, and they all find themselves in the classics class at the moment. Talking about the classics class, we talked about Mario Ferreira leading. It's John Kosterman on the Suzuki, number 81. That's 10th overall, but also 2nd in class. Only 9/10 of a second off of Juan Smith.
Lovely riding here from all the riders out there. But at the moment, Harris, well, I don't want to say he's untouchable, but he is absolutely winding up that bike. He comes up over the line, makes his way down towards turn number 1, and posts a time of 1:18.6. So he's not hanging around for the love of money, that's for sure. He's pedaling hard, works his way out of turn number 1 up towards Quarry Corner, and into Quarry he goes. So there we go, the BMW there of Sean Harris in screen, works his way around turn number 2 Quarry Corner up towards the kink. You can see he's really putting his ears back and making his way down into Interceptor corner.
Well, lap 4 it is now. 5 laps left to go to the one they're currently on, as this is a 9-lapper. Harris is 11 seconds ahead of Nick Ben at this time. Donovan Stevens still hanging in there in 3rd position on the Suzuki 1000, but 9 seconds back. That is Wesley Hendricks, the first of the breakfast run class runners, and doing a fabulous job over there on bike number 29, and only 7/10 of a second ahead of Nico Venter, who currently finds himself on the bike number 99 low in 6th position, 1.9 seconds further back.
On screen at the moment for the viewers at home, Sean Harris leading out the Clubman's bikes. He is definitely got SPK aspirations as he works his way around. You can see him He's up behind the screen and he's got it really pinned back. Makes his way down into turn number 1. Late on the brakes, peels it over to the right-hand side and works his way through back on screen up towards turn number 4. Some of the mid-pack bikes working their way through, trying to pick up the numbers there. But you see the riders now coming through Malmesbury and they make their way down the back straight.
Well, we actually not mentioned so 9th position at the moment. I'm just going to go a little bit further down. 4th in class, 9th overall is Weening. And of course, that's a man we've not been speaking about very often, Quinton Weening, the man of the BMW. He finds himself off Shandon Thompson on the only Honda in the field, and that of course will be 3rd place in the breakfast run class. And only 5.1 seconds off of Juan Smit. Juan Smit comes through. He's 4.6 seconds off of Lowe.
Byron, that's the group you're talking about that you see on screen making their way down into turn number 1. From Thompson down to Weening, Ferreira, Kosterman and Peter Hill. There we see Peter Hill going into turn number 1. So that battle, it's a lovely mid-pack battle. They're all jostling. Oh, it's
Kawasaki.
One of the Quackers ran a bit long there in turn 1, but the other one of the Beamers going through there from Ferreira. Up behind them, I think, is Nigel Everts. So lots of fun being had out there by all. And the mid-pack battle, I think, is where the race is at the moment. Because out front, it's Harris, Ben Stevens and Hendricks. They're down the road. They're, I won't say untouchable, but at the moment they are. But that mid-pack from about 7th down to 11th, 12th, there's a lot of racing there.
Although I'll be watching Nico Fenter as well. He was 7/10ths of a second, now it's closed it to 6/10ths of a second. So 1/10th of a second over the last lap or so. We'll keep watching that section over there. Remember, that's going to be the battle for 4th and 5th positions, even though they are currently in different classes. Hendrick still confidently leads the class in the ZX10R. Of course, that will be the breakfast run bikes.
Yeah, well, between Hendricks and Nico Fenter, they've just lit up quick first sectors. So the two of them are having a real tussle as they work their way up over the line. And, well, plenty happening out there. Right, so let's have a look, see who comes up over the line now. It's the 34 bike, that is Thompson, so that's where they've just crossed the line. Thompson and Willem Lowe crossed the line. They're having a bit of a tussle. There they are on screen at the moment with...
Weening's taken a place.
Yeah, Weening's taken a place, so he's moved up the leaderboard. Nice to see them having a bit of a tussle out there.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tough ask to chip into the lead ahead of him of Juan Smit. That scores 9 seconds that he has on Quinton Weening. Quinton Weening still has the 3/10ths of a second over Thompson. In that 8th position. Then we have 5.7 seconds back there. Of course, have Mario Ferreira on the 1100 BMW ahead still of John Kosterman, a second ahead of him on that Suzuki. And it is still 2 laps left to go, including this one they're currently on. Nick Ben, I think, just crossed the line earlier on 21.2 seconds off of the overall leader. Of course, Harris, that still leads the way quite confidently.
Well, Sean Harris going to intercept the corner, making his way up towards turn number 4, Malmesbury sweep. He's literally obliterated half the field. He's lapping them and really upping the ante. His best time, a 1:18. He's now circling in the 1:19, so I think he's very relaxed. He knows he's got no competition. He starts to circulate. So lots of fun being had out there. But he comes past one of the Boxer Cup motors down the back straight, just obliterates him down towards turn number 5. And Sean now going in towards turn number 5 on the BMW 1000 RR down the back there, sort of the back of the picture. There he is into picture at the moment. He's going to come out at turn number 5, your leader, Sean Harris. He's going to try and get past some of the slow bikes. That BMW, there it is, the black bike in the back there. Climbing on the gas and just faltering his way down. Watch him come through. He'll probably pass these bikes absolutely flying down towards holes.
I think it was Everts that he was going through on as well. Remember, there's Hanu Ferreira that he will also be coming through on. Remember, we had Gresser and Morris that were originally lapped about a lap or 2 ago. And now, of course, it's that last lap run. And as Francois pointed out, no need to go any quicker.
No. Look, he's pretty relaxed. He's working his way up towards the finish line. I think he's had a wonderful day. He came out here with his race face on and decided, you know what, boys, I want to show you how it's done. Big 1000 RR BMW, almost a 200 horsepower motorcycle. So he will be coming towards the line pretty shortly.
Yeah, it's lovely to see new talents come up through the field, and he's put in a mighty ride through both races today. Nick Ben has basically had to be the best of the rest over here on the Suzuki. Holding it in there. Donovan Stevens still hanging in there as well, 16.5 seconds back. The flag is out though, and we wait for Sean Harris to come to the line and take an emphatic victory.
Yeah, Sean's been riding very well today. Some great lines been taken by him, and really expelling all the power out of that motorcycle. We'll just wait now. He'll be coming up towards us pretty shortly. There we go. Checkered flag. Sean Harris takes heat number 2. 2 out of 2 for the day. And what a great ride from Mr. Harris.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a wait now for Nick Ben. 2 Suzuki's going to be following each other home, albeit with a gap between them. 2 Suzuki 1000cc bikes. That's bike number 90 coming there. That, of course, will be Hanu Ferreira on the Boxer BMW. Everts will follow him home, of course, 13th and 14th. Morris will be in the 15th position. There goes Nick Ben, his Suzuki across the line. In 2nd position, Stevens, the man in 3rd position, will be, well, confident 3rd over there as well. Nobody was going to keep pace with anybody, I think, ahead of him. So we wait now for Jonathan Stevens, comes to the line. 19.4 seconds of 2nd place man. Wesley Hendricks takes the breakfast run class on the Quacker. Only a 1/10 of a second ahead of Nico Venter. So Nico Venter putting in a late race charge there. And coming very close on the Yamaha R1, top placed Yamaha, Nico Venter. And that will be ahead of Juan Smith, 2nd in the breakfast run class, ahead of Quinton Weening. Quinton Weening on bike number 85. That man, of course, 7th overall, but 3rd in class. A fantastic ride. They're taking Thompson a little bit earlier on that BMW, and Thompson, of course, is on the CBR 600 RR, and that will be 4th place in Class 8 overall. John Kosterman takes the victory, though, in the classic bike class, 9/10 of a second ahead of Mario Ferreira. So the Suzuki beating out the BMW Boxer, and then it will be Lowe, the number 11. As I just take a look there, of course, Lowe will be the 11th place, number 86 rather, I should say, followed by Hill, Hanu Ferreira, Everts, Gresser, and Morris.
Right, folks, hang on to your seats. South Superbikes, SPK Challenge, Masters and 600s on pole position. Once again, Trevor the Killer Westman, the number 60 Kawasaki ZX-10R of the Wayward Racing Project 60 stable. Second, Malcolm Rapson on his Suzuki GSX 1000. In third place, the hooligan, Mr. Michael de Toy. I believe all the boys out there in turn number 3 cheering on Michael. And alongside him, JP Frederick on the Yamaha R1, the GR Tex R1, Byron.
Yeah, it's a pair of R1s over there, Michael de Toy and JP Frederick. But looking at Trevor Westman at the top now, I noticed something when I sat briefly down at the stand on the Tigerberg Straight. A lot of the racing dads go and watch from there as well. I saw it from the GTI Challenge guys. I saw Umpi Swartzfather, but Alan Westman is well and truly down there as well with his Project 6060 shirt on. A man, of course, who also quite a legend in motorcycle racing here at Killarney. And while he's, of course, the talent has run in the family over to his son, Trevor the Killer Westman.
Yeah, just getting a bit of feedback on Jonathan Schwerin. Someone bumped him out of turn number 1, who I don't know. But his bike has got quite badly damaged and he's on his way to hospital for a couple of checkups. He's hurt his elbow, he's got a few ribs that are a bit sore and a bit of a behind the buttock. So he's going to have a couple of x-rays done, just see that everything's okay. But he reckons that he'll be out for the rest of the year, which is sad news.
Ouch, that is a very bad one, and he's a major talent, is Jonathan Schwerin as well. So his absence will be felt.
Yeah, it is a pity. I've noted a couple of noticeable omissions today. There's no Ronald Slammett. I don't see Robert Craig here either. So, yeah, but still, we've got some great quality riders out here. Down in 5, Jan Fourie with Jacques Ackerman, Matthew Van Niekerk, Sean McCrill in the Masters, Libra and Tisana. Johnny Schwerin's not there. Willem Binnendal, Brad Bodsworth, Wayne Aronson, Mike Hunter, and Jamie Hall.
Talking about Willem Binnendal over there, you were having a bit of fun earlier on there on a Daytona yourself, Francois.
That's the old Daytona 900. He's on a Daytona 650. He wishes it'll be the other way around. It was a 750. But yeah, so they're on the line. They're ready to go. They wait for the 5-second ball. 5-second ball. John Green runs out the way. Lights off and away they go. Have a look. And it's a crackerjack start from Westman. He's up on the inside of Rapson. Rapson slots in behind him. Into turn number 1 holes. Westman leading out on the Team Wayward Kawasaki. He's been followed there by Malcolm Rapson. Have a look up behind him. I think it's Michael de Toy. Michael de Toy with Bluebird Bolle decided up on. Oh no, that's a lie. That's JP Frederick up on the inside of Michael de Toy. So JP goes up to 3rd, Michael 4, and Jock Ackerman down in 5, and I think Michael Hunter's up there with him.
Yeah, it's a good clean start from everybody. They make their way through Interceptor corner now. And let me tell you one thing, a lot of movement in the field as well. I see another one of the Kawasaki's going through over there. I don't know if that is Jacques Ackerman. And Jacques Ackerman on Jan Fourie possibly there as well as they go through turn 4 onto the back straight for the first time of this 9-lap race.
Yeah, they make their way down the back straight. They go hurtling about 270, 280 k's an hour down into turn number 5. Petamina Fastron having a look at Westman as he comes out. He's got Malcolm Rapson now with him. Malcolm wants to stick with him. Make a race out of heat number 2. Rapson sitting right up behind Westman. And Westman, that's his secondary bike he's riding. That's not his ZX-10 Cup Masters bike. So he's reeling around. Rapson's with him. JP Frederick is in there. Rapson is starting to light the circuit up. He's putting in some great times. He's also on the back wheel as he makes his way up towards Quarry Corner. There you see on screen up towards Quarry Corner. There's Trevor Westman, Malcolm Rapson, JP Frederick. Up behind him, Jock Ackerman, Michael de Toy goes in there. Up behind de Toy, it's Sean Mackerel. Sean Mackerel on the also on a Kawasaki. He works his way through. They're all putting in faster time sectors here at the moment, so the guys are lighting up the circuit. I personally think that the conditions are perfect for racing.
I think what happens is because you saw it was a 1/10 of a second faster in Sector 2 and Sector 3 on the first lap for Malcolm Rapson, but now responding 2/10 of a second faster in Sector 1, Trevor Westman. But look now, 2/10 of a second for Malcolm Rapson faster. And of course, what happens is these cloud cover coming over as well. Now, you know, it cools the air temperatures and so on as well. The circuit's nice and warm still, so we have maximum power.
So it's Kawasaki versus Suzuki up at the front end. There's a Yamaha lying third, and he's creeping closer. He's pulled away from Mike de Toy. as JP Frederick. Trevor Westman a 1:13.1. Malcolm Rapson 1:13.2. JP Frederick 1:14.2. Jock Ackerman 1:15.2. Michael Du Toit 1:17. Sean McCrillo 1:17. So the gloves are off. The fight's on.
No, there we go. So sector 2, 282.2. So still Malcolm Rapson incredibly quick, 0.2 of a second when they cross the line. Rapson also still leads the Masters section on the Suzuki. Rider down, and there's dust over there. In turn 1, yellow flags will be out. Marshals are running.
Well, the rider's up, so that's the main thing. You can fix the bike, but you can't fix the rider. So, although you can, but yeah, it's not nice. I'm trying to pick up, I'm trying to pick up who that is. Is that Libra Barlent? No, he's not feeling nice. He's going to need a medic.
He's going to have a lie down over there, I'm afraid.
He's feeling a bit winded or something, so the medics are making their way towards him at the moment.
Well, 7 laps to go, including the one they are currently on. Westman still leads from Malcolm Rapson. JP Frederick, who started 4th, now is up into 3rd position. But looking at the classes, the Superbike Challenge class, it is Michael Du Toit that leads that particular section over there as well on the Yamaha R1. Then it's McCrill in 2nd position in class, 6th overall, the 26er. The 26 bike is 0.6 of a second off, but it's now Michael Hunter that finds himself moving up the order here, and I think, Francois, I see somebody dropping down the order. It looks like it is Fourie that is the man that went down, the number 77 of Jan Fourie, the AX10R.
Yeah, so Jan Fourie out of it, and well, Trevor Westman still leading out on lap number 3 over Malcolm Rapson. There's not even 0.03 of a second between them, and the fight is definitely on as they're going to make their way down the back straight. They do indeed. Down the back straight, down towards turn number 5. It's Westman and Rapson, and Malcolm Rapson, a man now 50 years of age, sitting up behind Trevor Westman, who's in his 30s. It's brilliant, it's tight, it's close. You can literally cover them with a handkerchief. That's how close they are. Rapson sitting right up there behind Westman. He's going to draft him now, going down towards Holes. They come out of turn number 5 under the bridge, make their way down towards turn number 5. Westman crossed the line there with Rapson up behind him. It's Kawasaki versus Suzuki. It's an all-Japanese affair up front as they roll there into Holes, and still Westman leads out with, I tell you what, JP Frederick doing a sterling job. Jock Ackerman leg out Ala Rossi as he makes his way into Holes.
Yeah, that old motard writing style over there as well that came out a number of years ago, thanks to the doctor himself. But yes, Frederick on his own basically in this race. He's 4 seconds ahead of Ackerman, who Ackerman's on his own as well, 9.9 seconds ahead of Du Toit, who leads the Superbike Challenge at this time. Michael Hunter, though, I was not completing my sentence earlier on, is the 600s leader at the moment, but he's only 1/10 of a second off of Michael Du Toit. That could be the battle to watch now.
Yeah, Michael Hunter riding absolutely beautiful today. I have to admit that on a 600 to be mixing it up with the 1000, it reminds me of young Hayden Jonas in the day when he had the 600 before he stepped onto the 1000. He would mix it up with the liter bikes, and lovely to watch. Nice to see the likes of Michael Hunter very comfortable on a 600. It's his poison of choice, and I tell you what, he's showing some of the 1000s away around the circuit.
Well, I think it's that challenge that he likes as well, bringing it up towards the 1 litre bikes is ultimate satisfaction for Michael Hunter. As we talk about satisfaction, a 1:13.006 for Malcolm Rapson, only 1/10 of a second between himself and Trevor Westman as they cross the line with 4 laps left to go.
Yeah, posting the quickest time on the circuit, the quickest man on the circuit at the moment, Malcolm Rapson, 1:13, almost dead, as he follows up there behind Trevor Westman. They giving it hammer and tongs now, out of Quarry Corner, down through the kink, down towards Interceptor Corner. Still Westman leads out. Posting quicker sectors though is Malcolm Rapson. So is he trying to get close? He's trying to stick with Trevor. Is this going to be a fight down to the wire? We've still got 4 laps to go.
Just take a look at Matthew van Niekerk on the ZX10R. We were talking about Du Toit and Hunter, but van Niekerk has put himself in the battle as well. He currently sits 2nd in class and has pushed Hunter a place down to 7th position, that number 37 bike, but still the 600 leader. It's Jamie Hall that is 2nd in class, 12th overall, and 2.9 seconds ahead of that Triumph Daytona triple of Willem Benedel.
Just watch Michael Hunter go around Van Niekerk. A brilliant move there where they were going down the back straight. Some great racing there on screen between Trevor Westman, but Michael Hunter on the 600 doesn't have the legs down the back straight towards turn number 5. but when it comes to the corners, he is absolutely sublime. There are the thousands. There's Hunter in the green bike, sitting up there behind Fanikak. Look at the drive he gets out of the corner, then sits up behind him, gets the draft, and comes up next to him. The Lita's got the power down towards turn number 1, but Michael just sitting in there, just hanging on for dear life. Still leading out the 600s.
Just looking at Westman now as they go through Interceptor corner, turn 3, Francois. It looks like Westman's got the legs on the straights, but as they come under braking, Rapson just closes up rapidly. Remember, they were only a 1/10 of a second between each other, almost 2/10 between each other when they crossed the line already. A 26.1, 2/10 of a second faster from Trevor Westman over Malcolm Rapson in Sector 1. Sector 2, it's Rapson that is quicker. 22.3 to go to the 22.4.
I've got a feeling this race is going down to the wire now. As they come out at turn number 5, it's going to be Trevor Westman and Malcolm Rapson. Westman gets quickly out. There's on screen. There comes Westman. Rapson ducks in right behind him as they make their way down into holes. Turn number 1. Late on the brakes, Killer Westman. That's why they call him Killer, because he's a killer on the brakes. He's late. He dives in there, rolls his way around the holes up onto the bare straight. Up onto the back wheel as he gets cracking up towards it, and Rapson sitting right there with him. Malcolm matching him pace for pace.
Well, it's a 1:12.994, so sub 1 minute 13 for Trevor Westman. 2 laps left to go, including the one they're on. Basically, you could say 1.5 lap left to go as they come around into turn 3. Interceptor, watch them through there now as well. Time is running out for Malcolm Rapson to make any sort of a move. It was 1/10 of a second the last time out, then it became 2/10. So let me tell you one thing, Westman is responding adequately.
Well, Malcolm Rapson has done this before. He sits with Trevor, and it goes down to the wire. Down the back straight they go. On screen, Westman leading out Rapson, doing 270 kilometers plus an hour down in turn number 5. Grab a handful of brakes, dive into turn number 5. You keel it over. It's a cambered corner, so you get full grip going in there. Then you get on the light the bike up through the kink. Switch up a gear, make your way under the Cape Town City Bridge as you make your way down towards holes. And Trevor up here on the screen, Malcolm Rapson matching him for pace. This is going to be the final lap. It's going to go down to the wire.
Terrible analogy here, Francois. It's like trying to squeeze that last little bit out of the toothpaste. Of course, you have Malcolm Rapson over there.
Yeah, Malcolm is really, he's rolling up the toothpaste now. He wants that last little bit up. But Trevor Westman doing a sterling job up front. He's got to keep the door closed. Malcolm's there with him now. There you see them into quarry corner. It's tight. Rapson runs wide. Westman up on the inside. Gains another 1/100th of a second out of him there. Through the king, down towards Interceptor corner. Westman leads out. Rapson up behind him. Through Interceptor, up towards Momsley. See out the Tigerberg straight. Westman takes a wide line. He'll cut it up on the inside to double apex. Rapson takes a tighter line to close up on the back of Trevor Westman. Now they make their way down the back straight. Down the back straight they go. Now what is Malcolm Rapson going to do? He's drafting Westman. He's drafting Westman. Side by side they're going down. And Rapson goes through. Rapson goes through. He sold the dummy. Westman's coming back at him. He goes iron wide. Trevor's trying to come up on the inside. It's tight. Rapson leads out. Westman's with him. They're coming up towards the line. Who's it going to be? It's going to be a drag towards the line. Here comes Rapson and Westman. And Rapson takes it from Westman right down to the wire. I told you, it's a strategy. He sucker punched him. He brought him towards the end. 1/600th of a second difference between the two of them. Byron, unbelievable. Let's wait for JB Frederick. Frederick crosses the line. He's done fantastically well. 12 seconds off the leaders. Nothing wrong with that. Next man over, Jock Ackerman. What a sterling ride today from Jock on old tires. Brilliant, brilliant stuff.
Brilliant stuff over there as well. Michael de Toy, we wait for him, the Superbike Challenge leader and winner. It will be for him. To the line it is for Michael de Toy on the Yamaha R1. Crosses the line as the victor. And then we'll have to wait for Van Niekerk, 3.4 seconds back. He's second in the Superbike Challenge class. The winner of the 600s class is Michael Hunter on bike number 37. And then 8th position and 3rd in the Superbike Challenge class is Sean McCrill ahead of Ntisana, Lubabalo Ntisana, doing a lovely job over there on the Kawasaki. Whole bunch of Kawasaki's in that particular area. We haven't been mentioning much about Wayne Orenser, the number 33 in 10th position and 5th in class. And then 11th will be Brad Bodsworth. Ahead of Jamie Hall, and Jamie Hall in 12th position, but also the 600 second place man Willem Binadel in 3rd place in class, number 25, 13th overall. but it was a Fourie that did not finish this race, and Schwerin that unfortunately did not start because
well,
he's
Malcolm
in hospital.
Rapson posting the quickest time of that race on the final lap at 1 minute 12.8. Brilliant stuff. Well, Byron, I don't know about you, but I thought the motorcycles really did it for me today.
They rocked today.
I tell you what,
just put it that way.
And you have that sort of like photo finish on the line. That's just absolutely marvelous to see. No one giving each other an inch. Oh, there's the crash, the replay on the screen.
That's quite a
there.
tumble.
Yeah, no, look, Jan Fourie taking a nasty tumble.
Yeah, no, he did look a little bit hurt, and hopefully he will just be taken care of by a pretty nurse or so. And let me tell you one thing, he'll be back up and running again. But let me tell you one thing, that was some exciting motorcycle racing. We still have some wonderful racing ahead. We're going to have now the Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons, and I'm going to introduce to you two good gentlemen here, two great gentlemen, Gary Fleming and Frankie Ennis. I can't explain any more, they don't need any introduction.
Right, here we go. We've had the two motorcycle races. We go back to the four wheels again. And it's the Thermo Fires Clubman's regional saloon cars. And as you see there on your screen at home, that's the crazy bunch up in the commentary box. Tiny will give us a wave there. I don't know if you can see us waving, but in any case, the bottom line is that's Tiny that's just almost fell out the window. And yeah, that's where all the commentary entertainment comes from, right on top of race control. One floor down, that is the VIP lounge for all the people that belong there. One floor beneath that, we have got all the timekeeping people, and of course that's where the IMUSAT people find themselves as well. And then one floor lower than that, that will take you to the WPMC offices. And then right at the bottom, that is the clerk of the course's office for those people at home that don't know the layout of the circuit. And of course, if you look at the second floor beneath the commentary box, that part at the back, that is the actual VIP lounge itself. So the people at home that watches and you don't know what goes on inside that building, well, that is basically part of what the race control building is all about. So the South motorcycles have made their way back into the pit area. Right, sorry about that, folks. Yes, just lost my cell phone there for a while, but
So, Frankie, it looks like next up's going to be Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons that's going to be out on circuit.
yeah, we had 20 odd of them out there for race number 1. I think it was about 22 if I'm not mistaken, so hopefully we'll get all of them back out again for race 2. And right, the clutch on Jesse Huggett's Jetta has been repaired, so Jess
And there, in fact, he's going out, Frankie.
Yeah, Jess that missed the opening race will be out there for the second one. And as Gary said, he's making his way out onto the track, making his way into turn 1 with all the other Clubman's cars following suit. A few cars coming out of the Chabert pit complex. Ryan Lodge making his way out onto the circuit. And then coming out as well is Kiara van Niekerk. She's coming out there very slow. That is in the Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car Golf. A big thanks to Johnny van Niekerk. They are now no longer in the hospitality Boma, between turn 3 Interceptor Corner and turn 4 Malmesbury. They have now positioned themselves in the new pit complex, and they've got the entire setup has been set up there in the new pit complex together with the racing cars. So they are all together there in the Jabez pit complex.
Frankie, is that in fact the separate section above the toilets that you're talking about? That's the section for them?
No. If you go, you can't see it from here. There where the World Rallycross was, when you used to walk up there with the V8 Masters pit, they've got 2 garages there.
Very nice.
That's where the Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car setup is. So once again, the 9th year for Johnny van der Kerk of Wingfield Motors sponsoring the Power Series.
So round number 2, race number 2, Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty quick front row of the grid. For those of you that missed out on race number 1, it was all about Idris Ahmad, that was up front. And well, if you look there now, Rasik Harris is in this one, in the 66. Mansour Parker, that wasn't out there for the previous one, and Jess Huggett as well. They all 3 didn't make it out. They were out in the qualifying session, but not out in the actual race itself. So they've all made it back out onto the grid. Paul Minnick had a very good run in Class B with Willem Swart, and Bruce Meyer, in fact, finds himself with the VW Polo at the back now of the Class Bs as being the best point scorer in heat number 1.
Yeah, Shane Smith did very well out there in Class B until his BMW cried enough, and he got a DNF out there in the opening race. And in Class C, it was Trappist van Tonder that had to fight to finish second. If my facts are right, he finished behind the BMW of JP Share.
Yep.
Where Francois van Tonder started right at the back of the field because he had problems this morning with the qualifying and the red flag that came out that eventually disrupted his entire session. But he had fun overtaking competitors to work his way up into 7th overall and 2nd in Class C for the opening race. So here they come down towards us. Mansour Parker was not out there in race number 1 in the boxy BMW. And he is out there for that 2nd race. As a matter of fact, he's there in P3 with Jesse Huggett that sits out there in P4 just on his outside. Then we've got Paul Minnick and Willem Swart, just known as Willie. Then Bruce Meyer that did so well. And then Gary Mann wearing out there. JP Share is also in there, and Shane Smith is not out there. Here comes Razik Harris. He also didn't do the opening race, but Razik finds himself there in 2nd pole. So it's Idris Ahmad and Razik Harris and Mansour Parker and Jesse Huggett. So 3 of the 4 cars on the first 2 rows of the grid were not out there, Gary, in heat number 1.
Yeah, Jess Huggett giving us a big thumbs up, as did Rasik Harris as well when he came up onto the grid. So Jess having made it back out there again onto the circuit, having lost out on heat number 1. Nice to see Mansour Parker has got the Jive and Autofix and Parker's Parts Center 3 Series BMW onto the 2nd row of the grid on the inside. Paul Minnick had a very good drive in that gold with the dark blue bumpers Mark 1 Golf. And it is in fact a reverse grid that they're running in general with the cars that are out there. I would have thought that Idris Ahmad would have been at the back of Class A, but I see he's still at the front. Paul Minnick finds himself now at the front end of Class B, and the man that won Class B in there behind him. And that's the Cape Industrial Flooring car of Bruce Meyer. Nice to see that Noel Stunder's back out there again with a Class C car. Him and Gary Smith are going to be starting alongside one another. No, it's Trappist van Tonder that's alongside him. JP Share, Sean Farrell, Kiara van der Kerk, Gous is out there as well, Ryan Large. All of them coming through. Flynn coming off the tail end of the field. That's Michael Flynn. That's a Class F Mark 1 Golf that he's campaigning out here today. So I think it's around about 22 that have made it out for this one. Rasik Harris, we didn't see him. We saw him with the... no, we didn't see him. I didn't even saw him in the practice either. So I don't think he went out to practice at all, and he now finds himself on the front row of the grid, and I do believe that that is major competition for the E36 of Idris Ahmad, front row of the grid, the Class A. Mansour Parker and Jesse Huggett, probably nothing much between them. Would tend to think Mansour Parker might just be a smidgen quicker than Jess, but Jess pretty much on fresh rubber, and then that Class B battle that's coming in there behind them, I think that's going to be pretty good. Willem Swartz looked very good today in heat number 1 with Paul Minnick, and then Bruce Meyer, the man that won Class B. So the Class C, JP Shea and Francois Fontonda alongside one another, I think that's going to be a 50-50 battle. Although, Frankie, if you take it that Fontonda came off the back end of the pack and ended up second in class and not that far behind one of his buds, JP Shea. I think Francois Trappis Fontonda could be odds-on favourite for class victory.
Yeah, he's still going to get past JP Shea though, but he is ahead of JP. As you see out there on track, he sits there next to Noel Stander, and Jean Farrell is there with JP Shea. So is Chiara van Niekerk and Stephen Goos, as that group worked their way down the back main. Barry Williams in the BM has got that blue Golf Mark 1 of Ryan Lodge in there with him as well, as the BMW E36 Cup car makes its way down past us again.
That's strange.
That is weird, yeah. That's the try, brake and clutch. Well, this race is clearly a no-go. They all bunched up. The lights on pit lane are still on red. Now the BMW moves out the way. I think he forgot to pull off his keeping right out the way just to allow these guys to come through. The lights will go off now. And lights go off and away they go as they head down into turn number 1. That BMW just keeping right out the way to make sure this whole field of thermofires, the Clubman's, regional saloon cars make their way out of turn number 1. And it's Razi Harris from Idris Ahmad. Then it's Mansour Parker, Jesse Huggett and Paul Minnick. That is that first 5 cars. Bruce Meyer is right in there behind Paul Minnick. Then it's Willie Swart and Noel Stander sitting there on the outside of JP Shea. JP tucked in there just behind Huggett, then Chiara van Niekerk, and they've all got the jump there on Trappis Fontonda, because right there with him is Barry Williams and Ryan Lodge, with Gary Smith busy carving his way through as well, as the field works its way out of Interceptor Corner up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 4.
Completely different look to this race as the previous one. Idris Ahmad finds himself down already in 3rd position, having started P1 in race number 1 and P1 in race number 2. As we said, Mansour Parker might just be a smidgen quicker than Jess Huggett. Bruce Meyer has found himself with the Cape Industrial Flooring car already up into that 4th position. So the leading Class B outfit there ahead, in fact, of Swart at this stage of the fight. Although I must say, Willie Swart did very well in the previous event. And he must have been pretty much smiling when he worked his way back into the pit area. Out into the front main they go. It's all about Rasik Harris from Parker, Huggett, then Idris Ahmad, Meyer, Minnick, Swart, and then JP Shea finds himself just one spot further back than what he wanted to. Noel Stander has in fact got in past him. And remember, Noel Stander had that spin in turn 2 in race number 1. But he managed to get it going again. He did a complete 360 and got going. And Noel Stander looking like he's recovered and forgotten about that, and he's got himself to the front of class.
Well, as that group goes into turn number 2, that's the fight I want to talk about. That is 1st, 2nd and 3rd in class. Make it 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in class C as they go through the kink towards Interceptor Corner. That is Noel Stander. He's 1st in class C. Right behind him, 2nd in class C is JP Shea. 3rd in class C is Trappis Fontonda, and right behind him, 4th in class C is Gary Manwaring. So they're sitting 1, 2, 3, 4, one behind each other in class C as they exit turn 4 Malmesbury.
Chiara van Niekerk outbraking Gary Smith, the Class D versus the Class C car, but then running it a bit wide on the exit of Interceptor Corner, and that's cost Jean Farrell now got the straight line speed and comes up on the inside of Kiara van Niekerk as they go down towards the brake markers. Oh, they're pretty much side by side as they go in there. Kiara late on the brakes around the outside. Out brakes Jean Farrell on that outside line. Jean Farrell drops in there behind her. So the lady racer definitely working on her braking on that motor car and making sure that it works back to the front end of the field as they work their way up the Jabez Straight. And Rassie Harris, that missed out on race number 1, stretches the legs of Mansour Parker, who missed out on race number 1, who stretches the legs there of Idris, who started pole position and finds himself in third. Jess Hackett, as we said, just a smidgen off the pace there of Parker and finds himself behind Idris Ahmad. And then once again, the front end of Class B, and that is Bruce Meyer.
Yeah, Bruce Meyer and Paul Minnick is right there. They first and second in that class, but that fight for Class C is raging on through Interceptor Corner they go, and we have a new leader in that class. That's that BMW of JP Shea. That's moved up there into P1. Noel Stander is second in that class. Trappis van Tonde is third. And then Gary Smith, yes, he's Class C, is there in that fourth position in Class C. That's at the 2 BMWs, the Polo Hatch and the Polo Classic that you see racing down into turn number 5, Fastron Corner.
All within 0.5 of a second of one another as Sigera stretches his legs, and Parker comes under attack now from, well, Rustic has just put in a 122.713, undoubtedly the fastest lap of the race and of race number 1 as well. So Rustic is now stretching them out, just holding onto the back of Idris Ahmad. And I must say, Idris Ahmad, I think he's starting to put a pressure now onto Mansour Parker, who was looking superior initially. But let's go back to that Class B battle. Meyer, having broken away from Minnick, has been now closed up from behind from Swart. And I think Swart is going to be once again very much on the same pace as Minnick, 6th and 7th in the race, 2nd and 3rd in class. But Frankie, that Class C battle, that's a goodie.
Yeah, that's the 2 cars that Gary spoke about that goes through your picture now. Then behind them is that Class C fight that's going to work its way. There it goes. That's JP Shea, Noel Stander, Francois van Tonde, and Gary Smith. Those 2 Class B cars go out of your view down into turn 4, into Malmesbury, as we watch these 4 Class C cars. Not too far behind them is the leading Class D car. There it comes. That's the BMW of Barry Williams, as the 2 Class B cars make their way into turn number 5. You should pick them up now fast, and there they go. They're right in there behind Bruce Meyer. So there goes Meyer, there comes 1st and 2nd, and then that fight going on for 1, 2, 3, and 4 in Class C. JP Shea, Noel Stander, Francois van Tonde, and Gary Manwaring. And you might just, if we stay on this pic, there you see the leading Class D car, and that is the 117 BMW of Barry Williams.
Unfortunately, we've lost Jess Hackett. He's pulled into the pits, and after having done the change of the clutch, gearbox out, gearbox back in on that motor car, something's not right, and he backs out of it and goes and parks it in the pit lane. So Rassie Harris looks in the mirror and he sees a one-on-one. It's Idris Ahmad with Parker. Mansour Parker's got lots of pressure. Idris Ahmad starting on the front row of the grid, wants to make a plan to make sure that he gets past there. And I tell you what is giving Mansour Parker a very good run for his money. That big gap that's now opened up behind them, that was filled by the likes of Jess Haggard. So the next car coming through there will then be the leader of the Class B battle, and that is in fact Bruce Meyer. Then it's Paul Minnick, then it's Swart that comes in behind that. Noel Stander finds himself in behind the BMW, not managing to put too much pressure on at this stage of the fight. And it's Shea that's ahead of Stander, and then Van Tonde from Smith.
Yeah, those 2 cars you see on your picture screen there coming through, that is a Paul Minnick, and right there with him is a Willie Swart. Then these 4 cars coming onto screen now. That is the combination of Stander, Shea, Van Tonde, and Smith. As a matter of fact, Smith has now got his nose ahead there of Trappis van Tonde. There goes Smith, there goes Van Tonde across the line, and they're sitting 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then behind them, heading down into turn number 1, is the 117 BMW of Barry Williams. And in behind him is the leading Class X Golf. That is Jean Farrell. He'll bust out of that class into either A, B, C, D, E, or F, probably around about Class B or C, I think, that Farrell will break into. I'm thinking maybe Class C.
Unfortunately, Jace Huggett's taken the bonnet off and there's water pouring out underneath the front of the car. So something's gone wrong. But in the meantime, Mansour Parker has put up the fastest lap time, a 122.663 for Mansour Parker. Finds himself 1.4 seconds off the back of Rasik Harris. And, well, can Rasik hold out on this one? Because Parker is really pushing. Let's see what kind of lap time does Rasik do. 123.087 at 22.8. So 0.2 of a second quicker than the man that's leading out. Rasik Harris has been closed down by Parker, and Parker brings Ahmad with him as well.
So that car that Gary's talking about is making their way now into turn number 2. That is first, second and third, heading into turn 2 as Rasik Harris leads them through. Look at second place as Mansour Park. He's been hassled heavily there. The boxy BMW by the dolphin-shaped BM there of Idris Ahmad as they race through the kink. They're fighting for second position, and that is allowing the Golfie of Rasik Harris to disappear. Down the highway, they're side by side. They are side by side. Ahmad on the inside, and Idris Ahmad moves up into that second position, demoting Mansour Parker down to third.
I kind of thought that that was on the cards. It looked like Idris was going to have the legs to be able to catch up to Rasik Harris. So Rasik with 2 laps to go, well, a lap and 2 straights. That's all that's left for him, and they've closed him down. They've closed right up onto the back of Rasik Harris. Parker and Ahmad on the back of Harris as they come out towards us. Now, can you hold him out for another lap? Well, the way they've caught him, oh, blowing up on the inside. Mansour Parker back into the lead of that one. Parker from Harris, from Idris Ahmad. That's your Class A battle. Where is Bruce Meyer? Bruce Meyer coming out of turn 5. Up towards the city of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge. He's got a bit of a gap between himself and Minnick and Swart as they work their way up the front main. It's Meyer, Minnick and Swart that you see in your picture. Then the next one coming through behind it, that's JP Share. Noel Stunder, that's in there behind him. Let's go back to the leaders.
Yeah, the leaders are making their way through the kink and heading down into turn 3, interceptor corner. That's a lovely fight then. As you were watching that other fight that Gaza was talking about on your monitor, Rasik Harris put the Golf 1 back into the lead again. Up the Tiger Book straight they go. And once again, Mansour Park has been hassled heavily there by Idris Ahmad. Down the back main they go. They have got less than a quarter of a lap to do. This is the flag lap for these 3. And here comes the boxy BMW of Mansour Parker blowing around the outside there and into the lead, demoting Rasik Harris down into that second position as they work their way out of turn 5, fast run corner. The checkered flag is out. The flag is being readied and waiting for them to come down to the line. The flag is out. And here they come down to the line, and it's Mansour Parker that comes home in P1. Rasik Harris finishes in second, and Idris Ahmad will finish there in that third position.
Let's go to that Class B battle as they come out of Cape Town corner. And the Potamina fast run, and it's going to be Bruce Meyer that's going to head up towards the line. Minnick doing a brilliant job in holding out Swart for first, second and third in class as they come across the line. Then here they come towards us now, Frankie, the Class C battle with Share that leads out.
JP Share will come home in P1 across the line. Second will be Noel Stunder. Third will be Gary Smith, and fourth across the line will be Francois Trappis van Tonder. This man coming towards us now is the leader of Class D, the 117 BMW, the tri-brake and clutch BMW of Barry Williams.
Yeah, and second in class is Kiara van Niekerk. Jean Farrell, the leading Class X car, and there was smoking a bit as he came past us, was Jean Farrell. And then Stephen House, the next man to come through there, third in class, and that is for Class D.
Yes, and Class E was won by the BMW of Gary Manwaring, and Graham van Rooyen won Class F. Well, well done once again. Thermofire's Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars.
You're joining me live. Yeah, I'm with Nick Adcock. Nick, unfortunately, you are out for the race. What happened?
Oh no, such a shame. Such a shame. Put it on pole this morning with a little Ligier there. Such a big power deficit to the Craig Jarvis's Ginetta. I pipped him by a 10th, and I thought this is going to be a good, strong race. But unfortunately, when it came to warm the engine up, the timing chain has slipped, and it takes too long to get into the engine. So that is it, and that is racing, unfortunately. Bitter pill to swallow.
Bitter pill to swallow, but I'm sure that you're going to be back. Just a little bit about the background between you and Craig. There was a bit of thing brewing there, a little bit of friendly fire between the two. We actually picked up a story between the two of you guys. What, in your mind, was possibly going to happen?
Okay, so he's got a big power advantage on the straights, but my car's better on the brakes and in the corners. So I needed to make a break in the first lap and be braver and try and break the toe down the back straight, and then he would have hunt me down. Yeah. Alternatively, if he'd have got past me as soon as he started hitting traffic, because he's just got such a big car, then my more nimble car, I would have caught him and tried to get him then. So, but it's come to naught.
It's going to be a good race. The Owens AC100 is a 100-kilometer race. If you work in the race, what would have been your strategy going for? Remember, this is live, so the guys probably can't hear, but what would be the ideal 100-kilometer strategy with regards to your car?
First is to get enough brake and tyre temperature on your out lap, so you can go at it 10 tenths from the green lights going. And then, I'm used to racing a lot longer distances in Europe, so to do a 50-minute race, it'll just be banging the laps in, and then once you are hitting traffic, making sure that you're not mad about it, but you're decisive in the traffic. And traffic management is a big part of getting to the checkered flag first.
Yeah. And your car does what sort of times?
So it'll do a 10. Craig should be able to do an 8. So he has got an advantage, but it will all come down to traffic. So listen, let's see what happens in this race. I should be an interesting spectator. A frustrated but interested spectator.
It's the worst to watch yourself race. Thank you so much and really appreciate it, and hope to see you at the next one. Nick Adcock. Nigel, you're going into race number 2 right now. How are you feeling?
Anxious, nervous, excited, but I'm ready. I'm ready for race 2. I had a bit of a blunder in race 1. Visor popped off on the warm-up lap and I couldn't get it fixed. Pulled in on the 3rd lap, got it fixed up, went out again, gave it my everything. Yeah. But in this next race, it's all or nothing.
So you're going to literally go balls to the... And you know what? Yeah, you know what I mean. So all the best for the next race. We're going to watch you. We're going to watch you closely. Get Suter and Booter and all the rest, bro.
Thanks.
All right, cheers.
Cheers.
Thanks to all our sponsors here at Killarney International Raceway. Right, it's time once again for the Pirelli V8 Masters. Luke is in pole position. This is an inverted setup, this lot, because Fabio Tafani will now start in 5th position with Sean Moore on his outside. So Sean Moore won the opening race. He will now start in P6, which means Roy Campos and Alistair Brown will be on the front row of the grid with Jason Ibbotson. And then on his outside is Mark Ridgway, then Fabio Tafani and Sean Moore. Then Mike Brooks is in there as well. On Mike's outside, we've got the 69 of Benno Parsons, then the 17 of Gary Thompson, then the 9, that would be Dennis Hajduk. Yes, it is.
No, it's Mark Voggett.
No, number 9 is Dennis Hajduk. Yeah. That is the 9 car.
They've actually got it on our screen as Mark Voggett, so not sure if it is Mark in the car or they've changed cars.
Okay, so then we'll
and
go.
they do change
No,
cars.
then we'll go with what the monitor says, yes, because his name appears on our monitor, but the other name appears in the program. So we will go with what the monitor says, because that would make sense.
That 33 Kaplan, is that the same Kaplan that raced Class B GTI Challenge? Or
No.
Because it's the same spelling and it's a slightly different spelling.
Yeah, but it's no, I don't think it's the same person. No. Any case, right? Let's have a look-see as they work their way through the kink, and the BMW E36 Cup car. That's a safety car today. Will lead them out of Interceptor corner. That's turn 3, and then literally go up the hill, if I can call it that. That's the Tigerberg Straight into turn 4, if you can call it a hill. It's a slight incline, but it sounds nice, he was saying, going up the hill. Into turn 4, Malmesbury sweep, and then the Killarney Straight, as it's known as, that's the back straight. Not 100% in a straight line. We'll have a look on your screens at home. It's not exactly entirely straight, it does curve slightly. Can't really pick it up, but it does have a slight little curve as they head down that Killarney back straight into turn 5, sponsored by Pertamina Fostron. A big thanks to Fostron for the sponsorship of Cape Town Corner. So the safety car will now pull off. The BMW E36 Cup car will now move off the circuit, and it will be in the hands of Roy Campos and Alistair Brown. That is your front row of the grid. Right, the lights and pit line are on. Gary, take them off the line.
Well, they're very, very closely bunched up at this stage of the fight. Can Rui Campos get that whole shot? On the accelerator and down towards turn number 1 they're going. It looks like the Autohouse Angel car that's in the hands of Jason Ibbotson. If I look at that livery from here, we'll check it out when it comes back, but I do believe that is the vehicle. Rui Campos gets a whole shot. It's Alistair Brown, but up alongside him, that is the Ibbotson entry. In there behind that is Mark Ridgway. Having a look on that outside line is Sean Moore, locking up pretty heavily further back. I think that was Thompson in the 17 cars. They worked their way out through the kink.
Now, there was a 17 of Gary Thompson that locked up heavily there going into turn number 2. However, this entire gold and silver class, V8 Masters, APV Ford Mustangs working their way out of Interceptor corner, up the Tigerberg Straight, into turn 4, Malmesbury. Now, it's all she's got down the Killarney back straight towards Fostron, and Roy Campos sits up front there with Alistair Brown in that second position. Then it is Jason Ibbotson that is there in that 3rd position, and he's been hassled there by 3 other cars.
Oh,
and Ibbotson is gone. Jason has spun it there in turn 5, Fostron corner.
And there's another one that's gone off behind him as well. I think that could have been Rob Warrington or Menno Parsons that went off there. So as they come across, it's Rui Campos, then it's Mark Ridgway, then it's Fabio, then it's Sean Moore, then it's Mike Brooks, Gary Thompson, Rob Warrington, Mark Voggett, Ian Kaplan, Stuart Spooner. Okay, so there must be, yep, that car must still be, we'll have a look on the camera shots because we can't see it from here. Yep, there was a car that was standing half on, half off the circuit, but the red flag has come out. And there's a, wow, we missed out on that one. Well, this is where it's nice to have the guys on the TV cameras. That's going to bring us those replays. I'm sure they would have picked that up as well. So first of all, Frankie, the incident in Potamina Fastron corner, and then two cars going off in turn number 1 as well.
Yes, Jason Iverson was, he caused the situation there in Fastron corner. And then we'll get Tiny to have a look through the binoculars to see which cars went off there in turn 1.
That's the first time that you've used that word in about 5 years. You've always referred to them as nearby far lookers.
Yeah, far by near lookers, yeah. I'm still trying to figure out. Oh, that's Stuart Spooner, the 55 car. He's beached it there on the outside of a turn 1. And then there was another car involved. It's making its way up the Tygerberg Straight now. Is that Sean Moore? We just have a look and see. No, it's not Sean Moore.
The 73 of Sean Moore, I think, did go past.
Sean is out on track. Yes, I'll pick him up. That's Menno Parsons. The 69 is Menno, but that's not the car I'm talking about. I'm talking about this one. That's the 33. That's Ian Kaplan. That is the car I was talking about, not Menno Parsons. It's a 33 car of Ian Kaplan. He was involved in turn 1 there with Stuart Spooner.
Well, have a look at the car. There was the spin around. Yeah, that was Iverson that did that initial spin. We can see it on the cameras for those of you sitting at home. And in fact, that car, the Marcel Angel car, has got damage on the right rear bodywork on that motor car. I missed the start of the replay. Probably find that somebody touched him on the right-hand rear, looking at what is here. Oh, yeah.
Alistair Brown got it wrong, and then he drifted across the circuit and mowed into Iverson. And those were the two cars and a couple of drivers taken away. Menno Parsons having to go on the dirt around the outside of Iverson. Gary Thompson clipping the dirt on the inside. That was a situation that happened in turn 5 Fastron corner. And would love to see if the camera guys picked up the situation in turn 1. He drifted across the track there, did Brown, and then accidentally in doing so took out Jason there. And as you can see once again on the replay, Menno Parsons going around him on the dirt.
And then that bodywork, if you have a look down on the track here, Frankie, the Autohouse Angel car being driven by Jason Ibbotson today, the 46. Well, in this race, he's driving with that car. In the previous race, he was in his own car. And you can actually see the damage on the right-hand rear of that car.
Yes,
and
Gary,
if you look at Alistair Brown's car, well, 3/4 of the back of that car is laying around the circuit somewhere, probably out there by Cape Town corner. That's probably why they initially brought out the red flag, because there was so much debris on the circuit. And then consecutive to that, we had the situation in turn 1. Now, I haven't seen any footage of the incident in turn 1 where we had two cars beached. That's just a replay that you see that's happening out on turn 5.
Well, Gary, so I can tell you that one of the two cars that was involved in the situation in turn 1 is back out on track. That's the 33 of Ian Kaplan, and the 55 of Stuart Spooner. They are still attending to that car out there. The WPMC marshals and the rescue teams are busy getting that motor car out the way. Both drivers are fine, but yeah, we have to get that 55 car out the way first before we can continue.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of a query on the bodywork on the Ibbotson car. Took a bit of a whack on the bodywork, obviously on that wheel. The rim and tyre doesn't seem to have any marks on the right-hand back of Ibbotson's car. But wow, there's a whole lot of mayhem on the back of the Alistair Brown car. In fact, the back window has popped out of that car. That's how much the bodywork actually twisted. They've ripped it off, and it's laying next to the recycling oil saves the environment sign writing on the side of the wall. So that whole back window's out. So no driver's side, no passenger side, no back window on the Alistair Brown car. Does that make it quicker or slower? Well, either way, there's going to be a whole lot of wind running around inside that motor car now.
Yeah, with the whole back end of that 22 car also rearranged, that's going to probably be a bit of a handful. I think Jason Iverson will get away with that. There's minor damage to that 46 car, but yeah, a lot more damage to the 22. So as they line up here, the Campos Racing, or the Campos Transport Racing Mustang of Roy Campos, he's the man that's in pole position with Alistair Brown on his outside, Jason Iverson. Then we have got Mark Ridgway, Fabio Tafani, and Sean Moore. Then Mike Brooks is out there as well. Then the 69 of Menno Parsons, the 77 of Rob Warrington. The 17 is in there of Gary Thompson. The 33 is there of Ian Kaplan. And then the number 9, that is now in the hands of Mark Vogt. That is in that number 9 car, according to our monitor. Whoa, look at all that water running out the front of Roy Campos's car. It's a whole heap of steam, and it's dumped its entire water load out onto the racetrack. And that could be the beginning of the end for Roy Campos. I see his entire team is running towards him, but that's not going to help much. Not one of them have noticed that water, the marshals have picked it up. And that car is going to go nowhere. It is well, for whatever reason, Gary, the crew doesn't seem to be too hassled about it.
Well, I don't know these cars to have sprayers on them at all.
It might be just that, yes. It could be that they've got sprayers or something on their car just to cool it down, and that is why you are seeing that. That what you said there is a very much a possibility. But yeah, I don't know that they do have these things. But we don't know too much about the engineering of these cars. All we know is it's state-of-the-art engineering. That's what we do know.
Well, trying to get the loose body panel, side panel off the Autohaus Angel car, it was deemed to be unsafe to carry on with it, and that panel goes quite a long way in underneath the car as well, so that will affect the airflow phenomenally on that motor car, as the situation with Alistair Brown, also completely different airflow. How much is it going to affect them? Very difficult to determine. We've not often seen these type of motor cars with so much bodywork missing from them, but the guys that do the maintenance on these cars are deciding, look, this is what we need to do to make sure that all is sorted out. Koska says let's just get all these panels away here and out of the way to make sure everything is 100% correct. They've got the battery pack ready for Rui Campos, and they don't seem, as you say, too overly concerned about that water at the front of the car. So let's hope it's all good.
Yeah, well, one of the crew chiefs there just explained to the marshal that he explained something to him that we could see out the commentary box window. And he seemed to be okay with it. So obviously they know that it's nothing to be concerned about. And we'll get this one going shortly. So we're down to 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 of them that is going to take part in this one. We've lost Stuart Spooner in the 55.
Well done to the maintenance guys to get that lot sorted out as they have, and well, now we're a whole heap closer to happiness to get everybody out there, and yeah, we're just getting confirmation they're full race distance, so they have said 8 laps to go, and we're one car down.
Right, so they're busy making their way now down into a turn number 3, Interceptor corner, as they head up the Tigerberg Straight. We're down to 12 cars. They've got that 55 Ford Mustang of Stuart Spooner right out the way. I can see it standing there behind the tire barrier, so that car is completely out of the way as they make their way down the back straight towards turn number 5. Out of turn, well, down to turn 5, so it's going to be a full 8-lap race as they head into turn 5 Fostron. Past the Wingfield Motors banner they go into a Fostron corner. Cape Town turn. Sponsor of Cape Town corner is Fostron. Big thanks to everybody at Pertamina Fostron as they head out. Clearly, no problems out there for the Roy Campos car as a safety car moves out the way. Right, let's take 2 on this one as they head towards the City of Cape Town Bridge. Down the main straight, the Porsche Club Straight. Lights are on, lights are on. Away they go as they storm down into turn number 1. All holding lovely station through turn number 1. Then it's Campos that comes out there up front. Iverson is right in there behind him. Alistair Brown, that's going to drop down into that 3rd position. Brown is
Brown's out.
Brown's gone. Brown is gone. He's right up against the wall. He spun it out towards the inside of the circuit. And he's way off the track. He spins himself around and says, I'm going to continue right at the back of the field. So he will continue, but he's now way down in last position.
Well, is that side effects from the initial incident that broke up all the bodywork at the back of that motor car? That we'll only know in time once he gets out to do full laps around the circuit. But well, it's been a bit of a rough ride for him for race number 2. Rui Campos leads them out. It's Jason Iverson that's in there behind him. Then Mark Ridgway and Alistair Brown, they all started off together. It's Alistair that's lost out. The front 3, Rui Campos, Jason Iverson, Mark Ridgway. Fabio Tofani finds himself now in that 4th position, but that's not the car that he normally rides with, to the best of my knowledge. And it's not going to be a full house of points for him today. We're accustomed to seeing Fabio Tofani always at the front end of the field. 7 laps to go. Campos from pole position leads out after 1 lap.
Out of turn number 1 they come, working their way down onto the Jabez Straight, racing up now towards turn 2. And Roy Campos has got a decent lead there with Mark Ridgway in that 2nd position, followed there by Fabio Tofani. Right on his heels is Sean Moore, followed there by Jason Iverson. That's that first group of 5 cars that's working their way through the kink towards turn 3 Interceptor corner. Then there's another group going towards turn 3 now. That group has been led there by Menno Parsons. Right on his case is the 17 of Gary Thompson. As that group heads up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 4.
It was Iverson that ran wide and kicked up a whole heap of dust. But I see there's a car standing on the exit of turn 3 as well. We'll pick up who that is. So down into Pertamina Fastron, Cape Town corner, they go pretty much side by side as they work their way out. Is it still Campos in the lead? Nope, that is not an orange motor car that's leading out whatsoever. Campos has got a lot of competition in this one. The front group of 4 is broken from everybody else. It's Ridgway that's gone ahead of Campos. Fabio Tofani in 3rd, Sean Moore in there behind him. That's the front 4. Then Jason Iverson having made that error as they came out of turn 3 and kicking up a lot of dust. Another oh, there's a pile up in turn number 1. There's somebody locked up and 2 cars that's gone off. Well, it's going to be one of the most expensive V8 Masters races we've seen for a long, long time, because, wow, 2 cars that's gone off there, and that could be, I think it's Alistair Brown, it could be one of them. 9 and 16. Well, 9 is Mark Voggett. The 16
is Mike Brooks, yes.
Oh my goodness, wow. I don't believe ever seen this amount of contact and action in a V8 Masters race. Well, Pirelli getting their money's worth out of this one. Lots and lots of action for us up here in the commentary box, for you down there on the grandstands, for the guys in the pit area, and for everybody watching us from home.
Well, the marshals are still attending to that car that's there in a turn 3 in an interceptor corner, and the camera is panning towards that car. I can see it here on the monitor. It's hard to make out a number from here. Oh, that's Gary Thompson. That's a 17 car of Gary Thompson that is in trouble there in a turn 3 interceptor.
Sure. Menno Parsons dumped it into the sand. The 17 has got himself completely out of it, Gary Thompson. Then we've got the 2 that's standing on the bottom end of the straight as well. Wow. What else can go wrong? I suppose I mustn't say that.
No, don't say that.
No, that could be a commentator's curse. So, Frankie, what's your word for the day so far?
I haven't got
or
one.
Has nothing tickled your fancy phenomenally apart
Nah,
from
not yet.
Yeah,
mode, yeah, that's it.
So Rui Campos comes back out onto
choice.
the front row of the grid. Looks like that's quite fine. The 53 comes up as well. That's Mark Ridgway. That's quite fine. The 46 of Ibbotson with the damage on the right-hand rear. I see the 70 with his hand out of the window. That's Fabio Tefani calling for one of the marshals. And then also the 73 of Sean Moore pointing across to the 70 car and saying to the marshal, have a shofty, go and see what's cutting there. Mark Ridgway has a chat with one of the guys here on the start-finish line. Looks like that's all sorted out. We're running out of cars. We ran out of cars kind of quickly. Well, looks like they've determined that that is it. And they've called it on the radio. We haven't seen it happening out here on circuit yet, but it looks like there is a reasonable possibility that the balance of this race is going to be canned. Well, Frankie, given the time, it's now 16...
half past 4.
Half past 4. We've still got a number of races to go.
Well, it's only with this one 3 races, so and we've got until 6 o'clock, so we've got 2.5 hours left. So it is a choice for the COCs to make.
Yeah, there they're showing the drivers cut it, it's over. Sean Moore getting the indication there, showing cut the motor. It's either cut the motor or the race has been canned, one of the two. Tiny's listening up on the radio to see what the final decision is, and he says, nope, it's going to be canned.
Well, that is probably what's going to happen. I'd hate to see it that way, but one can understand if that is the choice and the call and the decision that has been made.
In the history, Frankie, have you ever seen a V8 Masters race being cut short? I don't believe so.
I'm not sure. I
Well,
don't
not to this
think
extent.
so, no.
I mean, how many racing laps have they actually done so far?
Well, if you come
Probably
to
3.
If you come to think of it, how many cars are supposed to be out there? 14.
Minus Marcel, which would be 13 starters.
Yeah.
What's down on the
I
grid?
guess so.
7.
Marcel didn't come out. Stuart Spooner is in trouble down in turn 1. Is Alistair Brown still out on track? I don't think so.
The last half of his
yes,
car
he
is
is
at the back of the pack, what's left of it.
But he is there. Ian Kaplan is there. The 17 car's gone. That's the car that was in trouble in turn 3 in interceptor corner.
The 9 car's down the bottom.
Mark Voggett, yeah, is also in trouble down there with the 9 car.
Menno Parsons is in the sand pit.
Menno Parsons is in... No, there's Menno Parsons on the grid. The 69 is out there on the grid. Where's his Warrington?
There's still 1 car standing in the sand pit in turn 1, on just after the apex.
I think that's
Stuart Spooner.
No, that's Stuart Spooner. That car was parked there for a while ago. He was involved in that situation there earlier on as they bring in a car back down. I think this could be the 9 car that's being brought back to the pit area. They're still attending to the 17 car, which is there in turn 3. And it is the 9 car that's been brought back. That's the car that belongs to Dennis Hajduk, but not been driven by him today. And Mark Vogt is the man that is behind the wheel of that 9 car. Well, no more behind the wheel of that 9 car, as the safety vehicle is bringing that 9 APV Ford Mustang back to the pit area. I see the Goodwood Body and Spray breakdown is pulling the 17 car out of its situation that it finds itself in there. Well, they're going to continue. They're rolling them off the line unless they're going to send them back to the pits. Yeah, they're going to send them back that way through. They're going to take the shortcut and send them back to the pit area. So, yeah, that information that was given to Tiny was correct. I was hoping that they would change their minds, but yeah, that's sadly not going to happen.
They changed their minds for the worst. They decided to can the whole race. Well, that's the least laps I've ever seen in a Pirelli V8 Masters race, and that's a big pity. A lot of people come down here to hear those thundering V8s. Love the sound of a V8 under full chat. And yeah, we're not going to hear them later on today at all.
Well, as one load of pandemonium ends, we line up for the next one. Alert Challenge. Maybe I should call it Alert Parts GTI Challenge. Don't get too excited, Jonas. Right, folks, here we go. Alert Engine Parts, GTI Challenge, race number 2 rolls out onto the circuit. And it's Umpi Swart that leads them into turn number 2 with Jason Kutsia in there behind him. Then Summit Racing's Nathan Victor, Colin Meader, Dylan Jabert, Kai van Sale, they're all there. Dani Sandenberg, Senior. That's the Class A cars that are rolling out through turn number 2. And then the Class B guys are in there with them as well. Eden Thompson, Tate Bishop, Ian Cup, Carl Walsher, Mark Thompson, Brent van der Skyf, Stephen van Mark. You've got a DNF in race number 1. Dani Sandenberg Jr., Grant Kluter. And then we'll see a couple of the Class C cars. And John Henry Vaughan is back out on track again after he was one of the 3 cars involved in a shunt earlier on in the Challenge Class C. An incident that happened down the back straight between turns 4 and 5 between Malmesbury and Interceptor. Fostron, I apologize. So as the Challenge cars are working their way now down the back straight, they will line up here and we'll get this one underway shortly.
I think that turn number 2 might be a bit marginal just before the apex of the corner. As the guys were running through there, a couple of guys were heating up tires, and I saw 1 or 2 guys with the tail end kind of loose, and you can see there's a fair amount of sand on the circuit, but it's spread out over probably 4, 5, 6 car lengths. It's not bad, but it is there. And when you're on the limit with slightly cooler tires, it could just create an incident. Not impossible, but then again, most of the guys, when they came through, they were close enough behind somebody that if they looked up to the car in front of them, they would have seen that bit of a sand haze coming up behind the cars as they went through. So most of the guys would probably be aware then of the fact that there is a little bit of sand there. So the question is, has Summit Racing replaced the gearbox on Umpi Swart's car? Alongside him, Jason Kutsia, Nathan Victor, and then it's Colin Meader Jr., it's Kai van Sale that's going to be standing at the back of the pack with Dani Sandenberg directly in front of him. And that in fact is not the ex-Johanna van der Westhuizen car that is in, and then the 44 of Dylan Joubert. Right, then with the Class B grid, it looks like we're going to have Tate Bishop that's going to be on the outside line, and then it's going to be Kaplan that's going to be in there as well, and then Carl Wiltshire will be on the second row of the grid. So that's going to be a pretty interesting one in Class B with that front 4 that is there. It's going to be a full race, Alert Engine Parts, GTI Challenge Race number 2 for the day. It's just going 20 to 5. We've still got another one to go after this. You might find that they even do a rerun of the V8 Masters. We haven't heard anything yet. We're just hoping that we maybe get an opportunity to get them back out on circuit again. So the red flag is held up high. Everybody's just about good to go. The red paddle is up. That'll go to the back end of the grid as they walk down the back end of the grid to go and see exactly who is standing where. Going to be interesting to see how far can Chase Herald work his way through that Class C pack and come out on top. So that's going to be an interesting one. Can Carl Wiltshire pick up a top 3 overall with Ian Kaplan that's also in there very much on the pace, with a man standing on the front row of the grid. And I do believe that that Class C battle is going to be something else. I don't see the 83 of Seth van der Bie out there on circuit again. I don't think we will see that. So let's see what happens. Still the red pedals up. They just check in the back end of the grid. The 5-second pedal comes up. So Class A about to come off the line. Umpi Swart with a new gearbox. It's Jason that gets good drive as they get off the line. Jason Kutsia makes it ahead. Colin Meader Jr. also having a good go around the outside of Umpi. He closes Umpi off. Umpi has to take that 3rd position. Frankie Crosby
What a lovely start off the line here by Class B. As they run down into turn number 1, they're going to go in 3 abreast. Surely not. No, they're not going to go in 3 abreast. It's Thompson. That's there on the inside. Who's got Tate Bishop in there on his outside. Then it is side by side Carl Walsher and Ian Cup. That is the first 4, and then Mark Thompson right in there as well. Behind Mark Thompson, Donnie Sundenberg Jr., Brett van der Schyff, and then the Jetta of Stephen Vermaak.
Class C cars have all gotten off the line. John Henry Vaughan working his way around the outside to try and take over that second position. They pretty much side by side as they go. Oh, Chase Herald on the 3rd row on the inside, and he just works his way through up on the inside of John Henry Vaughan as well. So Chase is going to be on the outside as they go through the kink. They go through 2 cars together. Chase Herald does not back out of that one. He's going to be on the inside of the corner. He makes it. Chase Herald already up to that 3rd position.
Yeah, just ahead there of John Henry Vaughan, but the Class A guys are racing down towards turn 5, towards Pertamina Fastron. Here they come, out of turn 5. There's nothing between them. P1 and P2 is Jason Kutsia, followed there by Umpi Swap. They must have got that gearbox sorted out on Umpi's car as he sits in that 2nd position, followed there by column leader Nathan Victor. Up on the inside of Nathan Victor's Dylan Jabir. Jabir's got the inside line but pulls in there behind him. And then the last 2 cars out there in Class A is Kai van Sale and Donnie Sundenberg Sr.
Class B battle, it's Tate Bishop from Carl Walsh, and then it's Thompson and Cap, the 4 of them once again. Getting it so sideways was Tate Bishop with the Mark II Jetta. He got it completely tail in hanging, but he's undoubtedly the quickest in that pack. Having a look around the outside of Walsher now is Thompson. Thompson brings Cap with him.
Gary, Stephen Vermaak in Class B loses the tail end of the Jetta on the exit of a turn 1 on the outside. But he rejoins once again.
Yeah, he gets it going, but he's on the inside line going down into turn number 2. But the whole of that Class C lead battle will get past him before they get to there. Let's pick up our Class A cars on their way down the back main as Kiara van Niekerk with a big smile after a great day's racing joins us up here in the commentary box. And down into Pertamina Fastron corner, and Kutsia is doing it all right. I heard before the meeting that that car sold. After today, it's going to Dylan Jabir. Well, I think they might rethink that one, because that car driver combination's out and out the fastest there right now. Umpi Swart starts closing down. Umpi Swart closes down. He comes out of the strips and he dives outside towards the wall. He comes up alongside. That gearbox is definitely selecting and working. There's no doubt about it. Can he get past Kutsia as they go down into turn 1? Kutsia holds that line, and under braking, it's Jason Kutsia that holds the lead.
Got a yellow flag there. There's a trouble there in turn number 1 somewhere. We've got the yellow flag, but we've got to go back to Class C. Class C is a lovely fight, and that class has been led there as they come out of turn 5, Fastron, by Chase Herald. Look at this. Chase Herald is the man that sits in P1 in a Class C as they come down towards us. Right behind him is Matthew Rowe. Then it's Dylan van Eeden, followed there by John Henry Vaughan. That's what it's all about as they go down there. And behind John Henry Vaughan is Skulk Geldenhuis. That's the Class C cars as they exit turn number 1 and race their way up the Jabir Straight towards turn 2.
Well, the Class B battles opened up, and that's because the number 1 car of Eden Thompson is no longer in that pack. But let's go to the front of the Class A cars as they work their way down to Cape Town corner, Pertamina Fastron. It's Umpi Swart that's having a look around on the outside of Jason Kutsia, who's going to get the shot. It's going to be Jason Kutsia that still holds out Umpi Swart. The 2 of them have broken away from the rest of the pack. Here they come out towards us now through the bus stop. Umpi goes once again around on that outside line. Jason Kutsia is hammered down. There's nothing wrong with the gearbox on that car. They're rubbing wheel nuts as they come past us. It's a brilliant battle between the 2 of them. They're out and out quicker than the rest of the Class A cars. Will they slow one another down that the rest of the guys can catch up? Nathan Victor, Jabir, Meeder, Van Sale, they're all in a group in there behind that, just watching those 2 battling it out up front.
Class B has blown itself apart. There's a fight for 2nd and 3rd in Class B. Heading into turn number 1, Tate Bishop leads that class. But it's a lovely fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and Carl Walsher gets his nose ahead of Ian Cup, and right behind them it's Mark Thompson coming out of turn number 1, followed there by Brett van der Schyff. And then look at this Class C fight The car going into turn 1 now, that is Donnie Sundenberg Jr. He's the last car in Class B, and then right behind them it's a 5-way dogfight for Class C as they head down into turn number 2 across the line. It was Tracy Herald that led. Sorry, that was Herald that led. I thought it was the last car in Class B. My apologies. Herald does sit out there in P1. He's got a sizable lead in Class C there over Dylan van Eerden, Matthew Rowe, John Henry Vaughan, and Skull Keldernace as they cross the line. But we're going to keep an eye on this one. They do have that lost Class B car between them, so I wasn't really wrong. And that is Donnie Sundenberg Jr. that's stuck in between the Class C boys.
Class A battle coming out of turn number 1 out into Joubert Straight. It's now Umpi Swart that's got ahead of the high-flying Jason Kutsia for the first time, looking like he's going to be able to do that. Nathan Victor ahead of the rest of the pack, equidistant gap between himself and the car in front of him, and then that 3-way battle that's going on behind him, and that's Mieder van Sail and Joubert, Dylan Joubert leading out that group of 3. That's your Class A battle. Back to Class B, there's been no competition going up the Joubert Straight for the Angry Jeep Jetta Mark II today of Tate Bishop. Tate has been out and out quicker than everybody else. It's been between Cap, Wiltshire and Thompson that has been in that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th position, with Thompson standing in the kitty litter on the turn 4. That's taken him out of it. But frankly, that Class C battle, that is the one to watch.
Well, they're all fighting for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, because the man making his way through turn 2 now, that is Chase Herald, and he is ahead there in that class, and right in there behind Chase Herald is Dylan van Eerden, Matthew Rowe and Skull Keldernace, and John Henry Vaughan is now at the back of that group that's making its way through turn number 3 out of Interceptor Corner. But we go back to turn number 1. Look at these 6 hot shots in Class A that is busy making their way out of turn number 1, out of Holzhoek. And they've got that gearbox sorted out of Summit Racing's Yuri Umpiswart that sits out there in P1. He's just ahead there into turn 2 of Jason Kutsia. Then Summit Racing in P3, that is Nathan Victor. Behind Nathan Victor we have got Dylan Joubert. Behind him is Colin Meader. No, it's not. It is Kai van Sail, and then van Sail is just ahead there of Colin Meader. And the last car in Class A working its way out of turn 2, that's the Jetta 3 of Donnie Sundenberg Sr.
Going into turn 2 now, the leader of Class B, that's Tate Bishop in the Angry Jeep Mark II Jetta. Then that massive battle going on behind that, that is Wiltshire and Cap. There's nothing much between the two of them. They've been nose to tail, with Thompson losing out and ending off the circuit. That's made a big gap behind that. So then the next one through is Thompson. Then it is Van Escape that finds himself in the middle of somewhere nowhere. Then Chase Herald's driven away from the front of Class C. He's got Dylan van Eerden 2.1 seconds behind him the last time they came across the line, and then Geldernace, Vaughan and Vermaak, well, they're recovering Vermaak. Geldernace and Vaughan in front of that. That's Geldernace Jr., father's an ex-class champion. They working their way through Interceptor Corner out in front of the front main, and it looks like John Henry Vaughan, well, I don't think he's going to make it further forward than where he is now, because Van Eerden and Herald, well, Herald's gone up the roadway, but I think John Henry Vaughan's going to have to try and get past Geldernace to get into that 3rd position in class.
Yeah, those Class C cars are working their way down the back straight towards turn number 5, Foster, and they've got the recovering Class B, Stephen Vermaak, that is now trying to get his way to the front end of Class C and try and pull away from them, and that's not, as they work their way out of turn number 5, Fostron Corner. That's not exactly what they want at this point in time. But let's go back to turn 4, to Malmesbury Sweep. That's where the Class A cars are busy making their way out. Down the back main they go. Yuri Umpiswart, you give him a gearbox that's working, you're not going to catch this youngster for dead, that's for sure. Down the back main he goes. We expected a lovely fight between himself and Jason Kutsia. We were robbed of that in heat number 1 due to the gearbox issues of Umpiswart. They got that sorted out, and sadly we got no Jano van der Westhuizen or Marco Busi out in Class A today. So,
well, frankly, we robbed for the second time. We robbed of the battle between Jason Coetzee and Umpi Swart, but that's for good reason. Umpi's got all 5 gears. That robs us of the opportunity to see them going one-on-one with all 5 in the box, and it's all going well for him, as it normally does. Very consummate car driver combination. The Alpine Auto House Summit Racing entry leading out there, the race overall in Class A from Jason Coetzee. And I must say, Nathan Victor has acquitted himself very well. Colin Meader Jr. can't be too happy with being behind Kai van Zyl and Dylan Joubert.
Right, Class B heading into turn number 1. That's been led there by Tate Bishop. And have a look at this one. Ian Cup sits out there on the outside of Carl Wilshire, and they are fighting for second and third position. Here comes Mark Thompson heading into turn 1 as well. That's a first for Class B cars. Where is this Class C fight? Here it comes under the City Cape Town Bridge. Tracy Errol sitting out there in P1 in that class, followed there by Dylan van Eer. Vaughan's case, we've got the 10 car of a Skulker Gelderhuys. So that is the situation in Class C. Once again, Tracy Herald is driving away from them.
Class A battle coming towards us now for the last time underneath the bridge. And, well, it's going to be naught laps to go. It's going to be checkered flag for Swart. He'll be super duper chuffed with that one, having battled in heat number 1 without a full box of gears. Umpi Swart from Jason Coetzee, Nathan Victor, Dylan Joubert, Kai van Zyl, Colin Meader will be a bit disappointed with that one, although he ends ahead of Daniel Sandenberg. But Sandenberg first time out in class, so pretty much to be accepted. And frankly, Tate Bishop in Class B in a class of his own for today. The battle royal going on behind him for second and third.
Heading towards a checkered flag is your Class B leader, Tate Bishop. In the Jetta 2, brings it home in P1, and Carl Wilshire has done enough to finish just ahead there of Ian Cup, followed by Mark Thompson. Mark will finish there in that 4th position. But Gary, the Class C battle has been dominated by this man heading towards us now, the 29 car of Chase Herald.
Look, he's done brilliantly. Heat number 1, he came off the back end of the field and he just worked it to the front. Chase Herald comes through. You'll finish that one ahead of Van Escape and for Mark. So then it's Dylan van Eeren is the next man that comes through, and Dylan finds himself in a very decent position in Class C. He'll be second overall for the heat on classification, and then behind him John Henry Vaughan, Skulk Gelderhuys, and well, they've all come across the line already. Just 1 or 2 of the back markers still coming through. Sulaiman Effendi, one of the last to come across the line.
Sulaiman Effendi, Gary, that used to race the BMW in Clubman's. I see he's now decided to migrate to GTI Challenge Class C. And he finishes 1, 2, 3, about 6th or 7th in class. Well, here's a replay of a situation that happened going into turn number 4. Going through turn 4, somebody's losing the tail end there, picking up a swapper. And that is Eden Thompson. That's Class B. That's Eden Thompson. That, yeah, that's indeed the number 1 car of Eden Thompson. And I think he might have been helped out the way there by Kyle Wilshire, because right behind Wilshire was Ian Cup. Right, as we have a look at the replays, we move on. One more race to go. Gary wants to just have a quick chat there to Chiara van Niekerk. Chiara representing Wingfield Motors, and Best Price for My Car, the main sponsor, the 9th year that they are involved here at Killarney International Raceway.
Always nice to have lady racers out on circuit. Having had my daughter out there many years ago, and always had a keen interest from there on out for the lady races. One of the leading lady racers that's had a bit of health problems recently, Chiara van Niekerk, once again up. She always comes up to pop in and say hi to us. Chiara, it's getting pretty close to the front end of the class now with a 2-litre Golf, looking very, very good. How much longer are we going to still see you out there with that motor car?
Well, we're doing some tweaks and things to make the car a little bit faster. I'm very comfortable in my little Golf, so I don't think I'll change soon. I trust my car. To get into another car would just be a little bit nerve-wracking, I think, and I'm moving up with the car, and the car is moving with me, so the next step is to win a race in Class D.
Well, I'm sure that's not too far away. You've got a rear-wheel drive car that's lined up for you as well. Have you managed to do any further testing, and what's the plans with the BMW?
So that BMW is pushing out about 250 kilowatts. My Golf is pushing out 110 kilowatts, and it's rear-wheel drive. So I decided after testing with it, I'm going to stick to front-wheel drive because I spun out about 10 times.
Well, it is a big, big difference, no doubt about it. So, Chiara, for you, what do you do 9 to 5 in school, out of school, married, divorced?
I'm 19, studying. It's horrible. I can't wait to work. And everyone says I'm silly to say that, but studying is boring.
Are you studying at varsity or at home?
I study with UCT, but they're still online, so it's quite boring, and the racetrack keeps me sane.
There we go. And what are you actually studying?
I was studying business science information systems, and now I'm studying digital marketing.
Excellent stuff. Well, great. And Donnie, when are we going to see Donnie back out on circuit again?
Donnie is racing in the Super Polos as far as I know. The team has kind of separated. They're so busy with stunts, and they're racing, they're traveling everywhere. So Killarney is not their home track anymore. South Africa is.
Well, there we go. The inside line from the young lass that's out there on a regular basis. Chiara, thanks very much for joining us here. He always pops up and comes to say hello to her favorite ugly uncles upstairs here. We wish her well with her race career going forward. And yep, we will see you at the next race event.
Well, up next and the last race of the day, the Formula Libras, over 8 laps and 10 of them out there. And of course, heading the field, 2 Reynards in the forms of Byron Mitchell and DJ Boyson. Well, we had yes, you're pointing out there, Francois, a 109.579. You said you will only be really satisfied with a 109 dead.
I'm asking a lot of young Byron Mitchell. The young boy grew up in front of me in Edgemead. He went to school with my son Jared. He's a tall, strapping young lad now, and he's frightfully fast. I don't expect it of him. I know he's having fun out there. He knows how to handle that, Reynard. I mean, that's the old Formula VW as we know it. And those cars were very quick. They used to hold the 1-minute 10s and the 1-minute 9 lap records around here in the day. And yeah, it's fun. I take nothing away from Byron. He's a great little driver. He came out of the karting stable. He was like my son. My son was on short circuit. Did well, but not well enough. Came to the main circuit and flourished. The same with Byron. He was karting. He was doing well, but not well enough. Came to main circuit and this is where he flourishes. It depends. Different poison for different persons.
No, that is the case, Francois. I remember a number of years ago, I started commentating at Killarney, and we had the nationals with the Formula VWs in them. Wesley Orr, guys like that, all coming. A lot of your karters coming up into the Formula VW class.
Yeah.
And what happens is that's now, of course, no longer. But it's great to still have the Reynards around there. It's a 2-litre VW motors in those, and it's still great to have those out there. They were at the one stage the premier single-seater Formula year in South Africa.
It was absolutely beautiful. I remember coming down to Killarney in the pits, and you had all these Pentechnicans from all VW and DAW, Grant Boerski and all those boys down here. Malcolm Cochran, Mad Mally, he was with that. All those boys were down, and it was a great class. It was competitive. It was almost like our own Formula One. I think it was one of the pinnacle of motorsport, but then I'm going back to the golden era of motorsport. West Banks, Group N, all those kind of things. That's when that more or less happened, when motorcycle racing had the proper superbike class where we had 24 bikes on the circuit. That, unfortunately, the dynamics of that, I don't blame motorsport, I blame the economy. It's the economy of scale. Now we've got things like Polar Cup, we've got the ZX10 Masters Cup, which is really nice in the motorcycle. Polar Cup's great, GTCs. It's, you know, I don't talk bad of any class. You want to know, is it going to grow or is it going to stay where it is? If it grows, it'll be great. But again, we don't know what the scale of the economy is. We don't know what's happening around the world, how the rand's going to perform, how the dollar's going to perform, whatever the case may be. So, be it as it may, I think the way forward at the moment, especially in Cape Town, is to rejuvenate historic cars. We're seeing a lot of it in any class.
That's beautiful.
You
I'd
know?
love to see that.
And cars from yesterday, yeah, you saw the Ford of Arnold Lambert, Louis Powell's Ulster Mazda.
Oh, the old Skyline in there as well, you know.
I actually get goose flesh when these cars come out, because it's just all those memories come flooding back at you. Now I don't talk down towards the younger generation, the 20 years and the 30-year-olds. What they're seeing now is what they're going to remember. They might in 20 years' time say, you remember seeing so-and-so doing this and this and this. That's basically it. But yeah, let's have a look at the Formula Libras out there. Byron Mitchell, DJ Boyson. Alroy Weiss, I watched him in the first heat. Had a fantastic race there together with Zane and Donovan Ramsey and Rayno Pence. Kelly Fletcher, I've actually got a name for her. I'm going to call her Lady Horsepower, because she's either on a 1 horsepower or she's on a flipping 100 horsepower.
And she's got a very promising time ahead of her there. She's been doing some wonderful things. And yes, I will call it the Cape Grand Prix goes ahead right now. 5-second board out of the way. And let's see now. Lights are on and up we go. As we go off the line, DJ Boyson always gets a good start, but it's always in that second phase, Francois. Staller on the line, so I see it's at green number 10 over there. That is Wynand de Ridder, the Formula V Lantis, and he hasn't gotten going at all.
I think it's going to push him off the track for safety purposes, get him out the way.
There we go there, onto the grass, into the shade, and we had the Firebucky driver lend a helping hand, which is a great Samaritan indeed. But we are well and truly underway here into the interceptor corner. It's Byron Mitchell that leads, not only overall, but Class S as well. DJ Boyson, second overall. And then we'll look at the gap they already have from the Formula Vs as well. It just shows you the difference in power. And of course, most of those Formula Vs all running with the twin Weber 1.4-litre Chico engines, as they were in the Formula V series. But let's wait for them as they come around over here. It is Elroy Weiss that leads the way from Zane Amundsen, that Repsol Lantis. And then behind him, that of course will be Reino Pence. Reino Pence ahead of Donovan Ramsey as they go into turn 5 per Tamina Fastron. It looks like side by side, Zane Amundsen looking on the outside but holding station for now.
I was just talking to Frankie off air now. Byron Mitchell running up front. There's a certain person I'd like to come back who I know has got a Formula VW by the name of Garth de Villiers. If Garth comes back, I think we're going to have war on our hands.
Well, we were always talking about Andy Rexstraw earlier on as well.
Andy Rexstraw's another one. Yeah, look, and we can have, there's a few kids that can come back. Those Formula 1600s are not any slouches. They do pretty well. Kelly Fletcher embroiled in a little bit of a battle there. She's behind Donovan Ramsey. So she's having a bit of a scrap now. They're making their way up here. You can see on screen up towards Quarry Corner, turn number 2. Have a look at all these cars as they fan out coming up into turn number 2. Kelly Fletcher in there. She wants to try and work her way through, sitting up there behind Donovan Ramsey. The young lady's not scared to compete. I mean, she will put her nose in there, stick it in there and give Donovan something to think about. Yeah, they come down towards us. I think it's Elroy Weiss leading out there with Zane Amundsen, Reino Pence, Donovan Ramsey, Kelly Fletcher. That whole little group of 5 now going up towards turn number 4. Having a fantastic little dice. That's a whole mid-pack battle. Mitchell and Boyce are down the road, but from Elroy Weiss backwards, there's 5 cars in it. That's what people pay good money to come and see.
Oh, that's what it's all about. Number 35, Van der Westhuizen, looks like he's got an upper position past Van Heerden. I think that is the one, of course, they are about 7 seconds off of Fletcher ahead of them. So it's a little bit further back over there as well.
I think Kelly's got past. Kelly's got past Van Heerden.
It looks like Zane Amundsen has also got past into the lead here.
Yeah, Zane's gone to the front ahead of Reino Pence. Donovan Ramsey a little bit back there now. Kelly Fletcher. Fletcher's ahead there of Ramsey, I think. Yep, she is. Look at Kelly go.
Well, let's take a look at Elroy Weiss here, side by side. He was in the slipstream, came out of the slipstream onto the inside. It's going to be side by side there, but it looks like Zane Amundsen will just poke the nose ahead over here as well. Elroy Weiss will hold it there, will hang in there, but onto the Joubert straight they'll then run, and it looks like Zane Amundsen has got it. He's got the corner advantage as well, but watch out behind them. That's the man you're going to look out for, is Reino Pence. They're leaving the likes of Donovan Ramsey and co behind. I think there is Kelly Fletcher, as you said, Francois.
What are you seeing with Kelly Fletcher? She's getting closer to Mr. Pence.
She's getting closer to Mr. Pence. She's leaving Donovan Ramsey behind.
She's got the pedal to the floor and she's giving it stick through Interceptor Corner. I want to keep a bird's eye on this one. I think this could become something special. The lady's not scared to give it horns.
She'll go through turn 4 then, the double apex right-hander, which is the previous race we saw a lot of trouble at there, but onto the back straight we'll then run. Look at us now, as it is going to be Reino Pence. I think Reino Pence senses something is happening over here. He's going to have to make a move on.
Yeah, he's got a review mirror. He knows the little lady's on the way, and she's giving a good stick now. Amundsen leads out there over Elroy Weiss, Reino Pence, Kelly Fletcher, and Donnie Ramsey. There the first 3 go in. You'll see on the left of your screen now, Kelly should come into a screen. There she is, not too far behind. I think she's supposed to be 2 seconds. I think it's under a second if you ask me. She's getting pretty close. Up towards the line they come now. So Zane Amundsen leads out. Elroy Weiss is in there. Reino Pence. There comes Kelly Fletcher. She's got away from Donovan Ramsey. And look at go down into turn 1. She's closing up. Because what are they doing the 3 in front of them? They're tripping each other up. And she's just getting closer and closer and closer.
Yeah, they're keeping each other occupied there. And she's going to use this as an opportunity just to edge closer every single time as well. Just looking at the front, a 1:11.343 for Byron Mitchell. Of course, much more modest from him. Actually, DJ Boyson putting in a fastest first sector time of a 26.3. Now, remember as well, these winged cars as well have much more downforce in the corner. So apart from the power advantage, they also have that downforce advantage compared to the Formula V's. Of course, have no front or rear wings and very twitchy into the corners.
Something I watched in heat number 1. I was out watching Byron Mitchell go down into turn number 5. At the 50-meter board, he geared down. At the 50-meter board, I usually need a toilet break, to put it plainly. Yeah, so he gears down into that 50-meter board. You've literally got about 25 meters to brake, change your mind, and get around the corner. That is stupendously quick. And he's probably pulling about 2 to 3 Gs inside that seat.
It's amazing. 4 laps left to go. He's 22.3 seconds ahead of DJ Boyson. Now we wait for the Zane Munson lead, of course, coming around here. Only 0.4 of a second between himself and Elroy Weiss the last time around. Elroy Weiss is still in that second position. Reino Pence is hanging on for dear life here as they go down the main straight now into the slipstream. Reino Pence, that maroon machine of his, will go onto the inside and will then take that second place right away there from Elroy Weiss.
Oops, who's coming into the mix? Mr. Byron Mitchell wants to come through. This is now going to be being a bit closer towards the others.
Well, they always hope as well to catch a bit of slipstream off. And while DJ Boyson will be coming through shortly as well now, he comes down underneath the City of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge. There we go, 29 seconds further back, a 1:14.373 his last lap time, which is exactly 2 seconds off of Byron Mitchell's fastest time.
Still that little battle ensues there with Zane Munson leading out there over Reino Pence, Elroy Weiss and Kelly Fletcher. They make their way through the kink. They've got 2 laps left in today. So, but Zane looks like he's getting away now from Reino Pence. And Reino Pence in turn away from Elroy, who's in turn getting away from Kelly Fletcher. So now they're getting a bit strung out towards the end of the race. I think, that last little bit of gumption you still had, and you've used it up. You just got to get to the end.
Yeah, keep it on the black stuff. Just keep it going. Don't do anything silly. And then what happens is gain yourself a result. But let's see, Kelly Fletcher still 2 seconds off of Elroy Weiss's 71 Formula V. And, of course, that's the Formula 4s are just like Kelly Fletcher, as a matter of fact. So they'll come around. 1 more lap left to go then. Byron Mitchell starts that last lap with a 1:10.552. And, of course, sectors 2 and 3, his personal best sectors and overall best sectors in purple.
Yeah, Byron Mitchell going now into the Deceptor corner. I don't know if he'll get a free run down the back straight. He's doing pretty well. He's got an open track ahead of him. He makes his way up now towards turn number 4, that double right-hander. You see the cars. There comes Byron into picture now. He's going to work his way down the back straight, down towards Patana Foster on the last run. He's far behind the other cars. Is he going to slow down or is he going to go past them? He's got to play it safe. They're in their own little battle. They get blue flags waving. Byron dives up on the inside of the Formula Vs, but unfortunately not getting the free run. There you see him. He's just taking it easy. He knows the checkered flag is going to be waiting for him. Or he might have one more. There the checkered flag is waiting. Here comes Byron Mitchell, and he makes it 2 out of 2. No questions asked.
None at all. And Byron Mitchell to the line, takes victory. Best lap of a 1:10.552. Crossing the line a lap down, Nick van der Westhuizen in 8th position, Luan van Heerden in 9th position, and that will also be 6th and 7th positions respectively, actually 5th and 6th or so like that. So then of course Donovan Ramsey, we wait for him as well, but DJ Boyson will be the next man to come through hopefully.
DJ just going through that scuffle there with Zane Munson and co, working his way through. He's just trying to get through. He's going to make his way now up towards the start-finish line. So DJ Boyson will give a 2nd overall for the day. He did pretty well, also in class Libra S. Crosses the line. Zane Munson, Reino Pence, Elroy Weiss, and just a little bit further back at the end, I think she lost a bit of wind there, was Kelly Fletcher. I'm talking about wind in her sails now. She crosses the line, but a sterling job by the young lass. She did fantastically well, and the last person over the line is Donovan Ramsey.
Yeah, Donovan Ramsey, 7th position and 4th in class. Kelly Fletcher, actually 5th in class, excuse me. Kelly Fletcher will get 4th in class. 3rd for Elroy Weiss, Reino Pence. As I say, 2nd in class with Zane Munson. 2 out of 2 for him today as far as the Formula Vs are concerned.
The youngsters come leaps and bounds. He's been plying his trade for a while and he's doing well. Now he's top in his class. It just goes to show that a little bit of bum on seat time does help. So yeah, we look forward to some great racing. They had a lot of absentees today. I think next time they'll have a lot of them back. Gearboxes, people sick, people in hospital, things like that, but nothing serious, just normal procedural stuff. So hopefully we'll have them back next time for that. I think always they've been working hard at the Libra class, very hard, and they've really brought a good show to town. It's become quite exciting. The little game that's been played within the Formula Libra camp, everyone sort of knows, everyone tries to help, and just to have people on the track to have a bit of fun. So yeah, who knows what's going to come next. Lovely afternoon, Byron. I think the racing today has been pretty okay.
It's an understatement, I think, that. You're the master of understatements, I think, over here today.
It's great. But it's been okay. I haven't had any negativity today, bar the V8s who decided to crash, bash and tumble.
Well, I can tell you one thing, that the racing has been so hot today that it feels like a summer's day up here in the commentary box, because I think I've been sweating all day.
We've been running around and all the rest. We've all been doing it today. We were down on fan walk, all the rest. But to the viewers, thanks for joining us and affording us into your private space and watching the live feed here from Killarney International Raceway, Western Province Motor Club. From myself, Francois Butler, I'm signing off. Byron, you want to say anything?
No, thank you very much, Francois. Thank you very much, Tiny. Emil Tiny Brunt, of course, at Tiny's Pit Box. Frankie Hennis, a man over here, of course, everybody's idol, my idol. Definitely Frankie Hennis, man I look very much up to, even though I'm taller than him. So I will say as well, also thank you very much to Gary Fleming as well, and also a big welcome back to Gary Fleming, because, you know, it's great to have Gary back again. Apart from Achilles' heels and trips to Ireland, he's back. Well and truly, and it feels like we're a full team today of 5 guys up here. And you know what?
It's taken a long time to get back to where we were due to circumstances, but yeah, we are back to the way it is supposed to be, all 5 of us up here. Yeah, all I can say from my side is, guys, enjoy the rest of the weekend, and have a great one further. And the next main circuit event here will be on the 9th of July.
We have 2 in July, don't we?
We do, yes.
We
but
have
the first
2.
one is on the 9th.
What's better than 1, 2? I can tell you. That's all I can say to you. And yes, it is sad that the day has ended. But the greatest thing ever is that we get to do this again, not too long from now.
We will indeed. Right, people, enjoy the weekend further around the circuit. Those of you at home that have been watching the production, a big thanks to all of you. A thanks to all our cameramen. A thanks to all our sponsorship people. A thanks to IMUSAT. And a thanks to, a big thanks to Wingfield Motors and Best Price for my car, Johnny van Niekerk, Interceptor, Porsche Club, Pertamina Fostron, and a big thanks to the city of Cape Town. From myself, Frank Guinness, go well, and goodbye, everyone.
And from myself, Byron Height, have a great rest of your weekend, travel safe, and see you next time.
Right, folks, so that pretty much wraps it up. It's been an action-packed, Danny. It's been an amazing day. It
has been spectacular from beginning to the end, just non-stop excitement, so many things happening, so many people we talked to, and yeah, it's been a great day.
And it's been a really good of racing. I think Byron Mitchell got very close now to his to taking down one of the fastest times around in a Formula V car. And the GTI Challenge, guys, they never ever failed to disappoint. Action-packed racing, race close racing. Uncle Jesse Hagi didn't have the best of days out. He had in the first race and something went second race. But again, it was an amazing days with racing. It was nice to see the Ginetta back again. That was really good.
That was great. That was really, really great. I loved seeing how far ahead of everyone else it was. You know, it was running its own race out there. It wasn't racing anyone. It was racing itself. Absolutely. You know.
Absolutely. Well, guys, that pretty much sums it up. We're going to see you guys Rallycross on the 25th. Obviously, we're going to be there. You're going to be there. I know.
I'm going to be there. You said I can ride in your car, so I'm going to be there 100%. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to the jump. Can't wait.
It's going to be amazing. We'll see you guys on the 25th at Rallycross. All the best.